नमस्ते गुरुजी। जय गुरुजी महाराज। जय गुरुजी साथ संगत जी। शुक्राना गुरुजी महाराज का मल्टीलिंगुअल सेवादार टीम की तरफ से आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। आज एक बार फिर मल्टीलिंगुअल टीम एक मेमोरेबल सेशन शुरू करने जा रहा है, जिसमें टू ही टू डिवाइन बुक जो कि पूजा कपूर आंटी जी ने लिखी है, इसकी रीडिंग पूजा कपूर आंटी जी करेंगी। इससे पहले कि मैं ज्यादा ना बोलते हुए मैं ओवर टू यू पूजा सुखू आंटी।
जय गुरु जी संगत जी। थैंक यू सो मच सुरेश अंकल जी, ये मौका देने का मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करना चाहूंगी अनीता कुमार आंटी जी का और आरती कपूर आंटी जी का। ये गुरु जी की ब्लेस्ड और प्यारी प्यारी संगत है। अनीता कुमार आंटी जी has written the preface of this book, Tu Hi Tu, and Aarti Kapur auntie has authored the book. So without further ado, I would like to request Anita Aunty to introduce the book to our Sangat Parivar. A very warm welcome, Anita Aunty and Aarti Kapur Aunty ji. Over to you, Anita Aunty.
Gee,
What a
thank you
surprise.
thank you for having me on this.
Jai Guruji.
Aarti, congratulations on this book, Tu Hi Tu. It's beautiful. I've read it cover to cover. And thank you for choosing me to write the foreword. So without further ado, I will start reading the foreword. So at first glance, my heart was reassured of having arrived at its natural home, and my soul gloated with pride in having done so. As Guruji stated, Guruan da naam kharab hai. Sangat back then was few and far between, and the rest were filled with cynicism and skepticism. Those encompassing my life and those who are in the heart of it almost estranged me, believing me to have lost the plot. Trust me when I say this, I truly felt alienated when I used to come to Guruji initially. It was his infinite grace and divine love that gave me the realization that I had arrived. Where we stand depends on where we sit. Sitting with him evening after evening enabled me to take my stance on never letting him go. He once stated, "You can forget and let go, but I never do." Again, it is his grace that we remain connected to his unfathomable supreme self. Then began the actual journey as a soul having a human experience. Physically, I was crumbling, but spiritually, it seemed I was coming together. On moving to India in 88, I felt life had dealt me a losing hand. Asthma, hole in the heart, eczema, and an ailing marriage combined shattered me into pieces, and there was no fixing me. Every changing season transported me to the ICU, where steroid injections were administered to render me temporary relief. It was all so transient, and nothing seemed worth my while except for raising my daughters, whereby the struggle of emotional and physical health prevented me from offering my optimum as a mother. Compromises can be potentially healthy, but when life meets us halfway, compromises can be potentially healthy when life meets us halfway. But here I was alone with no one to handhold me, to reassure me that I was worthy of happiness and that life potentially does offer the greatest riches, from love to enduring friendships and more. I became a cynic, as my mind and body were afflicted with pain. Pain in life is inevitable, and suffering is optional. But in my case, I suffered immensely, as I knew no better. When darkness pervades, the ability to light a candle is sometimes removed from the conscious mind. The candle was now lit and more. He lit it and illuminated my soul with hope, faith, and a life compliant with the moral and spiritual compass. Guruji cannot be described, but can and is experienced by each Sangat with their satsangs that bear a strong testimony of him being the supreme power himself, who descended the earth to lift us from our darkness and to illuminate every corner of our being with strength, wisdom, courage, beauty, and the wealth of knowledge needed to live our optimum lives. He cured me of my skin condition, asthma, and many more ailments. He first grants us health and then irons out other karmic creases like relationships, work, and finances. I am a practical guru, he would reiterate. We do not need to grip the anchors of rituals and rites. Superstitions are superseded with practically living an honest, confident, and simple life. His ideologies are easy to grasp, from being humble, compassionate, and giving and following his teachings in letter and spirit. Practice makes progress, and attending satsangs refuels our spiritual engine to help maneuver us in the direction where he stands. Einstein has said, there are only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle, and the other is as though everything is a miracle. Excuse me. With Guruji in the heart of our lives, every moment is a miracle and beyond. The wonder of his, excuse me 1 second. I'm in Dubai and it's very dry here. The wonder of his venerable presence in our lives makes us all wonder what life was before he had so graciously taken us into his sublime fold. Life was shallow and now deep. It was empty and now spilling over with his love and the love we feel for his creation. I now observe the world with a fresh perspective, loving every tree, mountain, and the skies, all his immaculately crafted landscapes. Gratitude is what fills me to be able to write this forward for this profoundly blessed Sangat, Aarti, whose devotion and love for Guruji knows no bounds and is blessed to be able to articulate her love for him in this wonderfully written book. May Guruji continue to inspire and all Sangat to spread his light so that darkness hiding in the remotest corners of our beings is also eradicated and therefore substituted with his resplendent presence. My humble urge is for each reader to feel Aarti's emotions in her words as it resonates with our own. We will see our own beauty and divinity in the pages of this book as it elevates us to realize our own selves. In the end, our master said, I have come to awaken the Guru within you. Jai Guruji, love and light. Thank you. Over to you, Aarti.
Thank you so much, Auntie. Every word that you say is music to our ears. And I also want to do a sound check. Am I audible? Because I'm outdoors in Shivpuri and it's pouring. So
No,
I don't want the sounds of the rain to interject.
Audible.
Okay, I am. Okay, awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Shukrana Guruji ka. All right. I am going to start my reading. And once again, thank you to this platform. Thank you, Suresh Uncle. Thank you, Anita Auntie. Thank you, Pooja, for the wonderful surprise. So, this book, Tu Hi Tu, the name of this book was based on the fact that Guruji का एक वचन था कि पहले भी मैं, आज भी मैं और अंग्रेजी में. So the most relevant name that came to my mind was Suhitu, because Guruji Angsang, Guruji's ever so omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. और मेरी ये अरदास है हम सबकी तरफ से कि अफकोर्स जो पढ़ रहा है और सुनने वालों का भी गुरुजी के चरणों में हमारा चित्त लगे, so that through this forum where we all come together collectively, we can help each other fall in love with Guruji deeper and grow together spiritually on this journey with Guru Sahib. So with that, I will start the preface. Anita Auntie read the foreword beautifully. She authored that as well. And I'm ever so grateful for that. Jai Guruji, I am humbled before your divine presence, my Lord. You, the Supreme Lord, have bestowed upon my soul the taste of the elixir from your celestial realm. वाकई संगत जी, ये जो सत्संग का अमृत है, and that's why we call it the elixir, इससे खूबसूरत चीज, इससे खूबसूरत दात हमें मिल ही नहीं सकती. And I do want to share some pictures also which are in the box. So this is one of the pictures, and also this. Isn't he so beautiful? Sukrana is a small word, but it aptly captures my gratitude as I embark on this tribute to my beloved Guru Maharaj. This tribute, however, is boundless, transcending the confines of this lifetime, a scene and anant, a simple way to describe it. Now in this book, I have put down my experiences with Guru Sahib, and like we all know, Pandit ji ki satsang ka अंत तो कभी हो ही नहीं सकता. So you know, this is no way I'm saying this is everything, because every moment, even as I'm reading, you know, it's a beautiful satsang in itself. एकांत में मैं यहाँ बैठी हूँ, New Jersey is facing a tropical storm, and I'm sharing these cherished moments with the fellow Sangha. So Sukrana, Sukrana, Sukrana is the way to go. Where do I even begin? Through this divine journey, I wish to offer the readers a glimpse of this magnificent world of spirituality condensed into these few pages. A world far beyond the realms of so-called logic and science. हम सब जानते हैं संगत जी, गुरु जी को लॉजिक और साइंस को फेल करने में बहुत मजा आता था, और गुरु जी कहते थे मेरी दुनिया में कोई एक और बात नहीं, कोई किंतु और परंतु नहीं, ये सब चीजें वहां छोड़ के आओ जहां आप अपनी जुतियां लाकर आओगे. So we have to keep this in mind, and we need to remind ourselves that गुरु जी के दरबार में कोई लॉजिक नहीं चलता, कोई साइंस की थ्योरीज नहीं चलती. अगर चलता है तो सिर्फ वो गुरु जी की डिविनिटी. It was a seemingly random evening in early 1999 when His Holiness allowed me to step into his darbar. Unaware of the profound impact that awaited me, I merely followed my parents' suggestion to join them. Little did I know that my Lord was rewriting the script of my destiny. ये सब भी हम सुन चुके हैं कि गुरुजी से कि एक अच्छा पंडित आपको ये बता सकता है कि आपकी हाथों की लकीरें क्या कह रही, लेकिन सिर्फ एक सच्चा गुरु उन लकीरों को बदल सकता है. And that's what he does. So with that, I will start the first chapter, which is the entrance to Indralok. And here is another picture. I don't know how visible it is, at Bada Mandir. Entrance to the Indralok. And I'll tell you why I called it the Indralok and not the Shivlok. It is a moment etched in my memory forever. My parents, Lieutenant General Aarti Kapur and Mrs. Sheel Kapur, had taken me to meet Guruji the night before my admission into the divine institution. The sight that greeted was awe-inspiring. The radiant face of Guruji sitting on a regal red chair, surrounded by his devoted sangat, his flowing robe added to this majestic presence exuding kindness like an emperor of compassion. So now, to describe it in simpler terms, हमारे गुरु जी बहुत सुंदर थे. उनका जो aura था, वो मैं शब्दों में describe नहीं करती थी. And he was truly an unconventional guru. Because जो आपके मन में कल्पना होती है of a typical guru, Guruji was very different from that. The atmosphere was filled with positivity and melodious shabad in Punjabi language played in the background. Even though I couldn't fully comprehend their meaning, they were soothing to my soul. As we approached Guruji to bow down, to do Mathate, my parents introduced my sister Pooja and me to His Holiness. With a gracious gesture, Guruji invited us to sit closer to him, and in that moment, a divine connection was born. और संगत जी, ये मैं आपको बात बता रही हूँ Empire State Days की. I'm talking about early 90s. Intrigued by my surroundings, I began to observe the Sangat, Guruji's followers, around me. The atmosphere was serene, and people seemed at ease, sitting casually and relaxed. Somewhere in a meditative state, immersed in the devotional music of the Gurbani, Shabad, being played, others appeared to be attentively listening to the soulful verses, absorbing the divine wisdom in them. Now here in this paragraph, I want to emphasize that Guruji ke time pe Gurbani choti. Now, the difference between bhajans and Gurbani is something that was written by the Gurus themselves. And bhajans is what we feel about God. हम उसको लिखते हैं जो हमारी भावनाएं भगवान की तरफ, और गुरबानी और शब्द वो है जो गुरुओं ने लिखी. So there was a lot of emphasis on Gurbani, and Guruji was also very particular about which Gurbani, which ragis. So those are just some of the things I keep sharing as they come to my mind. As a young and curious mind, I couldn't comprehend everything that was happening. But I felt a sense of calm and tranquility in the air. It was as if the worries and the burdens of the world had been temporarily lifted, and everyone present basked in the spiritual aura created by Guruji's pure presence and the sacred surroundings. As the sunset continued to pour in, Guruji warmly greeted each devotee with a radiant smile, acknowledging their presence, gesturing namaskar with folded hands as they paid their respects and did mathate, bowing their heads at his lotus. His interactions with the Sangat were filled with care, joy, and laughter, evident from the smiling faces of those who conversed with him. The atmosphere was thrilling with positivity and a sense of belonging, as if we were all part of an extended spiritual family. So, Guruji के टाइम पे खास बात ये थी कि हमारे गुरुजी इतने humble थे कि literally जो कोई आता था, Guruji would personally greet them. वो अपने हाथों से ऐसे gesture करते थे, and he would usher them to sit. और कई बार वो पूछते थे कि किसके साथ आए हो, किदे नाल आए हो, किन्ने दस्या तुहानू मेरे बारे में. So sometimes he would exchange these little pleasant things as well. But the important point here is that imagine the sole creator of universe, Mahashiv, sitting amongst mere mortals like you and I, and actually acknowledging our presence. This is the beauty of our Mahashiv. After about 45 minutes, Guruji rang a bell, placed on the right side of his table, signaling a sevadar volunteer. Within moments, a tray filled with mithai, sweet prasad, was brought before him. With a graceful gesture, Guruji invited us to come forward and receive the prasad from his hand. There was no prescribed order or formality. We simply formed a line and followed the example set by the other Sangat. As I approached Guruji, I noticed that the prasad he was offering was abundant and overflowing, much more than my hands could hold. What he offered with one hand could not fit into both our hands. It was a beautiful metaphor of the abundance of love and blessings he bestowed upon his devotees without any limits or restrictions. Guruji की कृपा असीम, जैसे एक सूरज अपनी रोशनी बराबर सब पे डालता है, वैसे ही गुरु अपनी कृपा सब पे उड़ेलता है. And it's really up to us and maybe us and our karma and maybe even his kripa कि हम उसको कितना recognize कर सकते हैं, हम उसको कितना receive कर सकते हैं, और अगर हमने receive की है तो हम उसको किस extent तक retain कर सकते हैं. In those moments of receiving prasad from Guruji's hands, I felt an indescribable connection, a sense of divine grace embracing my soul. There were no lectures or formal teachings. The experience itself was enough to ignite a profound spiritual awakening with a little spark within me, which became insatiable. It was as if Guruji's love, wisdom, and blessings were transmitted directly through the simple act of sharing prasad. Now, like I said, Sanjay ji, Guruji जो अपने एक हाथ से देते थे, हमारे दोनों हाथों में समाता था, और आप उस प्रसाद की डिविनिटी, आप उस प्रसाद की महिमा को समझे, जो खुद गुरुजी अपने हाथों से मसल के ब्लेसिंग डालकर एक संगत के मेंबर को अपने हाथ से देते. In Guruji's darbar, there were no rigid rules or rituals. It was an environment of pure love, devotion, and surrender. The energy was contagious, and everyone present became part of a harmonious symphony of faith and spirituality, flowing together with the divine current that Guruji embodied. As I left the darbar that day, I carried with me a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that my soul had encountered something extraordinary, something that would forever change the course of my life. From that moment onward, Guruji became not just a spiritual guide, but the very essence of my existence, guiding me through the journey of life with boundless love and grace. Now we say कि गुरुजी के दरबार में कोई कोइंसिडेंस नहीं होता. गुरुजी वक्त और घड़ी मुकर्रर करते हैं कि वो किस सोल को किसके जरिए किस रीजन से अपने दरबार में बुलाएंगे. लेकिन एक बार आपको गुरुजी के दर का बुलावा आ गया तो संगत जी अपने आप को बेअंत खुशकिस्मत समझिए, क्योंकि imagine amongst the billions of people in this world, he's literally handpicked our souls to make us part of his Shiv Parivar. Is this a big blessing or what? Indeed, the experience of Guruji's Darbar was beyond the realm of logic and science. The abundance of prasad and the continued flow of blessings were a testament to Guruji's divine grace and power. When the second round of prasad arrived, Guruji gestured for us to come forward once again. Despite feeling a little full, I eagerly followed his call, knowing that his prasad held a special significance. अच्छा, now back in the days, वहाँ पर कोई गुरुजी ऐसे भाषण या कोई डिस्कोर्स नहीं होता था, तो आप जो भी सीखते थे ना वो एक दूसरे को देखकर सीखते थे. तो अगर वहाँ किसी ने कहा कि प्रसाद खत्म करना है बिकॉज ये आपके लिए दवाई है, इसको मिठाई समझ के मत खाओ, तो तुरंत that sank in that if Guruji is giving you something, there is a reason. And अगर पेट काफी गुरुजी काफी खिलाते थे और खुला खिलाते थे अपनी संगत, चाय भी, प्रसाद भी, लंगर भी, लेकिन somehow गुरुजी की प्रेजेंस पे सब खाया जाता था back in the day. And there was never a discussion about कि मिर्ची है या तेल है या मीठा ज्यादा है. उस टाइम ऐसा डिसिप्लिन होता था, and maybe that was due to the sheer presence. कि गुरुजी बैठे हैं तो डिसिप्लिन तो ऑटोमेटिकली became an innate part of our nature. And that's how it was कि गुरुजी ऐसे इशारा करते थे और लाइन लग जाती थी और मजा आता था दोबारा वो प्रसाद लेने. As we hesitated about taking some prasad back home, we sought clarification from someone in the Sangat. Idhar dawai, har par mithai. Meaning, they explained that when we eat prasad in Guruji's presence, it becomes blessed and carries healing properties for the individual. However, if we were to take it back home, it would lose that special essence and become like every other mithai. The only exception to this was if Guruji specifically gave prasad with the direction to take it back. Kabhi Guruji, har ke liye bhi can कैंडीज या मिठाई भेजते थे, वो बात फर्क है. लेकिन अगर आपको गुरुजी कुछ अपने हाथों से वहां दे रहे हो, तो दैट इज मेंट टू बी कंज्यूम्ड राइट देयर इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. Though it might have sounded strange, I have witnessed firsthand the miraculous impact of Guruji's prasad on their mother's health. Despite being a diabetic, she had consumed a generous amount of prasad at the darbar the previous night, only to find her sugar levels normal the next day. It was a clear indication of Guruji's divine powers and the potency of his blessings. This was just the beginning of the incredible journey of divine experiences and miracles that unfolded in Guruji's presence. Each interaction, each blessing, and each moment spent in his darbar revealed the boundless love, compassion, and the healing that Guruji showered upon his devotees. His divinity knew no bounds, and he transcended the limitations of the material world, guiding us on a spiritual path that was beyond comprehension. संगत जी, आज भी अगर कोई कहे कि भाई हमें गुरुजी का पूरा समझ आ गया है या हम गुरुजी पे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, तो आई थिंक दैट व्यू इज वेरी फ्लॉड, क्योंकि गुरुजी को आज तक समझ पाना बहुत 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 मुश्किल है. एंड यू नो, माय फादर यूज्ड टू गिव दिस एनालॉजी ऑफ अ टिप ऑफ एन आइसबर्ग, कि आपको जो दिख रहा है वो खाली टिप है, वो आइसबर्ग अंदर कितना गहरा है और कितना बड़ा है उसका हम अंदाजा, we cannot even fathom the depth, and that is the only way we can describe Guruji, कि तेरा अंत किसे नहीं पाया. In Guruji's presence, the laws of nature seemed to bend, and the ordinary became extraordinary. He was not bound by conventional norms or explanations. Instead, he operated on a plane of divine wisdom and grace. It was a world where faith and surrender were the keys to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Through these awe-inspiring experiences, my understanding of spirituality expanded and my connection with Guruji deepened. I came to realize that he was not just a physical being in beautiful robes, but an eternal presence and omnipotent force that resided within the heart of his devotees. Guruji's blessings were not limited by time or space. They transcended all barriers, reaching out to us whenever we needed guidance, strength, or solace. The magic of Guruji's love and grace continued to unfold, enriching every aspect of my life and drawing me closer to the divine realm he embodied. In his darbar, miracles were an everyday occurrence, and I was blessed to be a witness to the miraculous unfolding of his divine play. And this chapter, I started with my first, experience with Guruji. But prior to that, one night before, when my parents had gone to Guruji, we had not accompanied our parents. I still remember that Guruji ने हमारी टॉफीज घर पे दी थी, and he sent a message through my parents कि अगले दिन अपनी बेटियों को भी लेकर आना, and that's how I found myself at his lotus feet. And I'm ever so grateful. I am ever so grateful, because through the darkest of my time, I hold on to the fact that Guruji's got my back. So these are the vessels, my parents, who took us to Guru Sahib. We always say कि जो आपको गुरुजी के दर पे लेकर जाता है, उस सोल का भी बहुत बहुत शुक्राना. So शुक्राना to both Mama and Papa for taking me to my Guru's feet. I'll move on to the next chapter, chapter 2, and the journey continues. Having tasted the elixir of Guruji's darbar, we found ourselves irresistibly drawn back for more. Days turned into weeks and months, and the magnetic pull of his presence only grew stronger. No matter how exhausted we were after college or how tired my father was after a long day at work, the yearning to be in Guruji's divine presence was unceasing. This is true, Sangat ji. एक ऐसी pitch होती थी कि रोज ऐसे लगता था कि कुछ भी हो लाइफ में, रोज गुरुजी के पास बस जाना ही जाना है. मे बी वो उनका बुलावा था, मे बी वो हमारी खुशकिस्मती थी कि हमें वो खिंच गुरुजी ने पैदा कराई. Upon entering the satsang, a remarkable transformation would occur. The weight of fatigue and stress seemed to melt, and a serene calm enveloped us. In that sacred space, worries and anxieties had no power. They simply couldn't touch us. The time spent in satsang was a blissful immersion in pure divinity. It was only upon leaving the darbar that we would gradually return to the realities of the life. It is true, Sangat ji, कि जब आप गुरुजी के पास बैठे होते थे ना, तो ना पिछला ना कुछ अगला किसी चीज की ऐसे लगता था, कोई फिक्र ही नहीं है. There is nothing that can touch us, and we are in that comforting bubble, and we never wanted to leave that space. वो तो आप जब गुरुजी से छुट्टी लेकर वापस निकलते थे तो ऐसे लगता था कि now you are in touch with reality again. Yet the profound impact of the satsang would linger within us, like an eternal flame that illuminated our soul. Each visit became a cherished memory, and the longing to be in Guruji's presence remained an ever-present thread in the tapestry of our lives. As a curious teenager, with a penchant for questioning the status quo, I was filled with numerous inquiries about the practices in Guruji's darbar. One of the puzzling aspects for me was why people would lovingly press Guruji's hands and feet. Now, I told you that in the first chapter, there is a reason why I wrote Indralok. Because when I first walked into Guruji's darbar, I still remember he was wearing this beautiful pink robe. And, there was an auntie who was pressing his hands. There was another auntie who was pressing his feet. और एक आंटी थी जो पीछे कुर्सी के पीछे से हमको कंधा दबा रही थी. So as I'm walking down the aisle to see Guruji, my first impression was कि अरे हम तो इंद्रलोक में आ गए and आसपास सारी अप्सराएं हैं जो सेवा कर रही. And that's why I connected that to Indralok itself. And this was a question in my mind, why are people pressing his hands and feet? And kaise, like a true guru, like a true antaryami, he answers everything. Kyunki bin bolya sab kuch janda, that is a sign of a God, and he is God, right? So then another question was the significance of sharing satsang. As some experiences seem too personal to be shared publicly, these doubts lingered in my mind, but as the time went on, I began to understand the profound meaning behind these practices. Praising the Lord not only helps others connect, but it helps us to expiate our own karmic debt. So, Sankaji, anything that happened in Guruji's darbar happened for a reason, because our Guru was a very practical Guru. So, जो भी उन्होंने practices, जो norms, जो प्रथाएं शुरू करी, उसके पीछे बहुत ही गूढ़ रहस्य एक meaning होता था, and that's why we should hold on to those practices and traditions and not lose it as we start to see new things and new practices. Keep it simple. Guruji ने एक path को हमारे लिए pave किया है. All we have to do is follow that path. We don't need to reinvent the wheel ever. In the presence of Guruji, I observed a diverse congregation, including technocrats, bureaucrats, politicians, top defense brass, and high-profile doctors, amongst others. Initially, I wondered why there were fewer representations from the underprivileged sections of the society. However, as I delved deeper into the essence of Guruji's teaching, I realized that he is beyond the boundaries of social distinction. In his darbar, all are one. गुरुजी के दरबार में सब बराबर हैं, और यही एक रीजन था कि गुरुजी एक थाली में 4 लोगों को खिलाते थे, और यूजुअली वो 4 लोग एक फैमिली के नहीं होते थे. आपकी जिसके साथ दारी आ जाए, आप उसके साथ लंगर बांट के खाओगे. And this was a sign, this was the way of Guruji telling us in the most practical terms कि मेरे लिए मेरी सारी संगत बराबर. Guruji's darbar attracts people from all walks of life. His love knows no discrimination. He is the universal Lord, embracing every soul with the same compassion. The individuals sitting at the feet, regardless of their social status, are drawn by this inexplicable pull towards the divine. It became evident that these powerful and influential individuals sought something beyond just the worldly being, a spiritual transformation, solace, and inner peace that transcended material desires, things that influence or money could not buy. अब ये सोचने की बात है संदीप जी that we would see the creme de la creme of Delhi, very important, very busy people, अपने सूट बूट में आकर शाम को चौकड़ी मारते गुरु जी के चरण में बैठे. तो सोचने की बात है that people of that profile, obviously they are getting something from that place. तभी वो अपना वक्त निकालकर गुरु जी के चरणों में बैठने आ रहे हैं. And that was a very telling scenario that people from all walks of life are coming into the darbar. But another thought that plagued my mind was कि ये सारे बड़े influential लोग हैं और पर सारे जो less privileged हैं, वो not as privileged as these people, वो संगत कहाँ पर है और वो भी कैसे गुरुजी ने नजारा दिखाया, कैसे गुरुजी like I said, आपके मन की बात सुनते हैं और right time पे आपको उसका जवाब देते हैं. Over time, I began to cherish moments more, and even today, I find solace in revisiting those memories in my mind. The mere thought of Guruji's darbar becomes an instant pick-me-up, filling my heart with joy and tranquility. Now, this statement is so true, Sangatji, and I'm speaking about myself, that मुझे इतनी खुशी, इतना सुकून, इतना passion, किसी और चीज में मेरे को इतना interest नहीं, not my professional life, not the chores that I have to do at home. What really sparks my soul is just doing my Guru's stuff. So thank you, Guruji, for giving me this seva, and I hope I do this till my last breath. As my understanding deepened, I realized that the true essence of Guruji's teaching lies in selflessness, compassion, and universal love, a treasure that is accessible to all who seek it with sincerity and devotion. The essence of satsang is beautifully captured in the saying, "Jo satsang kare, uska bhi kalyan, aur jo satsang sune, uska bhi kalyan." This profound truth emphasizes that engaging in satsang, the act of sharing and listening to spiritual experiences, brings blessings and well-being to both the speaker and the listener. It is a divine exchange of energy that enriches the heart and mind of all involved. Guruji's analogy of being flowing matlab behti Ganga, which is a holy river in India, represents his boundless love and compassion, which are available to all, like the sacred waters of the holy river. He encourages us to share the knowledge present to as many people as possible, so that they too may benefit from his divine grace. Indeed, Guruji does not require any form of marketing, for he is the embodiment of concept, the ultimate divine consciousness. He took human form to bless his Sangat, guiding us towards liberation from the cycle of birth and death. As a complete Guru, he holds the keys to unlocking the spiritual potential within us, leading us to freedom and ultimate fulfillment. Guruji would often say, Sangat ji, कि मैं तुम्हें इस भव सागर से पार लगवाने आया. तो ये भव सागर क्या है? ये भव सागर ये इस दुनिया की रियलिटी, मोह, माया, लोभ, अहंकार, हम सब इस भव सागर में ऐसे डूबे हुए हैं और इन 5 शोरों से हम सब पीड़ित हैं. And Guruji has come into our life to actually elevate our souls and remove us from this plane and prep us to take the onward journey. इसके बारे में बहुत आसानी से भूल जाते हैं. हमें लगता है कि जो है वो सब कुछ यही है और हम यहाँ परमानेंटली आए हैं, लेकिन नहीं. एंड गुरुजी ने कैसे हर चीज प्रैक्टिकली सामने हमें करके दिखाई. अगर महाशिव अपना खुद जन्म लेकर अपना चोला त्याग सकते हैं, करोड़ों लोगों को जीवन देने वाले अपना खुद चोला त्याग सकते हैं, तो वो हमें क्या सीख देना चाह रहे हैं? So understanding the true intent of satsang, I realized that it serves to spread awareness, not just for the benefit of the speaker, but for the collective good of all beings. And this is the reason why we've all come here together, so that we can read about Guruji once again, remind ourselves, reinforce certain messages, so that we help not just ourselves, but everyone around us. By praising a true Guru and sharing his teachings, we purify our karma and uplift ourselves spiritually. It is a selfless act of devotion, a way to express gratitude for the profound transformation that Guruji brings into our life. In the divine presence of Guruji, satsang becomes a sacred communion, an opportunity to dive deep into the ocean of wisdom and love. It is a timeless journey of spiritual growth and realization, where the bonds of ego and separateness dissolve, and we become one with the cosmic consciousness. Through the satsang, we align ourselves with the eternal truth, experiencing the bliss of divine oneness. The healing power of Guruji's touch is truly miraculous. People would press Guruji's hand and feet, and in return they experience relief from their ailments. तो गुरुजी जो अपने आप को दबाते थे, वो खुद के लिए नहीं करते थे, वो उस संगत का कल्याण बख्शने के लिए गुरुजी आपको सेवा ये मौका देते थे कि आप उनको दबाओ जिससे आपके कष्ट मिटे. I vividly recall an auntie who was suffering from leg pain. When Guruji graciously allowed her to press his leg, she experienced relief from her pain. These experiences are a testament to the divine energies that flows through Guruji and how his presence can alleviate physical and emotional suffering. इसमें मुझे एक और सत्संग याद आ रहा है कि जब गुरुजी ने मेरी मम्मा को घुटने को बोला, तो मम्मा से जो चौकड़ी मार्केट की आसानी से बैठा नहीं जाता था, उनको घुटने में काफी दर्द रहती थी. तो घुटते टाइम गुरुजी ने अपना पांव उनके घुटने पे रखा, एंड संगत जी सिंह के बाद उस घुटने में कभी दर्द नहीं हुई. नाउ हाउ डू यू साइंटिफिकली एक्सप्लेन दिस कि कोई दवाई नहीं, आपने कुछ नहीं किया, नियरली बाय दैट टच कि गुरुजी ने अपना पांव रखा उस घुटने पे और वो दर्द का है. So it proves the point that his presence can actually alleviate physical as well as emotional suffering. Visiting Guruji's birthplace, Dugri Gaon, in the Malerkotla district of Punjab was a heavenly experience. It was an opportunity to witness a different facet of Guruji's Sangat, which was distinct from what I had seen in Delhi. In Punjab, I encountered devotees with profound love and devotion who were deeply connected to Guruji. Their expression of love and dedication was heartwarming, and I witnessed Guruji showering them with boundless affection. So like I said, पहले मैंने अपनी reading में बोला था कि वो सोच that where is the other facet of Guruji's Sangat. I got to see a completely different side of the Sangat when I went to Dugri with Guruji, and I got my answer कि Guruji सबके, और जो गुरुजी के पास नहीं आ सकता, Guruji finds a way to reach out to them. Guruji's compassion knows no bounds. He would often say that if people are needy and unable to reach him, he finds a way to reach them. This exemplifies Guruji's selflessness and his commitment to helping those in need. आप ये सोचिए संगत जी कि कितना प्यार करते हैं गुरुजी अपनी संगत से, और हमें भी अपने रोम रोम में अपने गुरु के प्रति वो इश्क को पैदा करना है, वो कहते हैं उत्तेजित करना है, that we, every cell of our body is in love with Guruji and thinks about Guruji at all times. And something else comes to mind, which I learned very recently myself, that there's a difference between जाप and सिमरन. हम कहते हैं जाप वो होता है जो हम करते हैं, सिमरन वो होता है जो हमसे हो जाता है, ऑटोमेटिकली हमारे दिल के अंदर सिमरन चलता है, और हमें अपने मन को उस अवस्था पे लेकर आना है कि हम गुरु का This exemplifies Guruji's selflessness and his commitment to helping those in need. He does not restrict his divine grace to a select few, but showers it upon all those who seek his blessings with a sincere heart. That visit to Dugri Gaon was truly an eye-opener, revealing the vastness and inclusivity of Guruji's love. It served as a reminder that his divine presence is accessible to all, regardless of their background, economic strata, or circumstances. The memories of that visit remain etched in my heart. And whenever I close my eyes and think about those times, I am filled with joy and peace. It becomes a constant lifts me up, rejuvenating my spirit and reminding me of the profound love and grace of Guruji. So a few more pictures. And with this, I've completed 2 chapters. What I do want to say as we wrap up this session that I really enjoyed reliving these moments. In fact, as I was reading this book word for word, it transported me back to those times. And I was able to focus on just being present and sharing his glory. And I hope as listeners, you guys were also able to focus your kids on Guruji's charan. So once again, grateful for this seva. Thank you, Suresh Uncle. Thank you, Anita Auntie. Thank you to all the listeners. कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो संगत जी, तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. I look forward to coming back again next week at the same time and reading the next couple chapters as we go forward on this journey together. Shukrana Guruji, Jai Guruji. Om Namah Shivaya, Siddhi Sada Sahay. Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Sahay.
Shukrana to our ever gracious, loving Guruji Maharaj. Thank you so much, Anita Auntie, for a wonderfully read forward. Aarti, what a blissful reading. And truly this satsang sharing transports us back to the days. It's truly a trip down memory lane. Thank you so much for this beautiful experience. And may we all continue to spread Guruji's love and light. Jai Guruji, Jai Guruji, Jai Guruji. Shukrana Guruji. Over to you, Suresh Uncle.
Jai Guruji Maharaj. I'll again say Jai Guruji Maharaj. I'll again say Jai Guruji Maharaj. आरती आंटी, जब से मैंने कपूर अंकल के सत्संग सुने थे और जब उन्होंने जय गुरुजी महाराज का जो ये स्लोगन, मैं स्लोगन ही कहूँगा, जो सुना था, बहुत अच्छा लगा. और वही संस्कार आप में है. आपकी ब्लिसफुल डिवाइन संगत शेयरिंग है हुई है आज. आपकी रीडिंग बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हुई है. मैं तनुज कपूर आंटी जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ. तनुज आंटी.
जय गुरु जी अंकल जी. जैसे आप और सभी बाकी संगत is mesmerized and like Aarti said, that transported back to those beautiful, wonderful times spent with Guruji, his loving presence, his grace. So I think every time someone shares a satsang or, they pour out their heart into words and write their thanks and gratitude to Guruji as a tribute, I think we all relive those moments, and the Sangat who didn't get the opportunity to meet Guru Maharaj in the, human avatar, I think they too are blessed and get absorbed in the love that pours out from the Sangat sharing. So I think I'll just thank Aarti Auntie immensely for, like you said, that once again reliving time spent with Guruji, thanking him for his blessings, because I wish more people would pen down their blessings so that it doesn't only remain as YouTube videos, they should come in print and in writing, in books, because those are for keeps. Memories for keeps, blessings for years, blessings always, like Guru Maharaj said. And I think this is the way to preserve his blessings and take his divinity forward, his guidance forward. So many, many thanks, Aarti Auntie, and Shukrana, Uncle Ji, for, asking me to just say a few words. Jai Guruji Maharaj.
सेवादार टीम आपका स्वागत करती है। ओवर टू यू पूजा आंटी।
जय गुरुजी, जय Guruji Satsangat, and we have Aarti Auntie with us, and she'll be sharing a blissful journey with Guruji Maharaj. And today we have chapter 3 and 4 of Tuhitu. Aarti, over to you. You're not audible.
All right, I'm going to try again.
Yes.
Guru Maharaj ki jai. Namaste to Guruji. Shukrana to everybody. Also, Pyar Bhara Jai Guruji to everybody who's listening. Thank you, Multilingual Platform, for this opportunity. I will be continuing the reading of Tu Hi Tu, which is this book written to do Guruji's Ustat. It captures some of the experiences, some of the satsangs that I have experienced with Guruji. And like I said the last time as well, कि सत्संग्स को कंपाइल करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि सत्संग्स का कभी कोई अंत हो ही नहीं सकता. So you don't know from where to start and where to end. But this is just, my simple, humble dedication at his lotus feet. So last week I had read the first 2 chapters, like Puja Auntie mentioned. And I also talked about why I named this Tu Hi Tu, kyunki kal aaj kal, Guruji Ang Sang. So the first 2 chapters were basically just an introduction, how, we got admission into Empire State, my initial sort of impressions, और उसी जर्नी को आज कंटिन्यू करेंगे. तो like I had said कि गुरुजी का जो प्यार है संगत के लिए, संगत जी, that's always been very unconditional, and small examples to illustrate that. कि एक बार की बात है कि मम्मा पापा सुबह के निकले हुए थे, तो रास्ते में MG रोड, एम्पायर स्टेट पड़ा. तो ऑब्वियसली मन में हमेशा ये ख्याल आता है कि चलो अब 7 बजने वाले हैं, तो गुरुजी को मत्था टेक कर ही घर जाएंगे. वैसे तो थक गए हैं, सुबह के निकले हुए हैं, तो बस मत्था टेक के घर चले जाएंगे. एंड वहां जाकर जब वो पहुंचे, तो चाय के बाद जब जाने लगे, तो गुरुजी लुक्ड एट माय डैड, ही सेड, की गल है जनरल साहब, घर जाके अंडा ब्रेड ही तो खानी है, यहाँ लंगर करके जाना. सिंपल थिंग्स लाइक दीज कि कितना गुरुजी ध्यान रखते हैं, कि उनको पता था कि सुबह के निकले हुए हैं, थके हुए हैं, एंड ही सेड नहीं, डोंट गो, लंगर करके जाना. अनदर एग्जांपल was that गुरुजी कई बार अक्सर शादियों के इनवाइट्स दिया करते थे. और एक दिन की बात है कि गुरुजी वाज गेटिंग रेडी टू लीव फॉर अ वेडिंग. किसी की 5 स्टार में शादी थी, तो गुरुजी वैसे ही बहुत अच्छी तरह से तैयार होते थे. तो हम लोग तो वैसे ही चले गए थे इन वेरी वेरी कैजुअल क्लोथ्स. सो गुरुजी बाहर मिल गए. सो ही टेल्स पापा के जनरल साहब तुसी भी चलो, ਅਸੀਂ ताज जा रहे हैं, I don't remember which hotel. And my dad's looking, because वो तो simple t-shirt और pant में आए हुए थे, and he's looking at Guruji. He said, Guruji इस तरह इन कपड़ों में? And Guruji laughs and he says, क्यों, तू व्याह कराने? And again, a very small thing, but it speaks volumes about how much he cares. So with that, I am going to start my reading, chapter 3.
This is one of my favorite pictures of Guru Sahib. And the chapter is called My Personal Experiences Start to Cement My Faith. The wonders and miracles of Guru Maharaj were not just hearsay. I had personally witnessed them with my own eyes. So this is the reason why we share satsang, because in this Kali Yuga, everybody is looking for example. Everybody is looking for, कि इसका proof क्या है, इसका प्रमाण क्या है. And that's why when we share, hey, I am right in front of you and this is what I've experienced, it sort of helps cement our faith. And our faith gets cemented when we personally, more than just hearing somebody share a satsang, when we personally get to experience those miracles, His grace, तब हमारा faith और भी strong हो जाता है. I had seen magical transformations and healing occur in the presence of Guruji, and my own life was touched by divine moments. One such unforgettable incident took place at Empire State, also known as Chota Mandir on MG Road in Gurgaon. On a random evening just before leaving, I mustered the courage to seek Guruji's blessings specifically for my economics exam. This is one of my, most, just कहते हैं ना, closest to the heart satsang. Mera favorite satsang is this one. To my surprise, Guruji started asking me questions on topics of elasticity, supply and demand, one after the other. An auntie sitting next to him, who was affectionately pressing his feet, pointed out that Guruji was actually giving me the exact questions that would appear in my examination paper. I took a mental note of those questions, studied them again at home, and miraculously, with Guruji's divine guidance, I passed the Delhi University economics exam with distinction. It was then that I realized that there was much more to Guruji's darbar than just a feel-good factor. His powers of foresight and forewarning were truly awe-inspiring. Guruji's abilities went beyond the confines of science and logic. Now, I'll take a minute to explain this. We always say कि गुरुजी के दरबार में कभी कोई कोइंसिडेंस नहीं होता, राइट? और हम जाते हैं गुरुजी के बुलावे पे. गुरुजी वक्त और घड़ी मुकर्रर करते हैं, तब हमारा आमना सामना गुरुजी के साथ होता है. So everything is happening by His design. And Guruji really knows who needs what. And Guruji used to say कि सबके लिए एक इंजेक्शन नहीं होता. So इसका कहने का भाव ये कि हर कोई सोल, ये जर्नी जो है ये सोल्स की है. ये जो हमारा शरीर है, it's like a cloth. ये शरीर हमने यहीं छोड़ के चले जाना है. But this journey is an onward journey of the souls, and Guruji knows that on this plane who needs what and how much and when. And like a good teacher understands the caliber of his students, and he understands whether this student is still in kindergarten or is the student ready for PhD. And uske hisab se Guruji will come down to your level to show you things, to explain things, to make you realize in ways that you will understand. Guruji कहते थे कि कलयुग में लोग रब को भूल गए हैं, और मैं ये दिखाने आया हूँ कि रब क्या होता है. और अलग अलग तरीके से, अलग अलग जैसे कहते हैं ना जरिए से गुरुजी ने वो practically demonstrate करके दिखाया. So this was his way of showing to me that, hey, you're a student. Academics is very important for you. Probably it's more important than any other issues, because right or wrong, we took health for granted. तो जब मैं लोगों के health के सत्संग सुनती थी, तो I never used to be that blown away. But this satsang had such an everlasting impact. Why? Because I was at that phase and that stage of my life. So I had personally witnessed my mother's sugar levels normalize after consuming an abundance of sweet prasad, a feat that defied medical explanations. It was evident that Guruji possessed the unique ability to scan our lives, see our past, and predict our future. He knew exactly what was happening within the four walls of our homes, understanding our innermost thoughts and actions. This realization only deepened my faith and belief in Guruji's divine presence. He is all-knowing and compassionate. His all-knowing and compassionate nature reassured me that I was in the presence of a true master, one who could guide and protect me through life's journey. As I continued to experience these divine moments, my devotion to Guruji grew stronger, and my understanding of the boundless love and grace he bestowed upon his devotees expanded. Several days after the miraculous incident with my economics exam, I was at my college campus when my dad's phone rang. Without thinking much about answering the unknown number, which I normally don't receive, I picked up my call, and to my surprise, I instantly recognized the unforgettable voice. It was Guruji calling me. He asked me lovingly, "Ki kar rahi hai?" which translated to, "What are you doing?" At that moment, I was in the company of my friends, and my heart started racing. I immediately walked ahead of my group to speak privately. Surrounded by classmates, I felt a sense of embarrassment. How could I explain to them that the master of the universe was calling me? Excuse me. This is another amazing satsang, and I really relish and cherish this one as well. So एक बार की बात है कि हम कॉलेज कैंपस के बाहर बैठे थे और मेरा फोन बजता है, और उस दिन मेरे पास पापा का फोन था. तो जो मैंने फोन उठाया, पहले तो नॉर्मली आप अननोन नंबर्स, जो सेव्ड नंबर्स नहीं है, आप वो उठाते नहीं हो, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई गुरुजी की कृपा रही होगी कि मैंने वो फोन उठा लिया. एंड जैसे ही उठाया, मैं गुरुजी की आवाज पहचान गई, और मैं अपनी सहेलियों के साथ बैठी थी और मैं खड़ी हो गई और मैं थोड़ा सा आगे चलने लगी, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहती थी कि जो मेरे आसपास मेरे दोस्त मित्र बैठे हैं वो उनको पता चले कि कि किसी गुरुजी का फोन आया है. और अगेन छोटी सोच कि मुझे लगा था कि इट्स सो अनकूल दैट व्हाट आर दीस पीपल गोइंग टू थिंक दैट व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अ गर्ल इज शी इज सो वियर्ड, शी हैज गुरुज कॉलिंग हर ऑन हर सेल फोन. So with that in mind, I got up, and as soon as I said hello, I recognized in Guruji very lovingly. He said, "Ki kar rahi hai?" So आगे पढ़ती हूँ. It may have been shallow thinking, but that was my initial reaction. Little did I know that in the future, I would treasure a phone call from Guruji more than anything else in the world. And yes, I do want to say it again and again, that I would literally give an arm and a leg to relive, to re-experience those moments in this state of consciousness with Guruji. क्योंकि जब हम गुरुजी के आमने सामने थे तो हमारी आंखों के ऊपर पर्दा पड़ा था, हमें तो पता ही नहीं था कि चल क्या रहा है. So in a hushed tone, I responded, "Guruji, I'm in college and I have my dad's phone." He lovingly repeated what I said in Punjabi, acknowledging the situation. He said to me, "अच्छा, डैडी दा फोन तेरे कोल है?" तो गुरुजी ने एग्जैक्टली जो मैंने बोला उसको वर्ड फॉर वर्ड रिपीट किया. डैडी दा फोन तेरे कोल है, शामी आ जाई, डैडी नु नाल लेकर आई और मम्मी नु घर छड़ के आई. So this meant, all right, you have your dad's phone, come to my darbar tonight, bring your dad with you, and leave your mom at home. I felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I couldn't believe that Guruji was inviting us one-to-one in his darbar again. So that feeling, can you imagine? कि एक तो फोन कॉल आना, उस एक्साइटमेंट को प्रोसेस करना, और उस फोन कॉल के थ्रू गुरुजी का खुद से सामने से इनविटेशन आना कि आप आओ, मेरे दरबार में आओ. और संगत जी उस टाइम तक specific संगत डेज शुरू हो चुके थे. So Guruji was not giving darshan all 7 days. Guruji used to sit from Thursday through Sunday. और कई लोगों को तो बड़ा स्पेसिफिकली बोला था कि आप थर्सडे को आओ, आप फ्राइडे को आओ, आप सैटरडे को आओ, unless you're bringing new संगत. But हमें ऐसा कोई स्पेसिफिक डे नहीं मिला था. But that day when I got the phone call, it was a Monday, so it was a non-sangat day. So that excitement of just being one-to-one with Guruji without any fellow sangat around me was like next level. So after college was over, I called my dad while on my way to the office in his way to his office in Connaught Place. I informed him about Guruji's summon and urged him to join me for the visit. We reached home, quickly freshened up and prepared to leave. I remember it was a non-Sangat day as Guruji had reduced the number of days the Darbar was open to public from daily to 4 days a week. My mom asked where we were off to, and we told her that Guruji had called us but had instructed us to leave her at home. Though she was visibly disappointed, Guruji's hukum, Guruji's order, had to be followed. The pull of Guruji's love and presence was so strong that nothing else mattered. We knew we had to be in his darbar, so we went, eager to receive his blessings and guidance. When we reached the Chota Mandir, we were greeted by Sudamaji and Colonel Joshi, who were expecting us. They ushered us into Guruji's bedroom, where Maharaj was sitting comfortably on the couch with his legs crossed. Guruji was in a light mood, playing with his flip phone and engaging in casual conversation about the current state of affairs. In a few minutes, Guruji was served a drink in a covered silver glass. He took one sip and graciously offered me the rest to drink. My joy knew no bounds. As I tasted the divine nectar of coconut water, it was hands down the best drink in the whole world, and I relished every last drop of it. So like I said, it was a non-Sangat day. There was hardly anybody in Chota Mandir. As soon as we came in, वहाँ जोशी अंकल थे, सुदामा भैया थे, they were expecting us, और उन्होंने हमें इशारा किया कि आप गुरुजी के कमरे के अंदर चले जाइए, और हम गुरुजी के कमरे के अंदर चले गए. वहाँ हमने देखा कि महाराज, गुरु महाराज चौकड़ी मारकर जो उनका जिसने भी बेडरूम देखा है एम्पायर स्टेट में, उनके पीछे वाली दीवार के साथ एक काउच लगा हुआ है. उस काउच के ऊपर गुरुजी बैठे थे और बहुत ही लाइट मूड में थे, और उनके हाथ में एक छोटा सा फ्लिप फोन था जिसके साथ गुरुजी, you know, he was just playing with it. And then he started engaging in a lot of intelligent conversation. जो भी current state of affairs थी उसके बारे में चर्चा शुरू हो गई. और I remember Guruji was asking questions to my dad about the Kargil war. Then there was this infamous Baba in news for a long time. I'm forgetting his name. उसके बारे में कोई बात शुरू हुई थी, और मेरे को अच्छी तरह से याद नहीं कि exactly क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन थी, बट कुछ ऐसी लाइट टाइप की कॉन्वर्सेशन चल रही थी. और उसके बाद उनके कमरे में एक ढका हुआ ग्लास आया. अब गुरुजी का प्रसाद इतनी अदब से उनको ऑफर किया जाता था कि देखना मुश्किल होता था कि उस ग्लास के कंटेंट्स क्या है, क्योंकि वो पूरा ढका होता था. तो गुरुजी ने उसका एक सिप लिया और बाकी उन्होंने अपना हाथ आगे बढ़ाकर मुझे दे दिया. ही सेड, एले पी ले तेरा प्रसाद. और जब संगत जी वो ग्लास मैंने हाथ में लिया और सिप लिया, तब मुझे पता चला कि ये नारियल पानी है. एंड इट वाज द मोस्ट डिवाइन टेस्टिंग नेक्टर. नारियल पानी उससे पहले भी और उसके बाद भी बहुत बार पिया है, लेकिन उस नारियल पानी की जो गुरुजी ने अपने हाथों से दिया उसकी तुलना ही नहीं हो सकती. A while later, Guruji made a call to an auntie from the Sangat named Santo Auntie. At that moment, we had no idea who he was calling, but he asked her, "Ki banaya hai?" which meant, "What have you cooked today?" She must have replied something to Guruji, though we couldn't hear her response. Soon after, Guruji said, "Chal fir tayari kar le, asi log aa rahe hain," instructing her to get the dinner ready. As we were all coming, he said this to her in Punjabi and then hung up the phone. So Guruji ने उसके बाद किसी को फोन घुमाया और हमें उस वक्त नहीं पता कि गुरुजी किससे बात कर रहे हैं, और हम सिर्फ ये सुन सकते थे जो गुरुजी पूछ रहे हैं. I couldn't hear the responses of the other person on the line. We did not even know हम किसके पास जा रहे हैं, किससे गुरुजी बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं हमें पता था. तो उन्होंने सिर्फ ये पूछा कि आज की बनाया है और तैयारी कर ले, ਅਸੀਂ आ रहे हैं. That's all. And one of the most beautiful aspects of Guruji Sangat Parivar, more so now, is the instant bond formed with just two powerful words, Jai Guruji. आज की तारीख में भी this is true कि आप किसी से भी आप फोन उठाकर अगर आप ये दो लफ्ज बोल दें, जय गुरुजी, तो ऐसा लगता है कि एक इंस्टेंट रिश्ता बन गया है. Then we don't need to know कि आपका जी नाम क्या है, आप कहाँ से फोन कर रहे हो, आपकी qualification क्या है, आपका economic strata क्या है, कौन से आपके religious beliefs क्या हैं. It doesn't matter. आपने जय गुरु जी बोल दिया और आप उसी टाइम ऐसा लगता है अरे ये तो अपने गुरु परिवार का है. तो वो बॉन्ड बहुत जल्दी बनता है. बैक इन द डेज हम जय गुरु जी नहीं करते थे, गुरु जी को सिर्फ नमस्ते बोलते थे. बट संगत परिवार का इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग कनेक्ट था कि अगर गुरु जी फोन करके बोल रहे हैं कि असी आ रहे हैं, तो फिर गुरु और गुरु की संगत का जो वेलकम किया जाता था, अगर आप शादियों में भी चले, जो those of you who have attended those weddings with Guruji will attest to the fact कि बारातियों का ऐसा स्वागत नहीं होगा जैसे गुरुजी की संगत का होता था. एक स्पेशल अलग enclosure बनता था for Guruji and his संगत, and it was delightful in ways more than one. So with these words, a strong connection is established, and Guruji would often remind us that the sangat is our real family. He taught us to live life to the fullest, celebrating with sangat, dances in his darbar on festive occasions, and enjoying the most delicious langar prasad that had the power to relieve us of physical ailments. Love flowed freely in his presence, and there was no better place than being part of his divine sangat, and that holds true till today. So when I'm talking about love flowing and a free, open atmosphere, I'm not saying that, we would compromise on discipline or every day we would be dancing in front of Guruji. No, मैं ये नहीं कह रही. मैं कह रही हूँ special occasions पे गुरुजी कभी-कभी अपने दरबार में dance कराते थे. और भाव ये है कि गुरुजी अपनी संगत को बहुत प्यार करते थे और अपनी संगत को बहुत importance देते थे. बहुत सिग्निफिकेंस, जैसे कहते हैं ना हाथों पे उठा के रखना. अपने रिश्तेदार, अपने घर वाले वो नहीं कर सकते जो आपका गुरु आपके लिए करता है संगत जी. The account of that night continues to replay in my mind. Guruji summoned Colonel Joshi as they prepared to head out to get his car ready. Guruji casually mentioned that he would come in General Kapur's car. My dad asked our driver, Mishra Ji, to bring the car around, and he was initially going to sit in the front seat. However, Guruji intervened and commanded him to sit with Colonel Joshi, while he himself sat in the back seat of our car next to me. The thrill of having the opportunity to ride next to the Lord himself was indescribable. Even today, I find it difficult to put into words the immense joy I felt at that moment. While I was overwhelmed with happiness, I also felt a sense of nervousness being so close to Guruji. The aura around him emitted a heavenly fragrance from all 10 doors, referring to the 10 energy chakras in Sikhism, which I got the rare privilege to see and inhale from. It felt as if Guruji was bestowing his blessings upon me, opening his Pandora's box of blessings and showering them all on me. It was as if he was providing insurance coverage for my life ahead, foreseeing everything that lay ahead for me. That evening, being face to face with the Lord remains the highlight of my life to this day. The memory of the divine encounter will remain etched in my heart forever. So I don't know उस दिन क्या खास कृपा गुरुजी कर रहे थे, but it sure felt like it. It felt very, very special. Imagine the joy of sitting next to Guruji. It's unimaginable. And then getting to smell the 10 द्वार. मुझे नहीं पता था क्या हो रहा था, क्यों हो रहा था, किस लिए हो रहा था. Best known to Guruji, then best known to Guruji even now. But that day is literally etched in my heart so clearly. And anytime Sangatji, I am feeling down, I try to relive those memories in that moment and just try to remind myself of that connect that Guruji was watching over us then, and Guruji is watching over us now. And I do want to give a little perspective here that anytime a problem presents itself, and it could be, related to health, it could be related to finances, it could be relationships, it could be all of the above, it could be losing a loved one. Just tell yourself that this is temporary. And the moment you tell yourself that this is not going to last forever, trust me, you will not find yourself blaming as much as you normally would. It's all about that context setting that you have to do in your mind. These are some special pictures as well. Guruji ki, Chota Mandir, Empire State ki, और Guruji ki चरणों की. Moving on to chapter 4, getting a priceless gift for life. The love and appreciation Guru Maharaj received from his Sangat were reciprocated with unmatched warmth and affection. It was heartwarming to see some people bringing boxes of chocolates and other small tokens of love for him. Although he would distribute everything back amongst his devotees, the joy of offering something to him was truly ineffable. On my birthday of year 2001, I mustered the courage to present him with a box of chocolates. With his characteristic grace, he accepted the gift and then handed it over to another auntie from the Sangat, Roma auntie. However, the most precious moment for me was when he removed his plain maroon juttis and said, "Le chak tera prasad," meaning, take my shoes, it's your prasad. So let me explain this paragraph in Hindi. तो गुरुजी के पास जब जाना शुरू कर दिया था तो कुछ साल ऑब्जर्व करते करते ये देखा कि कई बार संगत छोटी छोटी चीजें गुरुजी के लिए लेकर आती थी. एंड आई विल से इट अगेन दैट हमारी कोई औकात नहीं है कि हम गुरुजी को कुछ दे सकें. बस वो एक भाव होता है कि तुम्हारे मन में अगर कोई थॉट आई है, एंड वो भी आई थिंक इट्स इंस्पायर्ड बाय गुरुजी, कि आई वांट टू टेक समथिंग स्मॉल फॉर गुरुजी. That was inspired by, I saw a couple people, अगर कोई vacation से आता था तो कोई छोटी छोटी चीजें, कोई imported socks, कोई chocolates, ऐसी चीजें गुरुजी को देते थे. So मैंने भी मन में सोचा कि बर्थडे पे मैं भी गुरुजी को चॉकलेट्स का बॉक्स लूंगी. एंड बैक इन द डेज, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अर्ली 2000s, इतनी अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं होती थी ऑफ बॉक्स्ड इंपोर्टेड चॉकलेट्स जो आप ऑफर कर सकते हो, राइट? तो बॉक्स ढूंढा एंड फिर बड़ा चाव था कि गुरुजी को ये मैं ऑफर करूंगी, एंड इफ गुरुजी एक्सेप्ट्स एंड ही ओपन्स, मे बी ही विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट एंड इवन आई विल गेट अ पीस फ्रॉम दैट बॉक्स. बट जैसे ही मैंने गुरुजी को वो बॉक्स ऑफर किया, उन्होंने बड़ा ग्रेशियसली एक्सेप्ट तो किया, लेकिन उसी हाथ से साथ में रोमा आंटी बैठी थी, उनको पकड़ा दिया. एंड आई एम लुकिंग एट हिम, और मेरे मन में वो इन अ फ्लैश ये ख्याल आना शुरू हो गया, जरूर हो, आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट ही इज गोना ओपन द बॉक्स, आई विल गेट अ पीस, बट ये तो हुआ नहीं. बट अगेन हम सोचते इतना है, वो देने वाला की कोई लिमिट ही नहीं है. और something that I never ever, जिसे कहते हैं least expected, in fact never expected, least तो expectation थी नहीं. And he suddenly opens जो जुत्ती उन्होंने पहनी हुई थी उस दिन, अपना वो मरून जुत्ती को उन्होंने खोला, और he said, "एले चक तेरा प्रसाद." और मैं हक्की बक्की रह गई संगत जी कि ये कैसे हो गया. और आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर कि मैं ऐसे दरबार में खड़ी हूँ और आसपास जितने भी 20-30 लोग थे, थोड़े से थे, वो मुझे ऐसे देख रहे हैं कि इसको तो पता नहीं क्या क्या लॉटरी लग गई है. एंड आई फ्रोज एंड आई डिडंट नो व्हाट टू डू. बट उसी मोमेंट, आई डोंट नो अगेन कैसे इतनी गुरमत गुरुजी ने बख्श दी थी कि मैंने उन जुत्तीस को उठाया और अपने सर पे ऐसे रखा, और पीछे मेरे पापा खड़े थे. एंड ही सेड, "बेटा, इस प्रसाद को अपने सर मत्थे पे रखना." आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर दोस वर्ड्स. And even though he was wearing those juttis, the condition of those juttis was pristine, जैसे अभी शोरूम से बाहर निकल के आई, और इतनी फ्रेग्रेंस से भरी हुई, उससे जो फ्रेग्रेंस, मतलब किसी के जूतों से ऐसे फ्रेग्रेंस कैसे यूज कर सकती है. आज तक कभी कभी उन जुत्ती से वही फ्रेग्रेंस आती है. And if you look at the condition of those juttis, I do believe कि मेरी लाइफ की सारी, जैसे कहते हैं ना, नेगेटिविटी, सारे कष्ट, मेरे को लगता है कि उन जुत्तीस में इतनी एनर्जी है कि वो सारा, जैसे गुरुजी हमारा कष्ट अपने ऊपर लेते थे और अब्सॉर्ब करते थे, वही काम उस प्रसाद ने मेरे लिए किया, संगत जी. So I'll read on. My joy knew no bounds at that moment, and I proudly cherish those juttis to this day. These juttis, symbolizing the prasad from Guruji, have absorbed all the negativity and hardships that my life has thrown my way. They act as a protective shield, warding off the challenges and reminding me of his constant love and blessings. Though the juttis may have worn out and torn over the years, they hold immense value as the sacred prasad gifted to me by the Lord himself on my special day. Ever since that memorable incident, I continue to share chocolates with Guruji on my birthday, honoring our special bond and keeping our beautiful pact intact. The love and connection with Guru Maharaj has only deepened over the years, and his divine presence remains a guiding light in my life. In the year 2015, on the day of my birthday, which happened to fall on a Thursday, I was heading to Guruji's temple. And this, I'm talking about the temple we had formed in New Jersey. And I was filled with regret as I'd forgotten to bring a box of chocolates. It saddened me to think that I might not be able to keep our cherished pact of sharing chocolates with him on our special day. All I had were a few loose candies that I had put in my jacket, hoping to offer them while sitting in the temple. Now, like I said, but since that day, जब गुरुजी चोले में थे और बर्थडे वाले दिन मैंने चॉकलेट्स का बॉक्स गुरुजी के चरनी रखा था, उस दिन से कैसे एक अनस्पोकन सा पैक्ट बन गया कि हर बर्थडे पे गुरुजी को चॉकलेट तो खिलानी है. लेकिन 2015 में की बात है, फरवरी में बहुत यहाँ पर ठंड होती है और उस दिन मेरी मंदिर में सेवा थी और जल्दी जल्दी में मैं बिल्कुल भूल गई कि मेरे को एक चॉकलेट्स का बॉक्स खरीदना है और वो लेकर जानी है. और जब टेम्पल हम जा रहे थे तो मेरा दिल बहुत रिग्रेट से भर गया कि मैं भूल गई और मैं गुरुजी को क्या ऑफर करूंगी. और मेरे पास सिर्फ थोड़ी सी लूज कैंडीज थी जो मैंने अपने जेब में भर ली एंड ऐसा चलो मनी मन से गुरुजी से माफी मांग लूंगी एंड कैंडीज थोड़ी मैं गुरुजी को लूज कैंडीज थोड़ी चढ़ाऊंगी. तो मैं अपने पॉकेट से ही हाथ डाल के गुरुजी को टेलीपैथिकली बोल दूंगी कि गुरुजी ये आपकी और मेरी कैंडीज है, हम शेयर करके खा लेंगे क्योंकि आज चॉकलेट का डब्बा नहीं है मेरे पास. सो and again, how Guruji listens and sees and watches your intent and जो भाव जो deep seated है. ये conversation सिर्फ मेरे अपने अंतर मन में चल रही है. किसी को मैंने नहीं बोला that oh I'm regretful या let's find a box of chocolates because it was snowing. सेवा के लिए लेट हो रही थी and I said अब तो ऐसे ही जाएंगे और जेब में मैं थोड़ी सी लूज टॉफियां भर लेती हूँ. However, in a moment of divine intervention, an auntie, unka naam Manju auntie tha, appeared out of nowhere and told me that she has just returned from India and someone had sent a gift for me. अब जब मैं मंदिर में पहुंची और मंदिर में जाकर मैं बैठी थी और मत्था टेका और मैं मन में ये बोल रही हूँ कि गुरुजी आपके लिए मैं आज डब्बा नहीं लेकर आई, तो मैं बैठी तो एक आंटी approached me and she said कि किसी ने आपके लिए इंडिया से कुछ भेजा है. It was completely unexpected. But to my astonishment, when I opened the box, it was filled with chocolates. There was no doubt in my mind that Guru Maharaj had orchestrated this beautiful surprise for me on my birthday. I felt overwhelmed with love and reassured that he always cared for me and us all, even in the smallest details. सो गुरुजी की खासियत ये है कि गुरुजी हर एक को ना अपनी संगत को बहुत स्पेशल फील कराते हैं. हर एक संगत को यही फीलिंग लगती है कि गुरुजी तो सिर्फ मेरे साथ है और मुझे ही देख रहे हैं. सो माय फीलिंग वाज नो डिफरेंट, राइट? व्हेन आउट ऑफ द ब्लू समवन कम्स टू मी कि आपके लिए इंडिया से किसी ने कुछ भिजवाया है. वन, इट वाज टोटली अनएक्सपेक्टेड. दूसरा, मैंने सोचा कि अगर इंडिया से तो लोग मिठाई वगैरह ऐसी चीजें भिजवाते हैं, कभी ना उससे पहले ना उसके बाद किसी ने आज तक मेरे लिए इंडिया से चॉकलेट्स भिजवाई हैं. And I'm forgetting, बड़ी प्यारी वो संगत है गुड़गांव की, उन्होंने वो चॉकलेट्स का डब्बा भिजवाया. एंड जब मंजू आंटी ने मेरे को वो चॉकलेट्स पकड़ाई और वो मैं खोल के देख रही हूँ, literally I was tearing up and I'm sure that auntie must be thinking that why is she getting so excited seeing chocolates? Has she never seen chocolates in her life? But she couldn't understand the significance of that box at that time for me. So again, how much Guruji cares even for the smallest of details. As the years have passed, my faith and devotion in Guruji have only grown stronger. Being in his divine presence is like finding a peaceful sanctuary right at home, a place of complete solace, devoid of any stress, a place where joy and happiness flourish, the darbar of our beloved Guru. With each passing year, my love for Guruji deepens and I continue to feel extra blessed and loved on my birthday. Being in his fold is the most wonderful place on earth, a getaway that is always close to home, a place of spiritual nourishment where worries dissipate and the heart finds solace in the love of the Guru. Guruji's keen sense of humor was truly one of a kind. He had a way of lightening up the atmosphere with his witty remarks and playful nicknames for different groups and professions. It was all in good fun and added a touch of laughter to the serious moments. The Guruji, बहुत ही उनका sense of humor was so unique and so amazing. For those in the Indian administrative services, Guruji would affectionately call them, जैसे आप IAS बोलते हो ना, Guruji उनको बोलते थे, I am sorry, which I'm sure brought smiles to their faces. The Sangat from Noida earned the endearing moniker, जो नोएडा से लोग आते थे उनको गुरुजी कहते थे नो आइडिया वाले आ गए, which must have been met with chuckles and nods of agreement. PhD, which stands for Doctorate of Philosophy, was humorously altered to stand for Pagal hone ka dar, playfully teasing the pursuit of higher education and the fear of going crazy in the process. Similarly, Guruji's humorous interpretations of wife was worry invited forever and husband as horse under severe burden and no diversion, must have elicited laughter and nods of recognition from married couples. Even dental professions were not spared from his amusing wordplay, as BDS, Bachelor of Dental Surgery, became Batti Dandada Sarvanash, poking fun at the dental degree by humorously suggesting it leads to the ruination of all 32 teeth. LLB was Lado Lado Bhaiyo aur Bheno, a playful dig at lawyers for insinuating fights and divide. Guruji's humor brought joy to his Sangat, and his ability to find lightness in life's intricacies was one of the many endearing qualities that endeared him to all who had the privilege of knowing him. His jokes were a delightful reminder to not take life too seriously and to find laughter and joy in every moment. Like I said, the second we are able to remind ourselves that this too shall pass and it's not going to last forever, it leads to instant respite. At least that's how it works for me. Guruji also loved to play matchmaker. Sometimes when I would do matha take, he would jokingly tell me, "Badi changi kudi hai, hun fir munda fasa le te vyah kara le." गुरुजी को शादियां कराने का बहुत शौक था और कई बार जब मत्था टेकते थे तो गुरुजी would always पंजाबी में बोलते थे बड़ी चंगी कुड़ी है मुंडा फसा ले व्याह करा ले, and I would turn crimson that what is he saying, which meant that you're a very good girl, trap a boy and get hooked. I would turn crimson every time he said this. Finally, when a proposal came my way, we showed him the pictures of the potential candidate and Guruji said, yep, go ahead. With his blessings and approval, the marriage happened in Chandigarh. He sent lots of Sangat, but did not come himself for the occasion. However, during a moment of solitude, when everyone else had gone down to look at the Barat, which is the groom's entourage in Hindu weddings, I smelt fragrance filling up the room. In that moment, I felt assured of his presence, which he later confirmed. In our next meeting after marriage and before leaving India, I asked Guruji why he came for my sister's marriage and not mine. He responded, "Main aaya to see," which meant I did come, and I immediately understood what he was alluding to. My then husband and his family were certainly not connected to Guruji at that point in time, but that changed a couple years after being married. So I'm going to explain this a little bit. So Guruji had organized, literally named the boy for my sister. And he had told Anita Verma auntie, Linda auntie, कि अपनी उस फलानी फलानी सहेली से बात कर, उसका बेटा आएगा और उसके साथ जनरल कपूर की बड़ी बेटी की बात करो. So literally गुरुजी ने ही सब कुछ बताया, गुरुजी ने कराया, and then गुरुजी even came for their ceremony. मेरे टाइम पर we met the boy on our own, and जब बात फाइनल हो गई थी, रोका हो गया था, उसके बाद मैंने गुरुजी को फोटो दिखाई थी, because this happened in Chandigarh so quickly. And when we said this is the boy, he said yeah, go ahead. And for some reason he did not come to my wedding in Chandigarh. But I do remember कि जब मैं कमरे में अकेली बैठी थी, it's that point जब सब बारात को देखने चले जाते हैं and there's no one with you, मेरा पूरा कमरा गुरुजी की खुशबू से भर गया था. And that was like कि ठीक है, जो भी है गुरुजी साथ में है. So and that family at that point in time was not connected to Guruji at all. Or शादी के बाद obviously that changed. So in fact, I had been telling my husband ever since we got engaged to meet Guruji, but he would make excuses on some pretext or the other. His time had not yet come, but he did get an invitation to his darbar in May of 2004. Upon their first meeting, Guruji told him, "Tu aana nahi chahta si, main fir bhi tenu bula leta," which translates to, "You never wanted to come, but I still called you." So जब मेरी engagement ही हुई थी, मैं तब से उनको रिक्वेस्ट करी थी कि चलिए आप गुरुजी के पास चलिए, मिल लेते हैं, बट कोई ना कोई हमेशा बहाना बनता गया और वो मीटिंग कभी हो नहीं पाई. Until the night when I was flying out of Delhi to Switzerland, and after my shadi I was leaving the country, so I put my foot down कि मैं तब तक नहीं जाऊंगी जब तक गुरुजी से हम ना मिल लें. और मुझे अभी तक याद है कि चंडीगढ़ से निकलते निकलते काफी डेलिबरेटली देर कर दी थी, ये सोचकर कि देर से पहुंचेंगे तो खाली डिनर का टाइम होगा और डिनर करके सीधे एयरपोर्ट चले जाएंगे. लेकिन देर से बेशक निकले, लेकिन उस दिन गुरुजी ने पता नहीं क्या किया कि चंडीगढ़ से दिल्ली का सफर आई थिंक 4-4.5 घंटे में कुछ खत्म हो गया. और जैसे ही हम लोग पहुंचे तो पापा रेडी खड़े थे और पापा ने आते ही बोला कि चलो गुरुजी के पास चलते हैं. That's how, at that point in time, nobody had a choice to say no. कि अब टाइम भी है, फ्लाइट तो रात के 2-3 बजे है, तो अब सीधे गुरुजी के चलते हैं. तो जैसे ही उस टाइम my then husband, he faced Guruji, and Guruji told him in Punjabi कि तू आना नहीं चाहता सी, मैं फिर भी तेनू बुला लेता. And nobody knew कि उनके माइंड में उस टाइम क्या चल रहा है, that he was not interested to meet Guruji. अपनी तरफ से वो निकलने में देरी कर रहे थे कि टाइम कम मिलेगा दिल्ली में. So the Shabad Bani that we listen to points to the meaning of Rasik Vairagi Guru, and our Guru was just that, the loving and detached Guru. So there's a concept called detached engagement, and that's what we need to practice in our everyday lives. Guruji used to say that enjoy everything. आपको इस लाइफ में जो कुछ मिल रहा है, अच्छे कपड़े, अच्छा घर, अच्छी गाड़ी, अच्छी नौकरी, जो भी आपको गुरुजी की ब्लेसिंग से मिल रहा है, आप उसको एंजॉय जरूर कीजिए. लेकिन उसके साथ अटैचमेंट जब हो जाती है, that's when all problems start to happen. So the concept of detached engagement, कि आप you're in this material world. जैसे गुरुजी हमारे बीच में आए, वो वहां शिव थे, अच्छे चोले पहने, सब कुछ किया, लेकिन अटैचमेंट ओन वो किसी चीज को नहीं करते थे. That's what he used to say, ये चोले, ये रूप मैं तुम लोगों के लिए करके आया हूं, ताकि तुम लोगों को समझ आए. तुम लोगों को तो पता ही कि रब होता क्या है. And that is so true. So this is the meaning of Rasik Vairagi Guru. Loving and detached at the same time. He was the one teacher who not only taught us how to live life, but also helped us cement our bond with the higher forces in the world of spirituality, slowly transforming us into better human beings. जो हम कहते हैं कि वैराग गृहस्थ completely छुड़ा देता है और complete रस हो जाए तो complete रसिक नरकों में पड़ जाता है, क्योंकि complete रसिक हो जाओ तो बहुत गलत काम भी हो जाते हैं और वैराग कर लो तो फिर आप गृहस्थ नहीं कर सकते. So Guruji was teaching us how to balance both. While we were singing, dancing, making merry, he was working behind the scenes, healing and guiding us in our journey of self-improvement. I vividly recall the New Year's Eve of perhaps 2001, where he made Gayatri Auntie and me, amongst others, dance to the tune of Ik Punjaban Dil Chura Ke Le Gayi. As we were joyfully dancing, little did we know that he was simultaneously scanning our bodies and curing us of known and unknown ailments. His divine grace was always at work, even in the moments of celebration. Now, again, I want to clarify that just because Guruji called us and he made us dance on this number from Major Saab, Sona Sona Dil Mera Sona, that doesn't mean that, आप वो गाने को अब playlists में include करना शुरू कर दो, या लग जा गले को आप playlist में लगा दो. Yes, those are moments of celebration, लेकिन बानी, satsang का discipline has to be maintained. Guruji, I miss you dearly, and I deeply yearn to be able to touch you and to talk to you in the physical and tangible sense, though I know you never left us spiritually. Your physical presence was a source of immense comfort and guidance, and I cherish every moment spent in your divine presence. This is another picture. So yes, we do that, miss that element of tangibility, the ability to see Guruji, the ability to touch and feel and hear him. But we have to understand that he took this physical form for a purpose. He left his chola for even a greater purpose. And it's only after his chola that his sangat has grown exponentially. So with this, I will conclude my reading for today. Next week on Sunday, not Saturday, I will be reading the next 2 chapters of this book. कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो संगत जी तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. I am immensely grateful that I got this opportunity to share my journey with you all. Anantam Shukrana Maharaj, Jai Guruji, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivji Sada Sahai, Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Hi Sahai. Thank you.
Jai Guruji Maharaj. Aarti Aunty, blissful reading and narrative part Guru Sangat have witnessed. Jai Guruji, Agya Guruji. Over to you, Puja Aunty. I think Puja Aunty has left. अब हम गुरुजी महाराज से आज्ञा लेंगे. नमस्ते गुरुजी. जय गुरुजी महाराज. जय गुरुजी साथ संगत जी. शुक्राना गुरुजी महाराज का मल्टीलिंगुअल सेवादार टीम आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करती है. आज के सेशन के लिए मैं कोमल कपूर आंटी जी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज सेशन को कन्वीन करें. जय गुरुजी.
Thank you, Uncle. Thank you so much. Thank you for this platform and thank you for inviting me. Actually, मेरा छोटा सा प्यारा सा सत्संग है. थोड़े दिन पहले ही मैं सोच रही थी और ये देखो गुरुजी ने कहाँ लाके खड़ा कर दिया इसके फेस टू फेस. शुक्राना शुक्राना अनंतम शुक्राना मेरे महाराज. आरती, welcome baby. surprise. I saw that broad smile on your face. सबसे पहले मैं ये बोलूंगी थैंक यू टू अंकल जी जो इसको हमारी लाइफ में लेकर आए और ये मेरी लाइफ में गुरुजी को लेके आई. सो शुक्राना उसके लिए इन दोनों का कि इन दोनों ने मुझे गुरुजी से इंट्रोड्यूस कराया. सो शुक्राना 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 एंड आई लव यू बेबी. आरती, आई नो यू मे बी हाफ ऑफ योर लाइफ बच्चा एंड आई नो यू नाउ from last almost 20 years in and out. And so proud of you कि तूने एक नहीं दो एडिशन इसकी, The Unknown Girl you wrote, and अपना सब कुछ आउट कर दिया, मीन्स इन एंड आउट, अपनी स्टोरी, गुरुजी से प्यार, गुरुजी के लिए प्यार, बच्चों की लाइफ, पेरेंट्स एज अ गुड, एंड यू आर सच अ डिवोटेड पेरेंट्स एज वेल. इतनी बिजी है तू. I know we talk most of the time about this. And I won't take much time, but अगर मेरे को कोई अंकल बोले तो मैं पूरा 1 hour का सेशन कर सकती हूँ तेरे साथ बैठ के यहाँ पे. सबसे पहले तो मेरा कोटि कोटि प्रणाम अंकल को. आई रिमेम्बर अच्छी से जब तूने पहली बुक लिखी एंड देन दूसरी लिखी एंड देन अननोन, एंड आई अच्छी से रिमेम्बर जब अंकल हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे, तू टूट गई थी बिल्कुल. आई रिमेम्बर, अच्छी से रिमेम्बर. ये यही बोलती थी कि मुझे जाना है पापा के पास, गुरुजी के पास, पापा के पास, गुरुजी के पास. और मैं एक ही बात बोलती थी, बेटा यू हैव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज पूरी कर, प्लस अंकल अपना अधूरा काम छोड़ गए हैं, उसको पूरा कर. वो तेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है क्योंकि अंकल ने शुरू किया था. You both girls, both of you, you and Pooja, but तू अंकल को फॉलो करती रही. अंकल के साथ तेरा रिलेशन बहुत ही क्लोज था. बहुत ही यू हैड सो मच रिस्पेक्ट एंड केयर फॉर अंकल. एंड दूसरी बात के तूने वो बात मेरी पकड़ ली, एंड आई डोंट नो तूने पकड़ी कि गुरुजी ने तुझे ब्लेस किया. एंड आई रिमेम्बर पहले सत्संग करती थी, फिर बिजी सेशंस में, फिर तेरे सत्संग पेंडेमिक के पास ऐसे शुरू हो गए, एंड इन द बिजी टाइम यू रोट 2 books, फिर द अननोन गर्ल. आई एम सो प्राउड ऑफ यू बच्चा. एंड आई रियली, तेरे साथ साथ मैंने भी सीखा तेरे से बहुत कुछ. वी बोथ शेयर अ लॉट. कभी कभी तू टूट जाती है, मैं तुझे सहारा देती, कभी मैं टूट जाती, तू मुझे सहारा देती है. सो आई वोंट टेक मच टाइम तेरा. आई हैव अ लॉट टू से बेबी. एंड बट जिस जर्नी पे तू है बेटा, चलती रह, एंड ये तेरे को बहुत ऊपर ले जाएगी. और महाराज इज ऑलवेज विद यू. एंड वो तेरे अंग संग रहते हैं. मैं तेरे पास नहीं पहुंच पाती, ज्यादा दूर नहीं हूँ, बट यू आर इन माई हार्ट. एंड you are my sister, baby sister. Love you. And I'll give you now over to you. Say something and then start reading, bacha. Love you, baby. Proud of you.
Thank you, Jai Guruji. Shukrana Maharaj. What a beautiful surprise. Suresh Uncle always picks people to surprise me. So thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Komal Didi. All I'll say is that I had met Komal Didi in the capacity of a sister-in-law. Lekin she turned out to be more than a sister to me. And this is Guruji's grace also. Bhagwan aisi nanad sabko de.
Love you.
Thank you.
Love
Like
you,
even you know, despite my marriage ending, you know, this relationship with her did not end, and I see this as a gift from my guru, because those bonds, I think, are timeless and unconditional and truly priceless. So thank you once again for such a heartwarming introduction. Guruji se aagya lete hue shuru karti hu aaj ki reading. So in the last 2 sessions, I talked about why I named the book Tu Hi Tu. Then I talked about my initial impressions when I was invited into Guruji's Darbar by Guruji. और मैंने लिखा कि कैसे मेरे दिमाग में कुछ सवाल थे. Of course, you know, questioning that are we in the right place? You know, what is this place all about? And how Guruji at the right time, you know, slowly but surely kept injecting those little nuggets of wisdom. And then my personal experiences led to my faith increasing in Guruji. And in the last chapter, I talked about how Guruji gave his Jukti Prasad on my birthday, which is, you know, such a priceless gift, and I'm still holding on to that. So ab continue karti hu, which is chapter 5. And I wrapped up the last session saying that मेरा रोका चंडीगढ़ में हुआ था, शादी भी चंडीगढ़ में हुई. गुरुजी नहीं आ पाए थे, लेकिन I asked Guruji कि गुरुजी आप क्यों नहीं आए, बिकॉज वो पूजा की शादी पे गए थे और मेरी शादी पे नहीं आए, तो मेरे को ये सवाल था कि गुरुजी आप मेरी शादी पे क्यों नहीं आए. And then he just smiled and he said, मैं आया तो सी. And probably he was alluding to that time जब सारे कमरे से बाहर चले गए थे बारात को देखने और पूरा कमरा गुरुजी की खुशबू से भर गया था. So ऐसी छोटी छोटी चीजें होने लगी. And then how I was persistent that I'm not going to leave the country till I actually see my guru. And that's how my then husband also came face to face with Guruji, and Guruji told him that you did not want to come to Anani Chanda si, main fir bhi tenu bula leta. So now, after taking his blessings, we went abroad. So this chapter is Life Across the Seven Seas. After my marriage, I left India in 2004 to start a new chapter of life on a different continent. Despite being far away from Guruji's physical presence, his blessings continued to shower upon us. We were blessed with a beautiful daughter, Anya, in the first year of our marriage. However, the joy of motherhood was marred by a herniated disc that caused chronic pain, back pain, leaving me feeling paralyzed and helpless. The pain attacks were so severe that I had to frequently visit emergency rooms for spinal injections. So while Guruji ne, they say that, motherhood is a privilege. Or in the first year of our marriage, I became a mother to a beautiful daughter, Anya uska humne naam rakha. But right after her delivery, काफी complications शुरू हो गई थी. मेरे को बहुत severe L4, L5 में pain रहती थी और इतनी ज्यादा pain रहती थी संगत जी कि मेरे को लगा था कि my life has come to an end because I'm still, in my early 20s. I'm not able to carry myself to the restroom. I can't do basic things जो लोग, people take for granted. Plus, I have a little infant to take care of. अमेरिका में कोई help उस time कुछ भी नहीं थी. I was new to motherhood. I was overwhelmed. I didn't know what to do. And any treatment that we were trying to seek, whether it's strong painkillers or injections in the spinal cord, was not working for me. So, again, हमारे पास, like I always say, एक ही रामबाण. पहले कुछ एपिसोड्स के टाइम मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स को नहीं बताया कि क्या इनको मैं क्या बॉदर करूं, क्या हम सबके जहन में ख्याल रहता है कि किसी को क्या वरी देनी. But the third time when I was hospitalized and I was taking an injection in my spinal cord, I decided that I am going to tell my parents. So in the time of distress, my parents approached Guruji, who in his usual gracious manner blessed a copper tumbler, which is a lota for me. This lota was sent overseas, and believe me, the blessed water from it became my source of healing. From the time I started using the blessed water in 2005, I have not returned to the emergency room for back pain. Now, this is absolutely true, Sangat ji, कि पहले 90s में, late 90s में जब हमने जाना शुरू ही किया था, तो गुरुजी ने हमें एक बड़ा सा जग दिया था, वो पूरी फैमिली को दिया था ब्लेस करके. लेकिन वो जग जब मेरी शादी होगी, मेरी बहन की शादी होगी, वो जग हमारे पेरेंट्स के घर में था. And then when I came to the US and this episode happened and I told my parents about it, so my parents approached Guruji कि ऐसे ऐसे आरती को पीठ में बहुत तगड़ा दर्द है गुरुजी, और गुरुजी is ever so gracious. उन्होंने लोटा लिया और उसको bless कर दिया और वो लोटा मेरे पास आ गया. And just within a couple of days of drinking from that water, I realized that my pain just went away. So all the treatments, all the injections, the medications, the hospitalizations that I was doing completely stopped since I started drinking that water. And वो water भी संगत जी मैंने कुछ ही दिन consume किया होगा. After that, being the careless person that I am, I stopped, but I have never since 2005 returned to an emergency room because of my back pain. ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे को कभी back pain नहीं होती, लेकिन हल्की फुल्की होती है और I'm still walking. जहां मेरे को ये डर था almost 20 years ago कि मुझसे चला भी नहीं जाएगा, मैं रेस्टरूम भी नहीं जा सकती, मैं अपने बच्चे का डायपर नहीं चेंज कर सकती, मैं बेड नहीं कर सकती. All those things have gone away, and I'm ever so grateful to Guruji for his blessings. Reading on, Guruji had a unique way of bestowing his blessings upon his devotees, और वो आज भी change नहीं हुआ है, आज भी ऐसा ही है. At that time, he instructed his sangat to either get a copper tumbler or a jug. In our case, he asked my parents to get a copper jug. For the four of us, my parents, sister, and myself, जैसे मैंने आपको अभी पहले बताया. When we brought the jug to him, he opened the lid and asked for our date of birth. After chanting some mantras into it, he returned it to us with his divine grace. He advised us to clean the jug with our own hands using nimbu, which is lemon, and namak, salt, or ash. He said no soap should be used. He also emphasized that we should not hand it over to the servants for washing. This way, whenever we clean the jug, we would be reminded of Guruji and his blessings. The water in the jug could be consumed in the morning, and the remaining water could be used for showering. Then, the jug should be filled up at night, and the routine should be repeated every day. The jug need not be cleaned daily, but we could simply rinse it. तो आज भी संगत जी यही सिस्टम है. आज भी वर्ल्ड ओवर लोटास आर बीइंग ब्लेस्ड. और गुरुजी बेशक फिजिकल फॉर्म में नहीं है, बट उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स आज भी कायम है. सत्संग के समय अगर आप लोटा लाके रखें, लोटे के अंदर अपना नाम और डेट ऑफ बर्थ का स्लिप डाल दें. प्रेफरेबली द लोटा शुड हैव अ लिड. और वही सिस्टम है, रात को पानी भर लीजिए, जितना पी सकते हैं पी लीजिए, जो नहीं पी सकते अगले दिन उससे नहा लो. एंड द वे टू क्लीन इट इज अपने हाथों से नींबू और नमक लगाकर आप उसको साफ करो. और गुरुजी ने बड़ी प्रैक्टिकल सी बात बोली थी कि सर्वेंट्स को ना दो लोटा साफ करने के लिए, बिकॉज जब भी आप उस लोटे को हाथ में रखोगे तो आपको क्या याद आएगा? आपको आपका गुरु और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स याद आएंगी, राइट? सो दिस सेक्रेड रिचुअल ऑफ using the blessed jug became an integral part of our daily lives, and it continues to be the source of strength, healing, and connection with Guruji's divine grace, even across continents. Life was proceeding as usual until my firstborn Anya turned 4 years old. One day, while playing, she suddenly fainted, and our world turned upside down in a matter of seconds. At that time, I was pregnant with my second child, Amira, and found myself alone in the house with my daughter in such a critical condition. The shock and fear were overwhelming as I saw my previously healthy child lose consciousness. In a state of panic, I immediately dialed 911, which is the SOS emergency number, and rushed Anya to the nearest hospital in an ambulance. Thoughts of the worst case scenarios filled my mind, and I feared that she might have swallowed something harmful. Holding her tightly in my arms, I hurried down the stairs despite being a few months pregnant and quickly got into the waiting ambulance. With the sirens blaring, we reached the hospital within minutes, and her father reached there too. So, this is again, ये 2009 की बात है. Anya 4 साल की थी, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, I saw my child literally faint in front of my eyes, and I was panic stricken. मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि उसको all of a sudden हो क्या गया है, and वो condition देख के a lot of fearful bad thoughts enveloped my minds, because I was guessing कि क्या हो गया आन्या को, उसने कुछ चीज swallow कर दी, कोई चीज अटक गई, because I'd never seen anything like this happen before. और यहाँ पर अमेरिका में there's a number 911 which is an SOS number. मैंने वो डायल किया और उनको बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे 4 साल का बच्चा फेंट हो गया है. उन्होंने फटाफट एम्बुलेंस भेज दी. आई इन्फॉर्म्ड हर फादर. वो भी हॉस्पिटल आ गए. और उस टाइम when I was sitting in the ambulance alone, Sangatji, the only thing I had on my mind was Guruji, because I knew that despite all the medical help, the attention that we will get, ultimately the one who's going to carry Anya into the safe zone is none other than Guruji. Over the following period, Anya had a couple of similar episodes, which left us deeply concerned. After thorough medical evaluation, she was put on medication to manage her condition. However, with Guruji's blessings and divine grace, she eventually started to improve and the need for medication gradually diminished. A few years later, she was successfully weaned off the medications and her health improved remarkably. With Guruji's continued meher, which is blessings and love, Anya has grown into a healthy, young and a fit lady. We are eternally grateful to Gurupa for his divine intervention and the gift of good health that he has bestowed upon our daughter. His presence and blessings have been a constant source of strength and reassurance throughout our journey. And we humbly offer our heartfelt gratitude to him. Thank you, Gurupa. And I'm reading this chapter and same Swarup piche bhi hai. So, Anantam Shukrana, because today Anya is a college-going girl and her health is great. So thankful. In fact, in this chapter, I've written our daughter. I should have written his daughter because Guruji ki hi di hui aulad hai, to wo Guruji ki aulad hai. Or I always say, Guruji, aapne hi diya hai, aap hi jano, aap hi sambhalo. So moving on to chapter 6, initiation of satsangs in the tri-state. In March 2010, my second daughter, Amira, came into this world, bringing immense joy to our lives. Soon after, in April, we received a call from a Sangat, Meera Auntie, informing us about Guruji's satsang, and we were thrilled to attend. Gradually, attending these satsangs became a regular monthly occurrence, and the Sangat began to grow steadily. By 2011, weekly satsangs were being conducted in New Jersey, and the love for Guruji continued to flourish. So 2010 में पहली दफा हमने यहाँ पर न्यूयॉर्क में सत्संग अटेंड किया. उस टाइम अमायरा लिटरली अप्रैल में 40 दिन की हुई थी और मीरा जौहर आंटी का फोन आया कि ऐसे ऐसे घर में हम सत्संग कर रहे हैं. वो मंथली किया करती थी, तो आप आइए. And we started going, and there we connected with a lot of fellow sangat. In fact, Shashi Sudhir अंकल जो गुरुजी के टाइम पे शशि अंकल भी आते थे, उनके फादर भी आते थे. We met him as well. And ऐसे literally जैसे कहते हैं ना, एक एक फूल करके वो माला बढ़ती गई. And today in the tri-state area, संगत का क्या काउंट है शायद मैं आपको वो नहीं बता पाऊंगी. There are 3 temples, there are so many home satsangs, and home satsangs not just weekly, I think couple times a day. घर में different जगह पे सत्संग होता है. और ये क्या है संगत जी? ये गुरु जी का प्रताप है. On March 15th, 2014, a significant milestone was achieved as the first international Guruji temple was established in New Jersey. And it's nothing is a coincidence. It was Amira's birthday. This event was foreseen by a Sangat in India who had a dream of a temple with an entrance from the rear of the building and a 4-year-old girl playing with balloons in the darbar. Remarkably, the dream materialized as the temple was indeed established on March 15th, Amira's 4th birthday, and a devoted Sangat member, Komal Auntie, also their Bua, brought balloons to the first satsang. It was an extraordinary moment as balloons are not a typical offering for satsangs, which usually feature sweets and flowers. So I'm going to explain this a little bit. So like I said कि 2010 से सत्संग शुरू हो गए थे and आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करके संगत बढ़ती गई. किसी को इंडिया में ड्रीम आया, उन अंकल का नाम दीपक अंकल है, मेरे को उनका लास्ट नेम याद नहीं आ रहा. उनको ऐसा सपना आया कि न्यू जर्सी में मंदिर खुला है और मंदिर की एंट्रेंस पीछे से है, जो मॉल की रियर एंट्रेंस थी, और उस मॉल में कोई 3-4 साल का बच्चा बलून्स के साथ खेल रहा है. बस उतना सा उनको सपना आया. एंड दिस इज अ फुल सेपरेट सत्संग इन इटसेल्फ कि कैसे 15 मार्च का सत्संग शुरू हुआ, कैसे वो मंदिर बना, कैसे उस मंदिर की स्थापना हुई. इट्स अ फुल फ्लेजेड सेपरेट सत्संग व्हिच आई हैवंट कवर्ड इन दिस चैप्टर. बट बॉटम लाइन इज कि 15 को पहला सत्संग मंदिर में हुआ. वो 15 मार्च 2014 अमायरा का 4था बर्थडे था और कोमल दीदी पहुंची. तब आई डोंट नो उनका कनेक्शन कितना था कितना नहीं था, but she came and I still remember she walks into the satsang carrying balloons. और यूजुअली आप सत्संग में लोगों को गुब्बारे लाते हुए नहीं देखते, आप यूजुअली देखते हो कि कोई फूल लेकर आ रहा है, कोई मिठाई लेकर आ रहा है, लेकिन एग्जैक्टली द ड्रीम जो किसी ने इंडिया में देखा था और शेयर किया था, दैट अनफोल्डेड राइट इन फ्रंट ऑफ आवर आईज. Now, these events serve as a reminder that everything that occurs, whether perceived as good or not so good, or challenging, is part of Guruji's divine plan. And again, life में कितनी ऐसी incidents होती हैं, कितनी उतार चढ़ाव रोज होता है, लेकिन हमें अपने आप को ये बार बार रिमाइंडर देना है कि अल्टीमेटली जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, it is part of his divine plan. हमें तो सिर्फ अपनी लेवल ऑफ परसेप्शन और अपनी लेवल ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग से उसको डिसाइफर करना आता है. तो हम उसको लेबल दे देते हैं कि ये अच्छा है, ये अच्छा नहीं है, ये चैलेंजिंग है, ये आसान है, लेकिन हम नहीं जानते कि अगला मोड़ किस डायरेक्शन, हवा का रुख कहाँ मुड़ेगा, हमें नहीं पता. इसलिए बेस्ड ऑन दिस वी ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन ओनली एक्सेप्टेंस. We may not always understand his designs, but we must accept them for the sake of our own inner peace and sanity. In his shelter, we must never question or doubt his intentions. Instead, we continue our lives with devotion, chanting his name, expressing gratitude, and engaging in actions with the purest intent. We surrender the rest to Guruji, knowing that he knows all that has happened. He knows all that is happening, and he will unfold the future. In his divine wisdom, he guides us on the path of love and light, and we trust him completely. Between 2010 and 2014, life presented us with numerous transformative moments. While the satsangs began and Anya and Amira filled our lives with joy, a significant challenge emerged in 2011 when my then husband Vikram lost his T-Mobile dealership contract, resulting in the abrupt closure of all his stores. With 2 young kids and no source of income, it was undoubtedly a nightmare, especially in a country like America. Despite the trying circumstances, something remarkable happened. We continued to live our lives without anyone being able to perceive the internal struggles we faced. People would ask me how I managed to smile so much, but deep inside, I knew it was my protector, my guru, who was helping us radiate positivity even during these trying times. This experience taught me that satsangs are not solely about happy endings, but about maintaining faith and resilience during the most challenging moments, knowing that Guruji will carry us through the storms of life. Okay, so 2011 में, what happened was that back then I wasn't working and Vikram was the only breadwinner. और उसके जितने भी T-Mobile के stores थे, overnight they got shut down because कोई contractual कोई issue हो गया था, and which meant that in a country like America, we have 2 young kids, no source of income, and for 14 months we were able to keep our life going. घर में रहते रहे, गाड़ियां वही चलाते रहे, और in fact गुरुजी ने मतलब इतना comfort दिया था that अंदर से बिल्कुल हम जिसे कहते हैं ना कि बहुत अनईजी थी, लेकिन बाहर जब भी किसी सत्संग में जाते थे, people would say, oh, she's always smiling, she's always very happy, and मैं सोचती थी कि अंदर से मैं इतनी दुखी हूँ, but why is it that people say this, that I'm always happy, I always radiate positivity? And then I realized it wasn't me. It's not me. It was Guruji then, and it is Guruji now. Because we are human beings, and our heart and our mind and our feelings are all over the place. And sometimes you could be at a breaking point in your life, but then there's this divine force that holds you, and that gives you the strength to keep forging ahead. And that's what it was. So through the most trying times, Guruji, kept me intact, and Guruji kept me going. Or to me, this is my biggest blessing, because क्या होता है कि मुश्किल के टाइम पे ना आपका फेथ बहुत जल्दी इवेपोरेट हो जाता है, लेकिन अगर मुश्किल के टाइम पे आप अपने फेथ को और इनहैंस करो और अपने गुरु का सहारा लो, तो वो मुश्किल टाइम्स भी आसानी से कट जाते हैं संगत जी। और सत्संग हमेशा ये नहीं होता कि मैंने ये मांगा और मुझे ये मिल गया, या घर की चाहत थी, घर मिल गई, नौकरी चाहती थी, प्रमोशन मिल गई। यस, satsang is all that and much, much more than that. Satsang is also when you want something and you don't get something, and you being able to keep your faith intact and seeing that your Guruji knows more than you know is a satsang also. For 14 long months, we lived against hope, but amidst the darkness, a ray of light finally broke through. Both Vikram and I got a breakthrough in our professional lives, and since then, there has been no looking back in terms of our growth and success. Guruji's divine presence and blessings have been instrumental in guiding us through the hardships and transforming our lives in unforeseen ways. It is during the darkest moments that His grace shines the brightest, reminding us to hold on to faith and stay strong, for He is always there to lead us towards a brighter tomorrow. The journey may not always be smooth, but with Guruji's love and support, we can overcome any challenges that come our way. On May 19th, 2012, we hosted our first satsang at our home in New Jersey, and the journey to that moment was filled with Guruji's divine guidance and blessings. It all began when a satsang at Kalpana Auntie's place on March 18, 2012. Some devotees suggested that I host a satsang at my place as I was one of the oldest Sangat members. However, I humbly replied that my little one was too young and I would do it when Guruji guided me himself. So, 2012 की बात है, हम किसी के घर न्यू जर्सी सत्संग में बैठे हुए थे। उनका नाम कल्पना आंटी था और आज भी है वो संगत की। And a lot of people started asking कि क्योंकि कल्पना आंटी बहुत रेगुलरली सत्संग करती थी और तब हमने एक बारी भी सत्संग घर में ऐसे नहीं किया था। तो काफी लोग पूछने लगे कि आरती आंटी आप कब सत्संग करोगे, आपको तो करना चाहिए, आप तो गुरुजी की पुरानी संगत हो। एंड 2012 में हमारा वो लीन फेज चल रहा था जब हमारे पास कोई सोर्स ऑफ इनकम नहीं थी, बच्चे बिल्कुल छोटे थे। माय लिटिल वन वाज नॉट इवन 2, सो आई हैड माय हैंड्स फुल। और जब किसी ने ये बोला तो मैंने उसको सिंपली ये सजेस्ट कर दिया कि हाँ, सत्संग हम जरूर करेंगे जब गुरुजी खुद मुझे आज्ञा देंगे सत्संग करने की। उसी रात संगत जी, I'll read it first in English, then I'll explain it in Hindi as well. That very night, Guru Maharaj visited me in a dream, and it was not just an ordinary dream, for when he chooses to appear, it is a divine visitation. In the dream, I saw Guruji pacing up and down our living room, dressed in a black and red chola. There was a gathering of Sangat enjoying langar. He showed me the langar plate consisting of saag, dal makhani, and makki di roti. The date he revealed was May 19th, 2012, which meant that the satsang was destined to take place at our home on that day. When I woke up and checked my calendar, my excitement grew as it fell on a Saturday, which is a perfect day for gathering. So मैंने आपको बताया वो संगत के टाइम जो कॉन्वर्सेशन हुई थी और मेरा कमेंट था कि सत्संग तब होगा जब गुरु साहिब खुद आकर आज्ञा देंगे। और उसी रात गुरुजी के दर्शन होते हैं। तो जब ड्रीम गुरुजी का आता है, एक तो गुरुजी चूज करते हैं कि कब वो ड्रीम में आना चाहते हैं। हमारे इट्स नॉट अप टू अस संगत जी, हमारी औकात ही नहीं कि हम गुरुजी के सपने ले सकें। और जब गुरुजी सपने में आते हैं तो वो सपना नहीं, वो उनके एक्चुअल दर्शन होते हैं। तो उस दर्शन में मैंने देखा कि गुरुजी हमारे घर में चल रहे हैं और गुरुजी ने काला और लाल रंग का चोला पहना हुआ है और संगत वहां बैठी है, संगत लंगर कर रही है और मेरे को नजर भी आ रहा है कि संगत की प्लेट में साग है, दाल मखनी है और मक्की की रोटी है। और डेट जो सपने में दिखी मुझे was 19th May 2012 और ये सपना है मार्च का। 18 मार्च को उनके घर में सत्संग था, तो उसी रात का सपना। तो आप 19 मार्च का लगा लो। 19 मार्च 2012 में ही शोइंग मी satsang happening on 19th May of that year with full menu and everything. So जब मैं और ये सुबह का सपना था, मेरे को अभी तक याद है, मैं अपनी नींद में थी एंड आई रीच्ड आउट फॉर माय सेल फोन, बेड साइड पे मैं सेल फोन रखती हूँ, मैंने डेट चेक करी कि मैं देखूं कि 19 मई को कौन सा दिन पड़ता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर स्टेट्स में लाइफ इज वेरी वीकेंड टू वीकेंड, वीक डेज पे किसी को किसी चीज के लिए टाइम नहीं होता. तो मैंने कहा अगर 19th में कोई मंडे या ट्यूसडे पड़ रहा होगा तो वैसे कोई सत्संग नहीं आएगा, पर जब मैंने कैलेंडर में चेक किया तो वो सैटरडे था, तो मैंने कहा ये तो बिल्कुल परफेक्ट गुरुजी ने दिखाया है. However, there was a challenge. At that time, we had no source of income, and Vikram suggested booking a clubhouse instead due to space constraints at our town home. But the dream had shown Guruji pacing in our living room and kitchen area, so I knew in my heart that the satsang had to happen at home. Due to Vikram's apprehensions, we tried to book the clubhouse, but found out that it was already reserved for a party. Interestingly, that party never took place, as if Guruji had intervened to ensure that the satsang unfolded exactly as he had made us envision it. So, जब सुबह हम उठे तो मैंने ये अपना दर्शन, ये अपना ड्रीम विक्रम के साथ शेयर किया, और विक्रम ने बोला कि हम पहली बार सत्संग अगर कर रहे हैं तो बहुत संगत आएगी, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैड बीन आस्किंग फॉर दैट सत्संग एनीवे, एंड हमारा उस टाइम टाउन होम था, तो ही सेड स्पेस कंस्ट्रेंट्स होंगी, तो जिस कम्युनिटी में हम रहते थे वहां पर देयर वाज अ प्रोविजन ऑफ रेंटिंग अ क्लब हाउस, आप इन एडवांस आप उसको बुक कर सकते हो, and you can block that clubhouse, which could have accommodated more people. तो विक्रम का ये आइडिया था कि घर की बजाय हम क्लब हाउस में करेंगे. तो अब मैंने सपने में देखा था कि गुरुजी तो घर में चल रहे हैं और संगत घर में बैठ के लंगर कर रही है, बट बिकॉज ही वाज वेरी परसिस्टेंट, तो वी सेड चलो चेक कर लो 19th मई की अवेलेबिलिटी. श्योर इनफ क्लब हाउस वालों ने हमें बताया कि किसी ने ऑलरेडी उस दिन के लिए पार्टी बुक कर रखी है, क्लब हाउस इज नॉट अवेलेबल, तो सत्संग तो घर में ही होगा. इंटरेस्टिंगली हमें उसी दिन पता चला that party which was scheduled to take place never happened in the clubhouse, by the way. So with unwavering faith in Guruji's design, we proceeded to host the satsang at home, even though we had no financial means at that time. It was a testament to Guruji's divine planning and his ability to turn circumstances in our favor. The satsang at our home turned out to be a beautiful and memorable event, with Guruji's presence and blessings guiding every aspect of the gathering. This experience further reinforced my belief that Guruji's grace transcends all obstacles and he takes care of every detail when we surrender to his will. So something noteworthy here is that we have to remove ourselves from the situation, because हमें ये लगने लगता है, हमारा अहंकार जो है, हमारा जो ईगो है, वो हमें बताता है कि वी आर द डूअर्स, हम कर रहे हैं, हम प्लान कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो हमारा वहम है संगत जी. मार्ग दिखाने वाले, मार्गदर्शन करने वाले और उस मार्ग से ऑब्स्टिकल्स निकालने वाले गुरुजी हैं. तो गुरुजी ऐसी चीज प्लान करते हैं जो हम शायद सोच भी नहीं सकते, उस डिटेल से प्लान करते हैं जो हम प्लान अपनी जितनी भी स्कीम लगा ले हम वो नहीं कर सकते. और लाइक आई सेड कि बिकॉज उस टाइम फाइनेंशियली वी वर वेरी टाइट एज वेल, कोई सोर्स ऑफ इनकम नहीं था. अब 80 से 100 लोगों का सत्संग करना, गुरुजी ने मेन्यू भी जो दिखाया, इट वाज साग, दाल मखनी, मक्की की रोटी, एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर दैट कोमल दीदी की मॉम आलू की सब्जी बना के लेकर आई थी. कुछ चीजें याद रह जाती हैं. तो I want to read more and then I'll tell you step by step how everything fell into place. The preparation for the first satsang at our home was filled with challenges and uncertainties, but Guruji's divine guidance and blessings ensured that everything fell into place perfectly. One of the concerns was what to serve with chai to the sangat. I had a very specific menu in mind, but the question was how to get the required items in bulk when we had no source of income. Yet I knew in my heart that Guruji was in charge and I had complete faith in his plan. I remembered an uncle from the Sangat, Anurag, who used to travel back and forth between India and the US for business. I called him, and by Guruji's grace, he agreed to come on the day of Satsang, May 19, 2012. instead of his initial plan of arriving on Monday the 21st. This allowed him to bring all the meetha and the namkeen snacks from India on the day of the satsang, just as we needed. Okay, so now date decide हो गई, ये decide हो गया कि क्लब हाउस नहीं मिलेगा, घर पे ही करना है. अब लंगर का मेन्यू गुरुजी ने दिखा दिया था. अब चाय के साथ क्या सर्व करना है, मेरे दिमाग में बहुत स्पेसिफिक आइटम्स थे. लेकिन अब ये सवाल कि जो सर्व करना है वो 80 से 100 लोगों के लिए कैसे होएगा. और गुरुजी दिमाग में थॉट डालते हैं कि अनुराग मैनी अंकल संगत के हैं, वो आजकल न्यू जर्सी में सेटल्ड है, वो गुड़गांव की संगत है. So back in 2012, he used to make these business trips back and forth between Gurgaon and the US. तो मैंने ऐसे ही फोन करके पूछ लिया, मैंने कहा पता नहीं उनका नेक्स्ट ट्रिप कब लगना है, मैं पूछ लेती हूँ just in case he's coming. So he said, oh, I'm supposed to be there on the 21st of May, which is Monday. तो मैं एक काम करता हूँ, मैं मंडे की जगह वीकेंड पे आ जाता हूँ, एक ही बात है. So 19th he agreed कि वो May 19th सुबह पहुंच जाएंगे. तो गुरुजी ने कैसे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दी कि पूरा जो चाय के साथ उन्हें मीठा और नमकीन सर्व करना था, वो मम्मी पापा ने फ्रेश गुड़गांव से बनवाकर भेज दिया. उनकी ओवरनाइट की फ्लाइट थी. 19th सुबह सुबह 4 या 5 बजे वो सारा सामान लेकर पहुंच गए. So as far as the langar menu, Guruji had shown me sarson ka saag, dal makhni and makki ki roti in my dream. Although I had never cooked these dishes before, I trusted Guruji's guidance. We managed to get all the necessary ingredients for the saag and dal. Making saag for about 80 people was a daunting task for me, but Guruji's grace was evident as everything fell into place and the saag turned out to be delicious. Now, जब ये मेन्यू गुरुजी ने दिखाया तो मुझे यही लगा कि गुरुजी ने पनीर मखनी टाइप का क्यों नहीं कुछ दिखाया, which would have been easier, right? सरसों का साग जो मैंने कभी पहले नहीं बनाया था, ना मुझे अंदाजा था कि सरसों के साग में क्या जाएगा, क्या इंग्रेडिएंट्स है, क्या क्वांटिटी है, कुछ नहीं मेरे को पता. और आई रिमेम्बर कि हम इंडियन स्टोर में गए और ये मेरी एक्चुअल कॉन्वर्सेशन है. So आप imagine करो, this is more than 10 years ago, right? I walked into a store and I said, भैया मेरे को सरसों का साग बनाना है 80 लोगों के लिए, तो आप मुझे बता दो क्या क्या कितना कितना लेना है. And that guy looked at me that, is she an alien? Where does she come from? What is she talking about? And we loaded up all the greens in our car कि जैसे गाय भैंस का चारा नहीं होता कि तुम सब लेकर जा रहे हो कि साग बनाना है. और that night in the little sink, तुम साग तुमने धोना शुरू किया, काटना शुरू किया. And I remember the next morning when Anurag uncle came, literally वो हमारे साथ साग को कड़छियां मार रहे हैं खड़े होकर सुबह 5 बजे, क्योंकि उसी शाम का सत्संग था. So कैसे, from where Guruji inspires, from where Guruji enables, from where Guruji makes it possible, only Guruji knows. And everything fell into place. And I still remember कि उंगली चाट के लोग साग खा रहे थे उस दिन, और उसमें गुरुजी का रस था. अब एक चैलेंज बचता था कि चलो साग और दाल मखनी तो बन गई, अब मक्की की रोटी का क्या होगा. I didn't want to buy makki ki roti for so many people for the same reasons that I mentioned earlier. So the only challenge left was making makki ki roti for so many people. However, Guruji's unique ways came to our rescue again. An auntie from the Sangat had a dream where Guruji instructed her and another auntie to make 150 rotis each. They solved our problem, and all the langar was sorted out with Rashmi auntie and Taj auntie helping us with roti prasad. So again, none other than Guru Sahib coming to our rescue. किसी को, I think ताज आंटी को या रश्मि आंटी को, मुझे याद नहीं, किसी को गुरुजी ने सपने में आकर ये इंस्ट्रक्शंस दे दी कि तुमने और साथ में एक और जोड़ीदार ने इतनी मक्की की रोटीज बना के सत्संग के लिए लेकर जानी है. तो विदाउट मी हैविंग टू आस्क, विदाउट मी हैविंग टू बाय, रोटीज का अरेंजमेंट हो गया. एंड दे हैड कॉल्ड मी अ डे प्रायर कि अच्छा आप मक्की की रोटी की चिंता मत करना, वो हम ले आएंगे. So as the day of the satsang approached, everything seemed to happen seamlessly, guided by Guruji's divine presence. The satsang took place as Guruji had shown me in the dream, and it was beautiful and a blessed event. I still remember कि उस सत्संग में literally पूरा टाउन हाउस ऊपर से नीचे तक हमारा भरा हुआ था. सैंडी अंकल जो गुरुजी को उनके फोरहेड पे किस करते थे, वो घर में आए थे. अनुराग अंकल was there and we had a beautiful satsang. Komal Didi, her entire family, everybody showed up. And भर भर के गुरुजी ने as expected अपनी संगत भेजी and everything fell into place better than expected, better than what we could have planned for. Rashmi auntie had a dream interpreting the significance of having a green item sag in the menu, which signified prosperity. True to her interpretation, our financial situation turned around miraculously within just 2 months of starting the satsang, and our lives changed for the better. So उस टाइम पे, like I said, जब गुरुजी ने सत्संग कराया, हमारे पास कोई source of income नहीं थी, लेकिन 2 months later it was a different story. And during that satsang, and Auntie Rashmi auntie had shared that अगर आपको गुरुजी ने हरा दिखाया है, because I was wondering, I was like, सरसों का साग ही गुरुजी ने मेन्यू पे देना था, कुछ आसान सा नहीं दे सकते थे, कोई दाल या पनीर कर देते. And she said, नहीं बेटा, this green signifies prosperity and you don't know what lies ahead. And true to those words, just within a couple months after hosting the satsang, there has been no looking back financially since then. This entire journey was a testament to the power of Guruji's grace and the unwavering faith in his divine plan. His blessings and presence guided us through the most challenging times, and we experienced firsthand that satsangs are not just about happiness, but they also teach us to have faith and surrender to Guruji's will, even in the most trying times. His love and blessings continue to be the guiding light in our lives, and we are forever grateful for his divine presence. Sangaji, I cannot say it enough. How lucky are we that he chose our souls to be part of his Sangat. And this is his beautiful signature that Guruji used to do. Kabhi photographs pe, kabhi, kabhi wo cards ko handwrite karte the, and he would always say, Kalyan Kitta, blessings always Guruji. So with this, I conclude my reading for today. कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो संगत जी तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. The satsangs go on and satsangs का कभी end हो ही नहीं सकता. आज भी लाइफ में बहुत ऐसी चीजें, बहुत ऐसे सवाल, बहुत ऐसी फीलिंग्स दिल में उठती है जहां तुम गुरुजी की तरफ देखकर कहते हो कि गुरुजी हमारा हाथ थामे रखना, गुरुजी उस जगह पे मत लेकर जाना जहां वी आर नॉट मेंट टू बी, वो काम हमसे मत कराना जिससे आपको हमारे पे गर्व ना हो. और आज भी मेरी वही अरदास है कि गुरुजी रखना अपने चरणों के कोल और आप हमारा हाथ थामना, क्योंकि हमारे हाथ तो बहुत कमजोर है. हम तो जरा मुश्किल आती है, जरा कठिनाई आती है, हम टूट जाते हैं और हम वो हाथ छोड़ देते हैं. लेकिन अगर आपका गुरु आपका हाथ थाम के रखता है, then he steers you on the right path, as difficult as it may seem at that point in time. So we pray for strength, we pray for acceptance, and we pray for immense and unconditional faith on behalf of me and every Sangat member. So Shukrana Guruji. Om Namah Shivaya, Shivji Sada Sahai. Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Hi Sahai. अगले हफ्ते मिलेंगे सैटरडे को 12:30. जय गुरु जी.
Jai Guruji. Beautiful chapter. I went back 2010 to 2015 and I remember the both, like 5 though it was totally clear. 6 we definitely Aarti, very well written. मुझे 2010 का अच्छी से याद है सत्संग, जब हमने I think रेंट की थी जगह, and it was the first time. And I remember मैं जब गई थी गुरुजी के पास माथा टेका, तो माथा टेकने के बाद मैंने उनकी तरफ देख के कहा, अगर आप में कोई इट्स सो स्टूपिड ऑफ मी, माफ कर देना महाराज मुझे इस आज के दिन में जो मैंने ऐसा बोला, अगर आप में जरा भी शक्ति है तो मुझे ये फूल दो, the rose flower. It was so stupid of me. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Maharaj, मुझे नहीं बोलना चाहिए था ऐसे. But that day, when satsang हो गया, मैं निकलने लगी, तो Taj auntie calls me from the back. Auntie, अपनी blessing तो ले जाओ, with that rose in her hand. I was amazed. वो दिन मेरा connection पहला जुड़ा था कि there is something, there is a power, there is जो मुझे खींच रहा है. But again, वो मेरा टाइम नहीं था जुड़ने का. टाइम मेरा 2015 में था जो मुझे घर से उठा के लेके गए. But that I remember this chapter 5 clearly, Aarti. I remember the chapter 6 clearly. I can't believe it कि इतना और इतना सुंदर लिखा है ना. एंड आई रिमेम्बर कई बार तुझे कुछ याद नहीं रहता, दीदी मुझे याद करा देना. एंड यू रोट द डेट्स. मैं अभी सुन रही थी कि कैसे इसको डेट्स इसको कैसे डेट्स याद है. सो हाँ, आई इवन रिमेम्बर द फर्स्ट सत्संग एंड योर होम, अनुराग अंकल का सत्संग. आई रिमेम्बर, पर जुड़ा नहीं था, वो मेरा कोई कनेक्शन नहीं था महाराज से. वो बस तू बुलाती थी, एज अ फैमिली हम आ जाते थे. बट पता नहीं गुरुजी क्या कर रहे थे, क्या करना चाह रहे थे. बट वेरी अगेन आई विल से दैट कि सो मच थैंक यू टू अंकल जी जिन्होंने हमें तेरे थ्रू जुड़वाया. एंड थैंक्स टू यू. एंड डेफिनेटली शुक्राना टू महाराज जी की जो उन्होंने मुझे चुना, मुझे पिक किया. एंड अगेन मुझे नहीं मालूम था, दिस इज नॉट अ कोइंसिडेंस कि तू चैप्टर पढ़ रही थी 5 and 6 वेयर माय नेम इज रिटन, यू गोना मेंशन माय नेम. एंड मैं आज मैं तेरे को अंकल के कहने से, सुरेश अंकल के कहने से कहो, इट्स नॉट अ कोइंसिडेंस. दिस इज ऑल डन बाय महाराज. इट्स नॉट,
Absolutely.
इट्स नॉट अ कोइंसिडेंस. ये महाराज ने करवाया है, ये महाराज की मर्जी है. और महाराज डेफिनेटली इज blessing both of us for this day, and definitely blessing to all these sangats on this platform. And uncle ji, Suresh uncle, so शुक्राना महाराज का, अनंतम शुक्राना मेरे मालिक, मेरी बाह पढ़ने का, हम सबकी बाह पढ़ने का, हम सबके अंग संग रहना. अनंतम शुक्राना. ओम नमः शिवाय. शिव जी सदा सहाय. ओम नमः शिवाय. गुरु जी सदा सहाय. Over to you, Suresh uncle.
Thank you.
Jai Guruji Maharaj. Very beautifully narrative, interactive session today. Aarti, Jai Guruji.
Thank you,
Lord
Jai Guruji.
Kamal Aunty, I'll be requesting host to take Agya please from Guruji Maharaj. Jai Guruji.
Jai Guru ji.
नमस्ते गुरुजी. जय गुरुजी महाराज. जय गुरुजी सत्संगत जी. शुक्राना गुरुजी महाराज का सेवादार टीम की तरफ से आप सबका स्वागत है. आज फोर्थ सेशन के लिए आरती कपूर आंटी जी आई हैं. मैं अनुज कपूर आंटी जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज सेशन को आगे बढ़ाएं. जय गुरुजी.
जय गुरु जी अंकल जी, और आई हुई सभी संगत को जय गुरु जी और प्यार भरी नमस्ते. वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ मल्टीलिंगुअल ग्रुप टू टुडेज सेशन, which is the reading of chapters 7 and 8 by the author herself, Aarti Kapur Aunty ji. A big welcome to you once again. Continuing with the readings. Tu Hi Tu. Aunty, it is such an apt title, which not only reflects on your truly blessed journey with Guruji Maharaj, but I think it also inspires the new Sangat to walk this beautiful path and themselves experience the divine bliss of that direct connection with Guruji. His unimaginable meher, His presence, and the immense love that we begin to feel in our lives when He takes us in His charan. Every word that you've written, Aarti Aunty, and then elaborate upon, it is brimming with your love and gratitude for him. It could be your Guru Dakshina, although the journey continues. Personally, I like how in a very natural and simplistic way, you talk of your visits to Guruji's Darbar and your other informal interactions with him. The so-called old Sangat is transported back in time to those wonderful memories of Chota Mandir and the Bade Mandir functions. But more importantly, it helps the new Sangat to experience that journey too. And I have felt it not only while you read, that me too. I'm back in Chota Mandir, and I think the new Sangat who always feels that they wish that they had experienced those magical moments. The way you have described your journey, each interaction with him, in such simplistic and loving detail, I think many of them feel that they themselves are present. And that's what I love about your writing. So I won't take much time, but I definitely wanted to pay this small tribute and congratulate you on this endeavor. And now I hand you over to continue with chapters 7 and 8 as is planned today. Over to you, Aarti Auntie.
Namaste to Guruji. Jai Guruji to everybody. Bahut bahut shukrana, Auntie. I was so touched and moved by your words. And hearing you speak, I was like smiling ear to ear. So you're right that all we can do is in very simple words express our love for Guruji, because I think that's the biggest task. That's the only thing we hold on to in this date and age. And once again, thank you to Multilingual for hosting me. This is week 4, and as Auntie said, that I will be reading chapters 7 and 8 today. So in the last 2 chapters, I covered about how Maharaj blessed Anya's health, and then how the first satsang at our place in New Jersey in 2012 was orchestrated through his dream darshan. Dream darshan is his directive, his direction, and जैसे जैसे गुरुजी ने दिखाया, जो date थी, जो menu दिया, उसके हिसाब से everything fell into place. So in short, that's what I covered last week. So today, in continuation, I will start with chapter 7, which is showers of his blessings. In July 2012, I had another significant dream that brought immense relief and hope. In the dream, Guruji conveyed that Shani is Saturn, was very angry with Vikram. He mentioned pulling out Vikram's spiritual dossier or file, indicating some sort of spiritual intervention or protection. Guruji explained that he had to fight hard with Shani, but ultimately they won the case and everything would be all right. This dream came at a crucial time when Vikram was seeking to get re-employed. Soon after, he had an upcoming interview for the vice president role at a startup company in Manhattan. So like I said last week, that we had this very difficult lull period for about 14 months where we had no source of income. Everything had come to a screeching halt, and those were very, very tough times, because in a country like US, with 2 young kids, if you don't have any income coming in, it's very hard to pay your rents or mortgages and car payments, and not having insurance, health insurance with 2 young kids was also nightmarish, because बच्चे तो हर दूसरे दिन बीमार पड़ते हैं, and people who are in the States can vouch for it that health insurance के बगैर यहाँ पर गुजारा हो ही नहीं सकता. But कैसे वो 14 महीने निकले, I don't know. Finally, July 2012 में एक और सपने में गुरुजी स्वप्न दर्शन देते, और उसमें गुरुजी ने दिखाया कि शनि देवता विक्रम से बहुत नाराज थे, लेकिन गुरुजी ने आके बताया कि मैंने उसको काम कर दिया, उसको समझा दिया है, which to me it was an indication that हमारे whatever काम जो रुके हुए थे और whatever was happening and things were going south was because of some जैसे कहते हैं किसी चीज का प्रकोप, और गुरुजी ने वो आके कंफर्म कर दिया कि ऐसे शनिदेव was angry, but मैंने समझा दिया है, और basically अब काम बनने शुरू हो जाएंगे. So then, as soon as मुझे सपना आया, the next thing we know is that उसको interview की एक offer आती है. And I do want to add that, when you start applying for roles at a certain level, without networking, getting those roles are very, very difficult, because usually such positions को internally fill हो जाती हैं, और अगर नहीं भी होती तो you need to have some sort of a network. And
He was literally transitioning from his own business, going back into the workforce. So the transition was a little bit hard. But अगर गुरुजी ने कुछ बख्शीश देनी है, then no roadblocks can ever touch us, right? Transitioning from running our own business to corporate life and seeking a high-level position added its own challenges. Most top positions are filled through internal networks or referrals, making it rare for an external candidate to secure such a role. However, despite these hurdles, Vikram's interviews went well and he was offered the vice president role at the salary he desired. This miraculous turn of events was undoubtedly a result of Guruji's blessings and divine intervention. I couldn't be more grateful for Guruji's presence in our lives, guiding and protecting us during the most challenging times. His love and grace have been a source of strength and support, and through his divine guidance, we have experienced countless miracles. Jai Guruji for his boundless blessings and the assurance that everything will be okay, no matter how difficult the circumstances may seem. So this is how it is even today. Like, no matter how challenging the times become, or we feel overwhelmed with pressure and things going south, the only thing that keeps us grounded and the only thing that keeps us going is reminding ourselves of the fact that Guruji hai. And in today's time, especially with the world at fire with Israel and Hamas and the war happening, all the more reason for people like us who feel blessed and protected to pray for those around us who are in need. So चलते फिरते, उठते बैठते, सोते जागते, I think हमारे मुंह से यही निकलना चाहिए कि गुरुजी हमें बख्श दो, गुरुजी मेहर करो, गुरुजी मेहर करो. और another way that I think in my mind leads to a little bit of a spiritual progression or evolution is when you start to say कि गुरुजी मुझे वो बनाओ जो आप बनाना चाहते हो, गुरुजी आप मुझसे वो कराओ जो आप करवाना चाहते हो. So even when you pray, you stop asking कि गुरुजी मेरा ये वाला काम बना दो, या गुरुजी मुझे वो चीज दे दो, या मुझे इससे मिला दो. हम सिर्फ ये बोलते हैं कि गुरुजी वही करवाना जो आपकी रजा. In 2012, I re-embarked on my journey into the corporate world of America, despite having no other launching pad. In India, I would have had my father's influence had I been in India, but here I was on my own. Guruji's guiding light illuminated the path for me. Although challenging, I never doubted that anything is possible in Guruji's world. The word impossible becomes I am possible. So, like we say कि गुरुजी की दुनिया में कोई coincidence नहीं होता, गुरुजी की दुनिया में कुछ भी नामुमकिन नहीं है, क्योंकि सब कुछ करने कराने वाले गुरुजी हैं. And that's why हम ये भी अक्सर कहते हैं, a lot of people sometimes say कि ऐसा लगता है कि गुरुजी हमारी सुनते नहीं है, गुरुजी सुनते नहीं है. गुरुजी सब सुनते हैं, लेकिन शायद हम में उतना विश्वास नहीं और हम में इतनी वो पेशेंस नहीं कि हम रुक सकें और उनकी रजा को समझ सकें, क्योंकि हम बहुत काले पड़ जाते हैं. और अगर आपको लग रहा है that same actions are yielding same results, then try to change the way we act, try to change the way we operate, try to change the way we seek his blessings, right? Leaving my 2-year-old at daycare and commuting from North Jersey to Princeton for my IT training was tough. However, in the midst of this, I received a wonderful opportunity. Excel Scripts through Cognizant Technology Solutions offered me a role of a business analyst. The process was interesting and included a dream that provided an indication of my success. Before the in-person interview, I had a dream of Guruji facing on campus, and to my surprise, the venue turned out to be the same campus I had seen in my dream. This dream filled me with hope and confidence that I would get the job. However, weeks went by without any word, and my then husband began expressing doubts about the job offer. Yet I remained steadfast in my belief, convinced that this place was meant for me. Miraculously, within the same week of my husband's skepticism, I received a call from the same place offering me the same role as a business analyst, but on a completely different team. So I'll explain this a little bit. I wanted to relaunch myself in the corporate space, right? And that took a little bit of training, and hard work was involved. I had two little girls. One was 7, the other was 2. So 7-year-old to school जाती थी, 2 साल की बच्ची को डे केयर में छोड़कर सुबह दूर I used to go for my training. I would drive almost an hour and a half or 2 hours to get that training. And then जैसे ही वो खत्म हुआ तो एक इंटरव्यू की अपॉर्चुनिटी मुझे मिली और वो इन पर्सन इंटरव्यू था. अगेन ड्रीम में गुरुजी ने दिखाया एक बहुत सुंदर सा कैंपस, स्प्रॉलिंग ग्रीन लश ग्रीन लॉन्स, खुला डुला एरिया, और गुरुजी वहां चल रहे. तो जब मैं अपना इंटरव्यू देने गई एक्सप्रेस ट्रिप्स के कैंपस में, मैंने कहा अरे यही तो गुरुजी ने ड्रीम में दिखाया था. तो बिकॉज वो सपने में दिखाया और गुरुजी वहां चल रहे थे, एंड दैट वाज द प्लेस ऑफ माय इंटरव्यू, तो मैंने अपने मन में ये सोच लिया कि इसका मतलब मुझे यहाँ पर सक्सेस मिलेगी. तो इंटरव्यू हो गया. इंटरव्यू वाज ओके इन माय व्यू, बट काफी हफ्ते निकल गए और उन्होंने कांटेक्ट नहीं किया. तो विक्रम ने बोलना शुरू कर दिया कि आईटी कंसल्टिंग में ऐसा नहीं होता. इफ दे नीड टू हायर यू, they will usually make an offer in the next week to 10 days. ऐसे you never wait for 3 to 4 weeks to fill a position that needs to be filled. इसका मतलब they fill the position with someone else. So, but मेरे को I was steadfast in my faith कि गुरुजी ने वो कैंपस दिखाया है तो इसका मतलब कुछ तो यहाँ होएगा. And sure enough, randomly out of the blue, I get another phone call, and we have this mini just phone screening. और मुझे सेम रोल मिलता है but on a completely different team but the same venue. It was a reaffirmation of Guruji's divine presence orchestrating the opportunity in his own unique way. Through his blessings, I embarked on a fulfilling career journey, all made possible by Guruji's divine guidance and unwavering support. Jai Guruji again for making the impossible possible and leading me on this incredible path in corporate America. So again, I sound like a broken record just saying this, that हमारी सोच सिर्फ एक certain point तक होती है. Beyond that, गुरुजी के क्या plans हैं और वो कैसे और कब unfold होंगे उसका हमें इल्म भी नहीं है. And again, जब हमें सबर आता है, सबर इज डायरेक्टली टाइड टू फेथ. अगर तो आप में फेथ है तो यू विल नो कि जो होगा, जैसे होगा, जब भी होगा अच्छा होगा. और अगर नहीं है, then we have to work towards getting that bakshish from Guruji. Starting my new role as a business analyst was nerve-wracking, as I had no prior experience in this field and felt unprepared for the tasks ahead. Writing business requirement documents and dealing with IT-related matters seemed like a daunting challenge. Now, this is something I'd not done. Like I had worked in, other companies like Siemens and, but in a completely different capacity. This was a brand new, unknown territory for me, and the tasks and the responsibilities that came with the role felt a little daunting. क्योंकि कभी किया नहीं था. But कैसे, again, Guruji, Sada Sahai, Guruji Angsang, I will read on. However, destiny had its own plans. In the few days before I officially received my work laptop, Hurricane Sandy struck the East Coast in 2012, causing widespread damage and disruption. This unexpected turn of events further delayed the start of my work by a couple of weeks. But here's where Guruji's grace and protection were evident once again. While many areas in New Jersey and New York suffered from flooding and power outages, our living place remained unaffected. It was almost as if Guruji had created a safe bubble around us, We enjoyed a paid vacation during those days, spending time together, watching movies, and simply relaxing. It was a blessing in disguise, as the chaos caused by Sandy meant there were no immediate business requirements documents to write. So again, timing. I joined, and usually, it takes about, at least back in the days, up to it's a lot faster. आम बात थी कि जब तक आपको लैपटॉप एक्सेस वगैरह सब प्रोविजन होगा, हफ्ता 10 दिन निकल जाता था. बट मेरे केस में क्या हुआ कि जैसे ही ज्वाइन किया, अक्टूबर 2012 में सैंडी हिट दी ट्राई स्टेट एरिया. तो काफी उस हरिकेन ने काफी नुकसान पहुंचाया. एंड ऑब्वियसली एवरीथिंग वाज पुट ऑन होल्ड, ऑफिसेस शट डाउन, व्हिच meant कि अब नौकरी तो शुरू हो गई है, इनकम आनी शुरू हो गई है, पर काम था नहीं. And Guruji just kept, our space so protected. लोगों की यहाँ लाइटें नहीं थी, फ्लडिंग हो रही थी, बट हमें ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे कुछ तो, जैसे कहते हैं ना, रक्षा कवच आसपास है, कि हमें कोई इम्पैक्ट ही नहीं हुआ. इनफैक्ट दैट टाइम we used to enjoy ourselves and just relax and unwind. And that anxiety कि oh God, मुझे आती इस role में, I have to start authoring documents जो मुझे करना नहीं आता, that was pushed out by at least 8 weeks. Guruji's blessings continued to pave the way for my success at work. Despite being assigned to write a business requirement documentation for a team, a co-worker came to my aid and took over the task entirely. Guruji's divine plan unfolded once again, sparing me from the pressure of delivering something beyond my level of comfort and expertise. The document was completed flawlessly, and my co-worker's assistance ensured that it met client expectations. So, एक छोटी सी बात है that when we went back to work from Sandy, I was assigned a task to write a BRD for a team, and out of the blue, again, somebody comes and volunteers that, hey, you want me to take this on? I can do this. I've been doing this for a long time. And without me asking, this was just taken from my plate and delivered. And that was the last time, by the way, I was ever asked to write a BRD, because soon after my role changed. I'm going to share that satsang as well. As the year came to an end, we found ourselves working at the command center on December 31st, 2012, and into the night of January 1st, 2013. Little did I know that this very night would bring a significant turning point in my career. During this time, I had an opportunity to meet a business leader at Express Scripts who offered me a role on his team. This role was different from being a business analyst and marked the start of my journey in lead management positions. With Guruji's grace, I was able to transition into the role that suited my skills and passion better, and I excelled in my new position. Not only did this change provide me with greater job satisfaction, but it also came with a significant increase in salary. Once again, Guruji's blessings proved to be the guiding force that led me to new opportunities and a prosperous career. That said, there was always a void that I knew I had to fill quickly because I was placed in a role without any foundational knowledge. This meant I had to take a few courses and certifications without even having the required numbers and required years of experience. So, like I said, that it so happened that we were supposed to be working for this go live, thing at a command center. It was 31st December, and my entire team was there, and I happened to meet somebody. And he said, hey, there's an open position on my team. Would you like to take that on? And my prior experience and my skill set was actually better suited to that. And ever since then, there was no looking back. Within just a couple months, my salary almost doubled. And Guruji's grace was immense, but this also refueled that passion in me to keep forging ahead. And I had to quickly step it up because I internally knew because I moved from India to the US, I took a break because of motherhood and raising kids. I needed to fill that void up, so I needed to do additional certifications and additional trainings to bridge that gap. With Guruji's voice in my head, I signed up for PMP certification, which is Project Management Professional, which required a certain amount of work experience. I filled in the application and fabricated my work experience so I could at least take the test. Now, PMP का exam देने के लिए भी you have to have certain number of hours. मेरे पास वो hours नहीं थे, पर गुरुजी की आवाज आ रही थी कि exam तूने ये certification करनी है. And it's a relatively difficult certification because that's a very by the book certification. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपके पास 20 साल का project management का experience है और आप वो exam clear कर लोगे, you're sadly mistaken because it's very, very by the book. So, but क्योंकि गुरुजी ने inspire किया था कि ये certification करनी है, तो मैंने कहा चलो मैं form भर देती हूँ, करते हैं. अब जब वो मैंने application submit करी, I'm going to read what happens further. However, my application got flagged in a random audit and I have to provide additional information regarding my work experience. Luckily, I managed to get the head of my department to sign the letter and the application was approved. Once I signed up and had a date for the exam, I began studying hard. That exam, for those of you who know, is very by the book. People with years of experience often fail this exam because answering the questions based on everyday experience won't suffice. The study guide, also known as the PMBOK, there's a particular book called Project Management Book of Knowledge, was incredibly dry and voluminous as well. Nevertheless, I took the exam and passed it in one shot. At that time, it was a huge sense of accomplishment, not having the experience and still daring to take the certification thanks to the voice in my head, which was his. Guruji kept steering my life in the right direction and continues to do so. So, like I touched upon it, job शुरू कर दी, role change हो गया, उसके बाद एक अंदर से एक आवाज आने लगी कि अब next step क्या करना है, ये certification करनी है. And जब उसके लिए apply किया exam के लिए, तो form भरना पड़ता है और वो form, random audits होते हैं, उसमें वो extra sort of scrutiny के लिए आ गया. So I had to go to the head of the department, get the application signed, and I decided to take the exam. And with Guruji's grace and blessings, 8 key shot mein, I was able to clear that. And I still remember that right from the exam center, I went back to Guruji's Mandir here in New Jersey to do, just to Shukrana. Life went on and my career trajectory was looking good. I moved from Cognizant to Deloitte. This too felt like a satsang because I never failed to acknowledge that I got everything sooner and more than I ever deserved. For that opportunity too, a recruiter reached out to me out of the blue on LinkedIn and Guruji carried me through 8 rounds of interviews, both on phone and in person. With the new job came more responsibility and travel every week. So then, out of the blue, a recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn and he said, hey, we have an opening at Deloitte. Are you interested? And Deloitte was a big brand name in consulting. It still is. And I just followed the process and after 8 rounds of interviews, I was given the job offer. But with that came more responsibility, came more travel. So, life was just moving at a breakneck speed. I did this for 2 years, and while it did create a vacuum at home, life was moving at a neck-breaking speed. Each day unfolded a new set of challenges, and with every challenge came immense blessings. Between 2013 and 14, we acquired 2 homes. The first home we purchased was the condo that we were living in. The closing was a couple of days away, and I was excitedly telling everyone about our plans to become homeowners for the first time. Vic was hesitant and would always say that you should only talk after the work is done. However, my excitement knew no bounds. There was a deep-rooted confidence in me that if it's meant to be, it'll happen. Right before closing, we discovered a few hidden costs, which meant that we were about $11,500 short. I still remember the exact amount. If we did not have that amount, the entire deal could have fallen apart. Please believe me, Sangaji, The next day, I received an unexpected wire transfer from Cognizant, my employer, for that exact amount. I was not expecting it and knew it in a jiffy that Guruji had pulled some strings. The closing happened and we bought the home we had been renting since 2009. So जिस condo में हम New Jersey में move हुए थे, we decided to buy that in 2013. So यहाँ पर एक होता है घर की price and then you have separate closing costs. So closing costs में unexpected एक angle निकला है जिसमें we needed couple $1,000 more. And I had already started to tell people that we'll probably end up buying this house. और विक्रम थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा cautious अपना his way of approaching things is a little bit more cautious and conservative than mine. So he said कि ऐसे तुम्हें announce नहीं करना चाहिए, काम होने के बाद ही बोलना चाहिए. I was very very excited. I said regardless जो भी नतीजा होगा अच्छा ही होगा. And if this is meant to happen, it will happen. Sure enough, I think faith always gets rewarded. I haven't seen a situation जहाँ किसी का विश्वास का इनाम उसको ना मिलाओ. And out of the blue, I see an ACH come in for that exact amount. And the closing went through seamlessly. Uske baad, almost next year, we bought another home. So the second home, which we lovingly called Guru Ashiana, was also a gift from him. It was a dream house for sure, and we held monthly satsangs for 5 years in this home together. I found this home online, and it was only once we physically saw it, ये online हमने घर देखा था, and when people are searching for homes, they tend to see a lot of homes. बहुत showings में वो जाते हैं. हमने सिर्फ एक ही घर physically देखा. And Vikram was reluctant to even see it initially because it was in the suburbs, which was far from work. However, when we saw it, he realized that this was also the home that Guruji had shown him in a dream. So we immediately agreed to buy it. So पहले जब वो online listing निकली, and I was very keen to see that home. So location, because it was a little bit far from New York City, so his initial reaction was that it's in the middle of nowhere, it's too far, and we're not interested. But when we agreed to see that home, he realized that he had seen this home in his dream, जो गुरुजी ने उसको पहले ही दिखा दिया था. और जैसे ही उसने फिर वो घर देखा, we just instantly agreed to buy it. During our visit, we also met a neighbor who looked like an old Guruji Sangat, and he also convinced us to move in. We felt his energy and presence in every corner of the home. The chairs that Guruji sat on and the table that was used for his satsang made it to our darbar. After 7 long years, the table was used during the time of Claire Palm Satsang and the Gurgaon annual Satsang every year while Maharaj was in his physical form. In 2007, my father thought of giving that away for the use by Gurgaon annual Satsang organizers, and I told him not to do so because someday it would find its way into our place, and it did. 7 years later, on the eve of Thanksgiving, such is his divine grace. So, like I said, that जब हम वो घर देखने गए, so because उसने dream में वो देखा था, he agreed to buy. The second factor was we ran into our immediate neighbors, and वो वाले अंकल बिल्कुल गुरुजी की एक संगत है, चैटर्जी अंकल, कर्नल चैटर्जी, बिल्कुल हूबहू उनकी शक्ल. और मैं उनको देखकर ये कहूँगा कि कर्नल चैटर्जी अंकल यहाँ कैसे आ गए? And he just, he spoke to us जैसे पता नहीं कितने सालों से उनको जानते हैं. He said, हाँ आप ही लो, हमें Indians ही चाहिए neighborhood में. और he talked us into that it's a beautiful home, इसमें बहुत upgrades किए हुए हैं, तो आप ये ले लो. And so we decided to go for that home. और उस घर में हमने काफी साथ सत्संग भी किए. और there was this chair and table. I don't know if you can see it. ये गुरुजी के क्लेयर फार्म्स गुरुजी का गुड़गांव एनुअल सत्संग
जब भी हुआ है, जब तक महाराज चोले में थे, यही कुर्सी और टेबल जाता था. And then after Guruji left his physical form, his chola, I still remember that I think 2007 की बात है. After Guruji had left his chola, I was talking to my dad and पापा कहते कि दिसंबर में वो एनुअल सत्संग होना है, तो कमांडर शर्मा बोल रहे हैं कि ये कुर्सी और टेबल आप डोनेट कर दो, बिकॉज गुरुजी के काम ही आएगी. तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि उनको दे देता हूँ. एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाट गॉट इनटू मी, एंड आई सेड नहीं पापा, ये कुर्सी और टेबल आप रखना, ये हमारे घर में आएगा. और 2007 में आई वाज इन न्यूयॉर्क in a very small 2-bedroom apartment. और सोचने की बात है कि जब लिटरली किसी और चीज की जगह नहीं थी, एंड मेरे मुंह से निकलना कि नहीं नहीं ये कुर्सी और टेबल तो हमारे घर में आएगा. वो 2007 की बात, 2014 में it finally arrived at our home on the eve of Thanksgiving. तो ये होती है गुरुजी की टाइमिंग, और मुकर्रर गुरुजी करते हैं. And then I have a picture of बड़े मंदिर, which is, we all know, heaven on earth. Like Guruji said, कि ये मैं एक सुच्ची था अपनी संगत के लिए छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ. This is our ever so beautiful Guru Sahib. Chapter 8, his blessings today, forever and beyond. I look back at May 31st, 2007, the day he left his chola, as a black day in our lives. But it is also Guruji who taught us to look for the silver lining in the darkest of clouds. When he was in his physical form, he was bound by limitations of mortality, despite being a highly enlightened and elevated soul. However, after leaving his physical garb, he broke free from the shackles and limitations. He became formless. His power was limitless, and his sangat multiplied manifold. So this is true that जब गुरुजी ने अपना चोला छोड़ा, so the dense sangat जो गुरुजी से physical form में जुड़ी हुई थी was pretty shook up, and हम सबको ये एहसास होने लग गया था कि ऐसा कैसे हो गया. We were all in a state of shock. We all felt orphaned. And it was very, very difficult for us to digest that something like this could even be possible. क्योंकि हमारे ज़हन में बस एक ही बात थी कि वो महापुरुष जिन्होंने लाखों करोड़ों को जीवन दान दिया, वो खुद ऐसे कैसे चले गए. लेकिन वो बात आज समझ आती है that this was also by his design, because being in human form, he was also bound by the limitations of that physical garb. Guruji literally हम सबका कष्ट अपने ऊपर लेते थे. लोगों का ब्लैक मैजिक, लोगों का कैंसर, खून की उल्टियां करनी गुरुजी ने, लोगों की हेडेक, माइग्रेन अपने ऊपर लेते थे और उसको तप करके जलाते थे, बिकॉज वो भी उस शारीरिक मर्यादा में बंधे हुए थे. लेकिन आज अपना चोला छोड़ने के बाद हम सब देख रहे हैं कि संगत कितनी बढ़ गई है, और उनकी पावर्स तो अब बाउंडलेस और कंप्लीटली लिमिटलेस हो गई हैं, बिकॉज नाउ इवन गुरु साहिब इज फॉर्मलेस. I vividly remember that fateful day because on 29th May 2007, I had to undergo a DNC procedure. We had lost the second child I was carrying. I was an emotional wreck, feeling terribly alone, and the fear of the unknown was tremendous. I did not know how painful the procedure would be, nor did I know the recovery time. With no help at hand and a 2-year-old at home, I was a bundle of nerves as I went into the operating room. In an effort to find comfort, I took a small clip-on swaroop of Guruji. Those were the only ones available back then, and attached it to my clothes. So, as I'm talking about 31st May 2007, there is another day that is fairly close. So on 29th May 2007, मुझे अभी तक याद है, my DNC was scheduled because my second pregnancy, I had miscarried the baby, so they had to do this procedure. Now I did not know what DNC meant, what it entails. All I knew was कि इसमें general anesthesia देंगे, they'll put you to sleep and do whatever they need to do.
मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि इसका रिकवरी टाइम क्या होगा, आफ्टर प्रोसीजर कोई कॉम्प्लिकेशंस होंगे कि नहीं होंगे, एंड आई वाज वेरी नर्वस. तो जब ऑपरेशन थिएटर में लेकर गए टू डू द प्रोसीजर, तो आई हैड द स्मॉल क्लिप ऑन स्वरूप जो मैंने अपने गाउन के ऊपर लगाया था. एंड बैक इन द डे संगत जी, वही वो छोटे छोटे वाले क्लिप्स मिलते थे, बड़े बड़े स्वरूप बहुत ही कम दिए जाते थे. इनफैक्ट 2003-2004 में आई डोंट थिंक के बड़े बड़े पोस्टर्स का कोई लंबा चौड़ा रिवाज भी था. वो छोटे छोटे क्लिप ऑन वाले ही मिलते थे. सो आई हैड दैट एंड आई हेल्ड ऑन टू दैट, और वो मैंने अपने कपड़ों पे अटैच कर लिया. And I requested the staff to let the Swaroop stay with me as is. When they asked me who this is, I replied, it's my God. Clinging to the Swaroop, I was put to sleep. From that point on, I have no recollection of the procedure itself. How it happened, what occurred, I felt no pain whatsoever during or after the DNC. तो जब वो स्वरूप लगा हुआ था, तो नर्स ने पूछा कि ये क्या हु इज दिस, एंड आई सेड ये मेरे भगवान की फोटो है, तो मेरी ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि इसको प्लीज लगे रहने दो. एंड उसके बाद दे पुट मी टू स्लीप, एंड आई डोंट नो कि प्रोसीजर में क्या हुआ, कितनी देर का था, बिकॉज मुझे ना प्रोसीजर के दौरान या प्रोसीजर के बाद कोई भी दर्द का एहसास हुआ. Of course, I returned home with a lot of mental agony, but there was no physical pain. Our extended families living thousands of miles away were deeply concerned about my mental well-being. Though some cousins in the States came over, I felt isolated, left with a 2-year-old to care for, and all our parents could do was call to check in on me. So दोनों साइड के पेरेंट्स का सिर्फ दूर बैठे एक फोन ही आ सकता था, और यहाँ पर जो हमारी थोड़ी सी एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली थी, कजिन्स थे, तो 2-4 लोगों ने विजिट कर लिया, बट दैट मेंटल एग्नी वाज देयर मोर देन एनी फिजिकल पेन पर से. और बिकॉज ऑफ दैट मेरे को आई यूज्ड टू फील वेरी लोनली, आइसोलेटेड, डिप्रेस्ड, एंड ऊपर से आई वुड बी होम ऑल डे and I was tasked to care for a 2-year-old kid. So it was, I wasn't in the right frame of mind. So they called me the next day on the 30th, but alas, there was no phone calls the night of the 30th or the morning of the 31st. So like I said, parents would just call and check in. और उनका 30th को फोन आया, but 30th रात को और 31st की सुबह कोई फोन ही नहीं आया. I called my mom, feeling somewhat disappointed and ready to complain, but when I heard her voice on the line, she was sobbing helplessly like a child. My heart sank and I immediately asked her, Papa ko kya hua? And I, in my mind, just assumed the worst. So, jab, 30th रात और 31st सुबह फोन नहीं आया, so I was like very disappointed कि एक तो, मैं अकेली हूँ यहाँ पर, और इनका फोन नहीं आया. So I called them that evening just ready to complain कि ऐसे how can you be so careless. और जब मम्मा ने फोन उठाया, तो मम्मा फोन पे on the other side she was sobbing, और मेरा दिल बिल्कुल बैठ गया और मैं घबरा गई, और immediately मेरे को लगा कि शायद पापा को कुछ हो गया है. तो मैंने सीधे ये पूछा, what happened to Papa? That's when she said, Guruji is no more. And her exact words were, Hum anath ho gaye, meaning we all are orphaned. I still get goosebumps reliving that unreal moment. Sangaji, today it's been so many years, but I cannot explain the impact of hearing those words. It was like something hit us out of the blue, and I was not ready to accept it. I was not ready to process it. Or just again, for a flash, what is she saying? Like, am I hearing it correctly? That Guruji is no more? Hum anath ho gaye? Like, what am I hearing? And instantly, even I started, वो चीख के रोना निकलना शुरू हो गया कि ऐसे, how is this possible? So many thoughts plagued my mind. How can someone who gave life to millions of people give up his own? That's when all his words started to make sense. हम हमेशा ये सोचते हैं, instantly हमारे दिमाग में ये ख्याल आया कि लोगों को जिंदगी देने वाले अपने आप अपनी लाइफ कैसे छोड़कर, अपना चोला कैसे छोड़ के चले गए, और गुरुजी सर कैसे थॉट इंजेक्ट करते हैं, सोची बख्शते हैं कि ही यूज्ड टू से मैंने चले जाना है, मीनिंग वन फाइन डे आई विल जस्ट लीव, एंड हम महापुरुष अपनी फाइल आप खोलते हैं और आप ही बंद करते हैं। बहुत बार गुरुजी ये बात बोलते थे, जिसका मतलब ग्रेट सोल्स लाइक मी डिसाइड व्हेन टू कम एंड व्हेन टू गो। मेरे जाने के बाद लाइना लग जाएंगियां, मीनिंग आफ्टर माय डिपार्चर पीपल विल क्यू अप इन लाइन फॉर माय दर्शन, एंड दोज लाइन्स विल बी रियली लॉन्ग। This was all part of a grand design orchestrated by Guruji Maharaj. But his Sangat back then was deeply impacted. हालांकि हम सब ने ये बात डायरेक्टली गुरुजी के मुंह से सुनी दी है कि मैंने एक दिन चले जाना है, महापुरुष के दर्शन कर लो। दिल्ली वालों को महापुरुषों की कोई कदर ही नहीं, इतने मेरे तो पहले या मेरा तो बाद कोई किसी ने आना ही नहीं है, गुरुजी ये बोलते थे। एंड देन ही वाज से मैं अपनी फाइल खुद निकालता हूँ, खुद बंद करूंगा, लेकिन those things never made sense till 31st May actually happened, and one fine day he just decided to leave. We were so accustomed to having this tangible place to go to, this guru who was physically present. Simply put, we could not imagine life without him. The good news is that, barring the tangibility factor, the feeling is still the same. There is no life without him, even right now. While Guruji was still in his physical form, I received a diagnosis of polycystic ovarian disease. Seeking his guidance, I went to Guruji and he simply said, "Haldi wala dudh pi, have turmeric milk." After he left his physical form, I experienced something extraordinary. I received the same message, but this time it came randomly from another Sangat member. उस आंटी का नाम श्रुति आंटी है, वो न्यू जर्सी की संगत है। Interestingly, she had no prior context or knowledge of my interaction with Guruji. It was as if he wanted to serve me a reminder through her. This incident stands as just one of the many examples of how Guruji continues to guide and validate his presence, whether it's through telepathy, the Sangat, Shabad Bani, or a satsang. When it's a message from the Master, you will know it and you will feel it. And there's an unmistakable sense of divine connection. So, जब गुरुजी चोले में थे, और ये सत्संग मैंने काफी बार शेयर किया हुआ है कि I was diagnosed with polycystic ovarian disease, और डॉक्टर्स ने मेरे को कुछ हार्मोन्स रेकमेंड किए थे कि आप ये हार्मोन्स खाने शुरू कर दो और आपकी ये multiple cysts ठीक हो जाएंगे. And back then I was very young, and as an unmarried girl, you don't want to put hormones in your body because you don't know the long-lasting impacts of that. So, गुरुजी के पास गए और गुरुजी ने सीधे ये बोला, I don't think मैंने अपना सेंटेंस भी कंप्लीट किया था कि मेरे को पॉलिसिस्टिक ओवेरियन डिजीज है. He right away said कि हल्दी वाला दूध पी. And उनकी वो बात, वो पत्थर की लकीर मैंने बड़ी मुश्किल से, बिकॉज एक हल्दी पीनी बहुत मुश्किल है और दूध मुझे वैसे नहीं पसंद, तो मैंने सिर्फ लिटरली 2-4 दिन के लिए वो पिया था. एंड द सिस्ट, आई डोंट नो वेयर द सिस्ट गॉट डिसॉल्व्ड. जब नेक्स्ट अल्ट्रासाउंड हुआ तो वो सिस्ट नहीं थे. नाउ वो उस टाइम की बात थी जब गुरुजी चोले में थे, काफी साल बाद. I want to say almost after 10 or 12 years, मंदिर में एक बार रैंडमली मेरे को एक आंटी ने कहा कि आप हल्दी वाला, गुरुजी ने मेरे को बोला है आपको रिमाइंड कराने के लिए कि आप हल्दी वाला दूध पियो. And I was very shocked because she's new Sangat, she had no context of my prior history कि गुरुजी ने मुझे in person में ये बात बोली थी. तो मैंने ये सुना और फिर भूल गए हम अपनी रूटीन में, क्योंकि जो चीज पसंद नहीं होती वो आप वैसे नहीं करना चाहते, राइट. और ये सत्संग मैंने बुक में नहीं लिखा, बट मोस्ट रिसेंटली मेरे को फिर से कॉम्प्लिकेशंस, गायनेक प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत ज्यादा शुरू हो गई थी. एंड आई डिड अ स्मॉल प्रोसीजर एज वेल. उसके बाद प्रोसीजर के बाद भी वो ठीक नहीं हुआ था. and the doctor said that we'll end up doing another procedure. और आप इतने में ये हार्मोन्स खाने शुरू कर दो. तो अब मैंने लेने शुरू कर दिया सर. Probably this is the only way this continuous bleeding is going to stop. So I started taking those hormones, but वो hormones खाकर और भी ज़्यादा complications हो गई. And then all of a sudden, this satsang, played in my own mind that this is what Guruji's been asking me to do. अगर मैं दूध में हल्दी नहीं खा सकती, so let me just start taking turmeric pills. And Sangaji, believe you me, I started taking turmeric pills. मैंने वो hormones खाने बंद कर दिए. वो complication कहाँ गई? Doctors को भी नहीं पता because they were all set on doing a procedure अभी upcoming November, December में. And it's just resolved itself. So this is the power of his words. जो हम कहते हैं कि गुरुजी ने अगर अपने मुंह से कोई भी बात निकाल दी, we always try to look for ways around, कि अपनी convenience के हिसाब से हल्दी नहीं अच्छी लगती, दूध नहीं अच्छी लगती, but just keeping that in mind, कि ठीक है मैं अगर दूध में इसको consume नहीं कर सकती, I can start having those pills. I started having those pills, and all shukrana, all glory to Guruji, that problem was fixed. So ये है उनकी blessings. जैसे आंटी ने बोला कि इसका कोई अंत तो हो ही नहीं सकता. And these are a few additional pictures. ये बायर स्टेट की है. For those of you who remember, गुरुजी इस पे चौकड़ी मार के क्रॉस करके बैठ जाते थे कैबिनेट के ऊपर. और ये हम सब जानते हैं कि गुरुजी अपने बर्थडे को बहुत धूमधाम से मनाते थे. This is गुरुजी cutting a cake on his birthday. So this is, we are at a halfway point now. So I think in the next 4 weeks, we should be able to wrap up this book. I thank each one of you जो आकर इस session में जुड़े. It's always such a delight to relive all these experiences. शुक्राना महाराज, शुक्राना संगत जी. कोई भूल चूक हो गई हो तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. ओम नमः शिवाय. शिव जी सदा सहाय. ओम नमः शिवाय. गुरु जी सदा सहाय. जय गुरु जी.
Aarti Aunty, immense thanks. Like I said once again, it was also, very, very, what was inspiring was that despite the challenges, first and foremost, it requires courage to open up your life, your personal life. And that also comes, like you said, when there is faith in Guruji. That जब सब समर्पण कर दिया तो even this is meant for him and his sangat. And sharing your challenges in your personal life, professional life with the sangat, somewhere someone is connecting to it, relating to it, and getting inspired that everything will be okay. Like you said, that when this realization comes that everything will be okay because Guruji hai. Sooner or later, because he's monitoring everything. Isn't that such a beautiful feeling that, as Guruji Sangat we experience, which I think a non-Sangat can never understand, that how do we feel like that? But that is his blessings. And you also reinforced Guruji's Dream Darshan, which is, I think, his trademark style of blessing. And he also validates the upcoming event. आपको पहले हस्बैंड को भी दिखा दिया एंड आपको घर का भी दिखा दिया. सो once again when we feel sometimes कि पता नहीं गुरुजी आप सुन भी रहे हो कि नहीं, देख भी रहे हो कि नहीं, आपको पता है what I'm going through. This validates that he knows everything, but he will take you to the place where he wants you to be. And then you realize, can there be anyone else who loves us more? Or who really wants my welfare than anybody else? So it's only Maharaj. And once again, tu hi tu. So beautiful it is. And वो exact amount वाला reminded me that $11,500 कि Guruji कहते हैं ना, there is no coincidence. So just in case, if some amount had come, who probably someone would have owed you or कहीं से भी आ जाना था, but जब exact amount आया तो गुरुजी ने बता दिया कि होर कोई नहीं, तुसी मैनू याद करो, मैं तुहाडे कम करांगा. So it's only me, है ना. It's so lovely कि और गुरुजी ने आपका मान भी रखा. because between you and your husband, you felt कि नहीं होगा जरूर होगा यही घर होगा. so the person with the stronger faith, Guruji said, "तुसी मैनू याद करो, you just have faith in me, and I'm going to be there for you." And finally, Aarti, yes, Aarti, you spoke about Mahasamadhi, and really the unthinkable hit us, literally out of the blue. We can, I think I'm also surprised at how now I'm able to talk about it, because for years I wasn't able to. Just, but then yes, badi jaldi wo sambhal lete hain. And once he starts showing us his presence, his dream darshan, answering each and every question through Shabad, you say na कि जब गुरु जी का मैसेज होता है, वो डिवाइन मैसेज संगत को पता चल जाता है, ये मेरे लिए है. Whether it is in a Shabad or that friend telling you, reminding you about the haldi wala doodh, you knew where it's coming from. So I think all of this, and of course how magically the sits just vanished. It's not about me today, but I was reminded of my daughter, how there were fibroids, so many of them, and the gynecologist had said, you need to get rid of them. She requested for his help, and the next ultrasound said, "Pata nahi kahan chale gaye sare fibroids." So only a sangat can understand aap kya keh rahi hai. Yeah. So once again, the power of his words and his meher is influencing your words and your writings, and may he continue to do so. Thank you very much, Aarti Aunty ji. Thank you so very much. बहुत बहुत शुक्राना आपका और गुरु महाराज का, that with every chapter and every session we get more and more convinced that we are with the right Guru and we are at the right destination in our lives we have reached. Shukrana Maharaj.
With Guruji's grace, I think I've come to a point, by and large, where I repeat this to my own self, that mujhme kya mera, sab tera hi tera. So मुझे कुछ ऐसा ही लगता ही नहीं कि मैं किसी चीज पे पर्दा डाल के रखूं या कुछ छुपाऊं, क्योंकि जो दिया, जो मिला, जो खोया, वो सब इन्हीं का तो है. मेरा क्या है? And when people say your home, I say no, it's not my home. It's my Guru's home. And it's been such a gradual but a beautiful shift. And when you come to the stage, it becomes a lot more fulfilling. And जो हम कहते हैं, and I always clarify, हम जो सत्संग share कर रहे हैं, that's आप बीती आपके साथ हम share कर रहे हैं. We are not doing any kind of marketing. We are not making any false promises on behalf of Guruji or anyone else. Yes, we firmly say कि जो होगा अच्छा होगा, everything will be okay. We say that, but the definition of okay is controlled by him. It's not going to be your definition of okay. That's the thing we need to remember.
Absolutely. And like you said, everything, what is satsang? Means just say it the way it was and the way it is. Sach ka sang. You cannot mollycoddle it or kind of cushion it or decorate it. No, that's not what we
do. Jo hua, wo hua. Jo kiya, so kiya.
Yes. Good. Thank you so much once again. And Suresh Uncle ji, I think please take over, and maybe you would like to thank Aarti Aunty too. Many thanks and shukrana from me to Guru Maharaj and to you.
Thank you. Jai Guruji.
Maybe Anil Uncle can then take over and हमें आज्ञा दिलवा दे सबको महाराज से.
शुक्राना गुरुजी.
शुक्राना आरती आंटी, शुक्राना तनुज आंटी और शुक्राना सारी संगत का फॉर अटेंडिंग ब्यूटीफुल एंड डिवाइन सेशन. शुक्राना सभी का, शुक्राना गुरु महाराज का. नाउ वी विल टेक आज्ञा फ्रॉम गुरु महाराज.
गुरु जी आज्ञा दो. गुरु जी शुक्राना, अनंत शुक्राना.
गुरु जी, thank you Aarti for recounting your blessings in the most wonderful way.
जय गुरु जी।
Thank you, Jai Guru Ji. Shukrana Guru.
कि हम आज ये sorry नमस्ते गुरु जी, जय गुरु जी to all संगत जी, and very grateful and thankful to Guru ji that we can join again to continue this reading of a beautiful and divine book of Tu Hi Tu by our dearest Aarti Aunty, and it is really a beautiful journey which he has tried. In this, he has tried to, I would just say something from her book only, just a line or two, that she's written this book to embrace Guruji's wisdom and her spiritual journey, which, you know, it's like a coming out like a blossoming flower, and it's very pure and it's all straight from her heart. So through her eyes, we are reading this beautiful journey and looking at these beautiful swaroops and pictures, you know, and very, very grateful. So I would like to welcome Aarti Aunty, who is going to read chapters 9 and 10, which are the only certainty in life is uncertainty, and the chapter 10 is there is never an end to his satsangs, which we all know. It's a beautiful journey. Welcome, Aarti Aunty. Thank you so much for your divine love for Guruji, which we can see through your reading, through your eyes, through your words. I just don't know how much I can put into it, but it's just, and the gratitude that you have, it's every word of your, you know, in the book and your satsang, it's just amazing. And it wants us to fall in love with Guruji once again. Thank you. Welcome to you. Over to you.
Jai Guruji, Namaste to Guruji. Thank you, Auntie, for such a beautiful introduction. And also thank you to the platform. Thank you to all the Sevadars for this flexibility. Unfortunately, I could not read over the weekend during my scheduled time, so I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity and the flexibility from the multilingual team. आज दशहरा भी है, तो दशहरा की सारी संगत को बहुत-बहुत मुबारक. Dashera, we know it's about the victory of good over evil. In fact, uska jo literal meaning bhi hai is Dashhara, which means overcoming those 10 vices that we all know about. So, you know, today is a very, very special day when I randomly texted Suresh uncle and even Saki that I just feel like reading today. I did not even connect the dots कि आज दशहरा है और आज मेरी reading की बात हो रही है. In fact, I read Shiv Puran in English. I try to read every Monday and Tuesday. And yesterday I texted Seema Aunty कि आज मेरा नहीं हो पाएगा. And then when I connected the dots with this one, I was like, I'm going to send my recording for that one as well. So Shukrana Guruji, how he gives us this sochi and direction. We think of one thing and, you know, he makes us do or manifest another thing. So thank you, Guruji. Last week we had read through the halfway point. So pehle 8 chapters maine padh liye. And the last chapter was, when I wrapped up, we had spoken about the Mahasamadhi.
Jai Guruji, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but the angle of the camera, can you just adjust it a bit? It's so tera or something, which I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. Is it better now?
मेरे को तो फोन पे तेरा दिख रहा है, मतलब I don't like on the phone when I'm doing it straight, it's at an angle, and when I do it at an angle, it goes to the opposite position. I don't know if you can do it. Don't worry too much about it. I don't want you to, you know, put too much time in this.
I'm sorry. I don't know. This is like a new tripod stand and I haven't been able to figure this one out.
It's okay. Somebody is saying in the chat, put it on landscape. I'm not that great either in this, but they say.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I'm gonna try. Please bear with me.
No, but Yes,
Apologies.
no worries. No problem at all. Thank you.
अभी भी टेढ़ा है क्या?
हाँ जी अभी भी टेढ़ा है। कोई बात नहीं आरती आंटी, आप ज्यादा टाइम मत लगाइए। आई नो आपका अभी ड्यूरिंग द वर्क यू मस्ट बी रीडिंग, वर्किंग आवर्स।
Yes.
आप कोई बात नहीं,
Sure.
आप पढ़िए, हम सुनते हैं।
Sorry about that.
नो वरीज, हम सुनते हैं। डोंट वरी अबाउट, आई नो इट्स ड्यूरिंग वर्किंग आवर्स फॉर यू। थैंक यू।
Okay, so शुरू करते हैं आज की reading. So like I was saying that last week I had wrapped it up with my chapter on Guruji's Mahasamadhi, and it was a recollection of the things that happened during Mahasamadhi. And we all know कि वो तो सिर्फ गुरुजी का एक तरीका था हमारे को दिखाने के लिए कि जो इस दुनिया में आया है उसने जाना है. Nothing lasts forever. कुछ भी permanent नहीं है. Everything that is in us, around us, it's all transient. It is truly the journey of just soul की journey होती है. और बात संगत जी है, I want to say भरोसे की, कि उस टाइम तो चलो गुरुजी चोले में थे, हम उनको देख सकते थे, हम उनको सुन सकते थे, हम उनको छू सकते थे, उनसे बातचीत कर सकते थे. लेकिन आज वो चोले में नहीं है और हमारा भरोसा और संगत दिन ब दिन बढ़ती जा रही है. एंड बानी भी ये कहती है कि भरोसा इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है. दैट्स व्हाई वी से कि अगर कुछ मांगना है तो भरोसा दान मांगो. कि हम कहते हैं कि अगर हम नाम भी जाप कर रहे हैं, अगर हम वी आर चैंटिंग मंत्रस और नाम जप कर रहे हैं, और अगर हमारे अंदर वो भरोसा नहीं है तो वो नाम की दात भी पूरी तरह से नहीं मिलती अगर भरोसा ना हो. सो गुरुजी अंग संग गुरुजी तू ही तू. Chapter 9 is it's called The Only Certainty in Life is Uncertainty, and that is absolutely apt because ये गुरुजी के ही वचन है कि गुरुजी कहते थे कि कल की नहीं, कमलियो पल की खबर नहीं है. So as mentioned earlier, my job at Deloitte required a significant amount of travel, but it also provided me with valuable experience that qualified me for a bigger role. During my time at Cognizant, I found myself immersed in the Salesforce space and eventually joined Deloitte's Salesforce practice. Salesforce was a highly sought after field then, and it remains so today. However, the journey was not easy. I had to obtain numerous certifications, but the effort was undoubtedly worth it. Each failure I encountered brought valuable lessons and fueled my determination to succeed. So मैंने अपने jobs का थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर description दी है, वो सत्संग शेयर किया है कि कैसे I feel and I believe कि मेरी career trajectory के पीछे मेरे गुरु साहिब का ही हाथ था. He was truly inspiring. He was truly paving the path. And जैसे guidance मिलती जा रही थी, I just kept following my heart. And sure, every path presents itself with certain challenges, but again, it goes back to how much faith do we have in ourselves and in His plans and in His grand design to just keep going with the flow. As time went on, the excessive travel took a toll, and I realized that my kids needed me to be more present at home. It was then that I considered the possibility of working directly for Salesforce itself. After all, I had been using and mastering the application, and the idea seemed both promising and financially rewarding. In my mind, I was convinced that this was the best career move for me. So during that time when I was with Deloitte, and like I said, I had to travel on a weekly basis. So शुरू में तो travel का बड़ा मजा आता है because status मिलता है airlines में, hotels में. But आहिस्ता it starts to take a toll. And it was no different for me. And I was like, okay, I'm done with traveling. I think I need to be more at home for my two daughters. So a opportunity presented itself to me, and that was from the company directly, Salesforce.com. So while I was working in the Salesforce practice of Deloitte, this was an offer or an opportunity, I want to say not an offer, an opportunity in that company. And I was very psyched about that opportunity because, you know, it looked to be very financially rewarding. It was a remote position, so I was like, this looks perfect. One day, a thrilling opportunity presented itself through my best friend for what I considered my dream job at Salesforce. I went through all the interview rounds with excitement, feeling confident that I would secure the position. However, Guruji had different plans for me, and despite my hopes, I did not receive the job offer I was longing for. As humans, it's natural for dejection to bring us down. Despite feeling crestfallen, I held on to the belief that something better awaited me. Being in Guruji's Sharan made the recovery process faster because faith brings acceptance and endurance. While every satsang doesn't lead to a happily ever after, each experience offers valuable lessons if we are willing to learn. तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि जब ये opportunity presented itself, ये मैंने सत्संग भी शेयर किया हुआ है, so I had to go through several rounds of interviews. So पहला round हुआ, I got through that, the second, the third, and the final round was like a panel presentation in front of the senior leadership team. And you know, after the presentation happened, I felt kind of okayish about it. Like I wasn't too brilliant, but I wasn't bad also. Plus, this role was, you know, for somebody who's been in this arena, I want to say for about 20 to 25 years. So it was a very senior role as well. But मेरे को कहीं ना कहीं hope थी that because I got through so many rounds, the final round तक पहुंच गई हूँ, तो मन में एक वो छोटी सी, you know, एक spark was lit up कि इतनी दूर तक गुरुजी लेकर आए हैं, तो शायद ये रोल भी मिल जाएगा. Otherwise, you know, पहले rounds में I would have been shot. But जब, you know, I got to know the decision that I wasn't offered the job, I was very dejected, very disappointed because I felt like कि मैंने actually इस position के लिए थोड़ी तैयारी करी थी. I spent time prepping, understanding the role, you know, delivering, working on my talk track, but it didn't happen. और हम क्या होता है कि हम काले पड़ जाते हैं. अगर हमें कोई चीज दिख गई, anything glittery and shiny that we like, we want. और हमें लगता है that this is the best thing for us. Again, this is our mind that is pulling us in that direction. But when Guruji actually doesn't give you something that you want, where does your bharosa come into play? Yeah, I wanted something, I worked hard for it, I did not get it. Obviously, my Guru's plan is better than my plan. And I think because we're in Guruji's Sharan, that thought, recovering from that dejection becomes a lot easier. But again, only if you're willing to learn, only if you're willing to accept. The previous interview process, though disappointing, served as a valuable preparation for what came next. After almost 11 months later, another opportunity arose through a consulting firm called Slalom. The recruiter reached out to me and I underwent several rounds of interviews again. Interestingly, around the same time, Salesforce also contacted me for a different position. For the final round at Slalom, I was invited to their New York City office at One World Trade Center. They asked me to keep my morning free to conduct all the rounds in one day. However, as luck would have it, due to unprecedented traffic-related delays, I arrived at the office at 9:20, which was 20 minutes later than the appointed time, making my first impression rather shaky. My complacency and preference for the Salesforce opportunity made me less nervous during the interview at Slalom. I wasn't too hyped about getting in. and was just going through the process because it came my way. However, meeting the people at Slalom changed my perspective. I was impressed by their local consulting model, and the idea of a break from constant airport travel appealed to me. I thought this could be the right move for me. So like I said that, the Salesforce position did not work out, but जो मेहनत मैंने इस previous position के लिए करी थी, couple months later when this opportunity presented itself and the recruiter contacted me that, hey, are you looking for a change? And what appealed to me about this role was that this was a local consulting model. So that means कि weekly travel नहीं करना पड़ेगा. और जब मेरा इंटरव्यू स्केड्यूल हुआ था तो इन द मीन टाइम सेल्सफोर्स से एक दूसरी पोजीशन की भी रिक्रूटर हैड कॉन्टैक्टेड मी. तो मैंने कहा चलो प्रॉब्लम के इंटरव्यू के लिए मैंने हाँ कर दी है तो ये कर लेते हैं, बट आई वाज रादर कंप्लेसेंट कि मिला तो मिला, नहीं मिला तो आई एम मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन सेल्सफोर्स एनीवे. एंड दे हैड टोल्ड मी कि आप अपनी मॉर्निंग खाली रखना, सो वील पूरा मॉर्निंग ब्लॉक कर लेना so that 1, 2, 3 जितने भी राउंड होंगे we'll get it done that day. So 9 बजे का उन्होंने मेरे को न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में टाइम दिया, लेकिन न्यू जर्सी से न्यूयॉर्क आना it's a nightmare. कभी-कभी इतना ट्रैफिक मिलता है that you feel helpless. There's nothing you can do. So I showed up 20 minutes late, but I wasn't worried because मेरे मन में था कि मैं तो I'm just going, I'm just doing this for the heck of it. Experience के लिए कर रही हूँ, मुझे कौन सी ये वाली जॉब चाहिए. But when I went to their office, I met those people, I looked at the values of the organization, I felt good about that place. And I was like, maybe this could be the new home for me. So I did my interview and aage padhte hain. Soon after, I received an offer from Slalom, which I accepted. To my delight, within a day, I was assigned a client just 25 minutes from home. This was a commute I had not experienced in ages, and it brought me great joy. So the interview went well. I was given the offer. I accepted it, and I was staffed at a client, which was like literally 20-25 minutes from my home. So that was delightful because ऐसा मैंने सालों में experience नहीं किया था कि दफ्तर या client side आपके घर से 20 से 25 मिनट दूर हो. But ये सारे गुरु के रंग हैं. I am deeply grateful to Guruji for guiding me back home. I firmly believe that everything that happens is a part of his grand design. Even if we may not immediately understand the reasons behind certain events, acceptance, faith, and surrender become the core mantras during such times. Guruji's divine protection is always with us, but it's our stubbornness and our overconfidence that sometimes lead us to believe that we know what's best for us. So, जब हम truly surrender करते हैं संगत जी, तो like I said कि वो मायूसी, वो dejection भी उस surrender के साथ dissolve हो जाती है. ये हमारी खुद की जिद है कि हमें लगता है कि हमें पता है हमारे लिए क्या अच्छा है. लेकिन जब पूर्ण विश्वास अपने गुरु पे हो जाता है तो हम कहते हैं कि गुरुजी जो मर्जी हो जाए, हमें पता है कि ये करने कराने वाले आप हो और आप हमारी सोच से कई गुना बेहतर ही करोगे हमारे लिए. My experiences while traveling for work taught me invaluable lessons. Some events left a lasting impact on my life, but if I complain, I wouldn't be practicing what I preach, right? Life is filled with occurrences every day, and we have the choice to either accept them as they are or make the changes when needed. My life was about to undergo a significant change, marking the beginning of new opportunities and chapters. I am immensely grateful for the wonderful life Guruji has blessed me with. He has made me able-bodied, provided me with a home, and bestowed boundless love from himself and his Sangat. Guruji always keeps me on my toes, guiding and inspiring me every step of the way. In late 2019, I had the incredible opportunity to plan a 5-day spiritual retreat dedicated to Guruji. It was a flying visit to India, and within those 5 days, we visited all holy centers associated with Guruji. The journey took us from Bade Mandir to Dugri and Jalandhar, then to GK, and finally Empire State. So मेरे पास 5 दिन थे, और उन 5 दिनों में गुरु कृपा से गुरुजी के 5 धामों के दर्शन हुए. On the last night before departing, I attended and shared my journey with Guruji at the Select City Mall in Delhi. During the satsang of Guruji, many Sangat witnessed Guruji's chola dupatta moving from one side to the other. So obviously, when I was doing the satsang, I was facing the audience and I was completely oblivious के पीछे जो पीछे आसन गुरुजी का सजाया हुआ है, उसमें literally chola move from chair की कुर्सी की एक तरफ से दूसरी साइड पे, और कोई पंखे नहीं थे, कुछ ऐसा नहीं था. ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे गुरुजी ने अपना चोला ऐसे करके हिलाया हो. Several clips captured this extraordinary phenomenon. At that time, I was unaware of this utterance, as I was deeply immersed in expressing my love in my own words towards him. It is possible that this movement held a symbolic meaning beyond my comprehension. The entire trip was a dream come true, meticulously orchestrated by Maharaj himself. The experiences I had throughout the journey are beyond words and cannot be fully documented. Every aspect of the trip fell into place effortlessly. It was like a satsang in itself. This was not my plan. It was solely guided by Guruji. My burning desire to undertake a trip dedicated to Guruji was met with his divine intervention, and he took care of the rest. This journey reaffirmed the power of our thoughts. Our deepest wishes can manifest into reality. That's why Guruji often emphasized, Changa sochya karo, always think positively. अब संगत जी, मैं आपको भाव की सिग्निफिकेंस बताती हूँ कि भाव क्या चीज होता है, और ये बानी का उदाहरण है, मेरा पर्सनल उदाहरण नहीं है. कि हम कहते हैं वो हमने धन्ने वाली स्टोरी सुनी है, धन्ना पंडित जी से पत्थर मांग के ले आता है, तो वो पत्थर तो पंडित के पास भी था, लेकिन उस पत्थर को भगवान में परिवर्तन कैसे हुआ, वो था धन्ने का भाव. क्योंकि वो पत्थर was with the पंडित, जिससे धन्ना वो मांग के ले आता है कि मेरे को ठाकुर दे दे, तो वो कोई मूर्ति नहीं देना चाहता, तो वो पत्थर पंडित वो पत्थर उठा के दे देता है कि ये ले ठाकुर तू ले जा. और उस पत्थर से भगवान को आना पड़ा. क्यों? भाव के पीछे. तो अगर हम सच्चे भाव से अपने गुरु के आगे अपना तन मन धन सब समर्पण करते हैं, तो हमें ऐसी सोच भी कैसे आ सकती है कि हमारा गुरु सुन लेगा. हमारा गुरु हमेशा सुनता है. अगर हमें कभी लगे कि गुरुजी हमारी पुकार नहीं सुन रहे, तो संगत जी, मैं तो सिर्फ इतना कह सकती हूँ कि अपना मांगने का ढंग बदल के देखें, क्योंकि गुरुजी तो सुनते हैं. एंड चाहे उस टाइम आपको गुरुजी की लीला समझना है, गुरुजी का डिजाइन समझना है, लेकिन इन द लॉन्गर रन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता I think things start to manifest themselves and things start to make more sense. So like I said, that when the chola moved from one side to the other, I did not know what this meant for my life. I did not know that within the next year I'll be leaving my first marital home and looking for a new place. But and it wasn't easy, but everything according to his will. जैसे हम कहते हैं कि सोचा जाए तो भगवान की इच्छा के बिना तो पत्ता भी नहीं छूट सकता. So thinking positive, keeping your intent in check is very, very, very important. And I say this all the time because our thoughts will become our words. Our words will become our actions. And those actions will become our destiny. So that 5-day trip is very, very memorable and very, very close to my heart. And I do want to, offer special thanks and my gratitude, heartfelt gratitude to to Gaurav, Khushbu for just making everything possible. Because I think अगर वो ये enable नहीं करते तो 5 दिन में पांचों जगह, मतलब I was in Delhi for the longest time. मैं कभी Greater कैलाश नहीं गई, वो मेरा first time था. In fact, वहाँ के सत्संग भी I don't know if I've documented in this book, but I remember कि जब मैं जी के मंदिर में पहली बार गई, कैसे गुरु जी के कमरे में बैठकर मतलब मेरे आंसू ही ना बंद हुए कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया. और उसके बाद किसी ने कोई वहाँ कोई और आई थिंक शीना आंटी या कोई था, मुझे याद नहीं, ये 2019 की बात है. उन्होंने कहा कि आंटी आप अपना सत्संग सुनाओ, तो मैंने अपना नारियल पानी वाला सत्संग सुनाया. एंड देन आउटसाइड द मंदिर someone on the रेडी brings is selling नारियल पानी, और फिर गुरु जी के कमरे में बैठ के भी ऑफर्ड नारियल पानी. एंड इट वाज लाइक रीलिविंग दोज मोमेंट्स जो हमने कुछ 20 साल पहले शेयर दिस सत्संग के गुरु जी के कमरे में बैठे थे. उनका नारियल पानी आया, गुरु जी ने एक सिप लिया, फिर बाकी का ग्लास मुझे दिया. इट वाज लाइक वो मोमेंट्स रिपीट हो रहे हैं. तो ऐसी लाल तुझ बिन कौन करे. Moving on to the next chapter, which says that there is never an end to his satsangs, and that is so true, क्योंकि हर घड़ी हर वक्त सत्संग है. हम समझने वाले तो बने. जब तक सांस है तब तक सत्संग है. As long as we are breathing, there is satsang. This profound truth resonates deeply. Satsang, the company of truth or the association with the divine, is a perpetual state that has no beginning or end. It's an eternal journey that continues beyond this life, and the one we carry with us beyond the realms of morality in his name. Beyond the realms of mortality in his name, pardon me. Putting an end to satsang sharing is an impossible task, for there is no termination to this divine communion. Guruji's presence and teachings endure, and he communicates with us through various means. One such way is through dreams, where if we are fortunate enough, we can see him and feel his guidance. On March 23rd, 2020, Guruji appeared in my dream, directing me to start having tea with him. In the dream, in that dream, we went to Edison, a place in New Jersey, for some mithai, and he asked for bread pakoda. Interestingly, we had started Monday satsangs in the temple then, that year, and that very day, I did have bread pakoda seva at the temple. It was a very delightful and uplifting experience to see him in this ethereal realm, even in the midst of the world struggles during the pandemic. Guruji continues to reassure that all will be well. So ये वाला chapter 10 मुझे अभी तक याद है. I had written in 2020, and ये 23rd March 2020 का ही सपना है. Like we all know that Guruji finds a way to communicate with us in different ways and forms. हमारा एंटेना ट्यून में होना चाहिए to receive that message. चाहे वो आप ड्रीम का दर्शन कह लो, आप टेलीपैथी कह लो, आप अपने अंतर्मन की आवाज कह लो, तो गुरुजी will find a way to make his presence feel, his presence to be felt. And in his dream, this was I think 2020 में शिवरात्रि तक मार्च में को डेट नहीं याद. ये शिवरात्रि के आसपास का है कि गुरुजी सपने में आए एंड सपने में मुझे आके बोलते हैं कि चल हम एडिसन में मिठाई खा कर आते हैं. मुझे कोई समझ नहीं आया मतलब कि क्यों वो एडिसन का बोल रहे हैं, क्या वो मिठाई खाने का बोल रहे हैं. और फिर उन्होंने ब्रेड पकौड़े की मांग करी, और उसी साल हमने मंडेज का सत्संग शुरू किया था एट द टेम्पल. अदरवाइज टेम्पल में सिर्फ 2 दिन यहाँ पर सत्संग होता था, थर्सडे एंड संडे. So we started Mondays, and Mondays को सिर्फ चाय के साथ स्नैक होता है, लंगर नहीं होता, और उस दिन ब्रेड पकौड़े की ही सेवा थी. तो कैसे गुरुजी वैलिडेट कर देते हैं कि मैं सब देख रहा हूँ, मैं सब सुन रहा हूँ. I had a profound realization about how Guruji had protected my little one in the past, and I feel compelled to briefly share the experience. Around the year 2015, I began having some random nightmares that something bad was going to happen to my daughter Amira. I think ये मैंने पहले भी share किया है. As the frequency of those distressing visions increased, her dad also started having the same nightmares. I kept this to myself, not wanting to scare him even more, but the visions grew more vivid and real, causing deep concern. Eventually, he confided in his mother, and out of fear and worry, they sought the advice of an astrologer. Initially, the astrologer was hesitant to look at the horoscope of a child under 12 years old, but with some persuasion and sharing of the background, he made an exception. Unfortunately, our worst fear was confirmed. The astrologer identified bad gray, which is negative planetary alignment of stars, affecting Amira, and he stressed that it was crucial to take extra care of her until she turned 8, or else we could lose her. The revelation intensified my paranoia, particularly because in 2014, I had faced a difficult decision regarding an abortion. I carry immense guilt for going against Guruji's will in interfering with the potential life of another soul. In that instance, I was carrying a boy, and my mind was constantly consumed by questions about why Guruji was trying to bring the soul to life through me, only for us to intervene and prevent it for various reasons I won't delve into here. So, ये मैं आपको 2015 की बात बता रही हूँ that when both Vikram and I, we started to get nightmares about Amira, and I had stopped sharing because मेरे को लग रहा था कि जितना मैं share करूँगी उतना मैं इसको reinforce कर रही हूँ. और 2014 में I had undergone an abortion, so I was expecting a third child. The reports showed us that it was going to be a boy, but we weren't mentally or emotionally just ready to, have a third kid. हमें हमेशा ये लगता था कि दो को ही अच्छे से पाल लो, वही बहुत है. So जब ये 2015 में ये nightmares आने शुरू हो गए, so I started to tie this back to the abortion, that मुझे नहीं पता why Guruji was trying to send another soul into our lives, and हमने गुरुजी की गाइडेंस नहीं सुनी, हमने अपनी मर्जी से अबॉर्शन कराया. तो इसलिए तो नहीं कि अमायरा को कुछ हो जाएगा, तो ये थॉट्स प्लेग करने लगे. और ऊपर से जो वो पंडित ने कह दिया, तो उससे और भी, जैसे कहते हैं, फ्यूलिंग आवर फियर्स के नेगेटिविटी अट्रैक्ट्स मोर नेगेटिविटी. So the astrologer's warning about the potential risk to our daughter Amira's life, if we did not put a ruby red stone on for her protection, created tremendous pressure on me. The elders in the family strongly advocating for following this advice, assuring us that it would harm her. As a mother, I held Amira's well-being above all else, but I was caught in a conflict. As a devoted disciple of Guruji, I was not inclined to wear any stones. As a means of protection, I firmly believed in emphasizing Guruji's blessings over astrology when guiding others. Despite the pressure, I decided to take a stand. I suggested that Amira's red ruby would be Guruji's locket attached to a red thread. So Sanjay ji, I believe in this so firmly कि yes, मैं मानती हूँ कि ग्रह और ये ग्रह से किए हुए दोष एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, लेकिन उससे बड़ा हमारा गुरु है, उससे बड़ी हमारी गुरु की कृपा है. तो लाइफ में जो मर्जी हो जाए, चाहे फाइनेंशियल डिस्ट्रेस आ जाए, रिलेशनशिप, हेल्थ, जो मर्जी, मैंने कभी कोई मुंदरियां नहीं पहनी, बिकॉज मेरे को लगता है कि व्हेन आई गो टू एन एस्ट्रोलॉजर, आई एम एक्चुअली इंटरवीनिंग विद माय गुरुज प्लान, एंड दिस जस्ट गोज टू शो कि मेरे को अभी वो पूरा विश्वास नहीं हुआ, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई एम ट्राइंग टू सीक प्रोटेक्शन फ्रॉम एल्सवेयर. सो हमेशा गुरुजी भी रोकते थे कि पंडितों के चक्करों में मत पड़ा करो, ये मुद्रियां मत पहनो, otherwise you are actually interfering with my kripa. So I held on to that thought, and even in the most difficult situation where there was immense pressure on me to cave in, कि हर्ष क्या है, मरता क्या ना करता, इतनी भी जिद करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, हाँ गुरुजी है, पर हम वो इस पट लगाना शुरू कर देते हैं. But पता नहीं गुरुजी ने कैसे स्ट्रेंथ दी that I was very resolute in my stance, and I was like, अगर लाल रूबी पहनाना ही है तो गुरुजी का लाल स्वरूप उसका रूबी बनेगा. Determined, I went to Guruji's sacred space in our home and searched through the drawers filled with Guruji's lockets. The locket that I had instinctively grabbed was a picture of Guruji with him wearing red attire. Although I didn't have a red thread, I used a mauli, a sacred thread, and tied it around Amira's neck along with Guruji's locket. The next day was Sunday, and our routine was to visit the mandir as usual. On that particular day, an uncle had come from India and shared his satsang with everyone. After the satsang, we proceeded to the langar room to perform our seva. During this time, Vikram called me out of my seva, which was quite unusual. He informed me that uncle wanted to share another satsang. I expressed that I could listen after finishing my seva, but he insisted that I come immediately. The uncle began sharing his satsang, explaining that he had initially wanted to deliver it in Guruji's darbar, but couldn't find enough time. He proceeded to narrate a miraculous incident about a little girl who had passed away. As her body was being taken for cremation, Guruji's car crossed paths with the funeral procession. Guruji declared that the girl was his devotee and that her time to leave this world had not come yet. She needed to be revived. He gave her a red thread and a red locket and placed them around her neck, and miraculously the little girl came back to life. According to that uncle, that girl still visits Bade Mandir. So again, I want to clarify something, Ji. I don't know the validity of this satsang. I don't know that girl personally. I haven't experienced this personally. I am just sharing what I heard in the temple, and this was a message. He emphasized the red thread. And remember, I told you that मैंने उसको लॉकेट तो पहना दिया था, पर मेरे पास लाल धागा नहीं था, तो मैंने उसको मौली में ही वो गले में पहना दिया था. और कैसे अगले दिन मंदिर में कोई गुड़गांव की संगत आती है, वो एक रैंडम सत्संग शेयर करते हैं और वो लाल धागे का जिक्र करते हैं, जो आई थिंक मेरे कानों में उस टाइम वो बात पढ़नी बहुत जरूरी थी. What astonished me was the uncle's next revelation. He mentioned that he had brought strong red threads for lockets and offered to distribute them in the temple. This sent shivers down my spine because it felt like Guruji's message was meant for me. I had resolved not to put a stone on Amira, instead believing that Guruji was her ruby, her protector. Now Guruji seemed to reaffirm that belief by not only giving her a red locket, but also a red thread to go with it. It's been many years since that incident, and Amira continues to wear the same red thread around her neck. She's now a big girl, and I'm eternally grateful for Guruji's divine protection and guidance in our lives. Today, Amira is 13 years old, Sangatji. So, ye hai Guruji ki kripa, and with this, I have concluded the 10th chapter. The next reading, we haven't decided. It's not going to be on a Saturday, but I will work it out with the multilingual team and Saki Auntie. Once again, Sangatji, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jo bhi aaj is ghadi mein, at a short notice, jud saka for this reading. I am grateful, और ये सिलसिला हम जारी रखेंगे. फिर से दोबारा जुड़ेंगे. The information will go out. कोई गुरुजी मुझसे भूल चूक हो गई हो तो मुझे क्षमा करना. शुक्राना गुरुजी, रखी चरना ते कोल. ओम नमः शिवाय. शिव जी सदा सहाय. ओम नमः शिवाय. गुरुजी सदा ही सहाय. Thank you.
जय गुरुजी अंकल, जय गुरुजी सारी संगत को, एंड जय गुरुजी आरती. आई होप आप सरप्राइज हुए जैसा कि इंटेंशन था हमारा.
Big time.
अंकल, तो मैं शुरू कर लूं? Am I audible?
Yes,
जी,
please start.
जी. सबसे पहले तो जय गुरुजी सारी संगत को, शुक्राना गुरुजी का कि ये सेवा बख्शी अंकल का जो इस सेवा देने का मीडियम बने, और बस थोड़ा बहुत गुरुजी के बारे में यही है कि इस जन्म में मिली तो उनको 2005 से हूँ, और उससे पहले का कितना कनेक्शन है वो तो वही जानते हैं। जैसे कि सब जानते हैं, महाशिव हैं, जानी जान है, सब कुछ जानते हैं, हमसे बेटर हमारे लिए सोचते हैं, जो बल्कि हम सोच भी नहीं पाते। वो सोचकर उसका सोल्यूशन तैयार रख के सब चीजें ऐसे ऑर्केस्ट्रेट कर देते हैं कि हमारी लाइफ जितना हो सके स्मूथ चले। हमेशा कहते थे कि 90% तो वो अपने पे ले ही लेते हैं हमारे कर्म, 10% जो है वो हमसे भुगतवाते हैं, और हमारे बस की ये भी नहीं है कि 10% हम वो भुगत सकें। उसमें भी मैं तो उनको ये कहती हूँ कि मेरा हाथ पकड़िए, मुझसे तो ये भी नहीं होगा। अ, उसके ऊपर बस यही कहूंगी कि उनको कभी तब भगवान का दर्जा नहीं दिया जब मिली थी, लेकिन उसके बाद समझ आया वो क्या थे। शुरू वो गुरु से हुए, मेरे फादर बन गए, भगवान बन गए, और अब तो बेस्ट फ्रेंड भी बन गए हैं। अम, इस यही आई एम श्योर इसी के इन्हीं सब कैपेसिटीज को डिफरेंट तरीके से आरती ने भी अपने बुक में बताया है। और आरती के बारे में सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगी कि जानती उसको 12 साल से हूँ, और ये गुरुजी हैं जो हम सबको कनेक्ट करते हैं, संगत में मिलाते हैं। और दो चीज उसके बारे में बोलना चाहूंगी, जानती 12 साल से हूँ, लेकिन ये दो चीजें कंसिस्टेंटली स्टैंड आउट करती हैं, हर बार ये प्रूव होती जाती है, इनका पैटर्न ही बनता जाता है। मैंने ये देखा है कि उसको जानते सब हैं, शी इज एट द फोरफ्रंट ऑफ थिंग्स। वो फेस है काफी चीजों का, काफी एक्टिविटीज का, ये हर कोई जानता है। जो लोग नहीं जानते वो ये है कि अप्स एंड डाउन्स हाँ हर एक की लाइफ में होते हैं, लेकिन आई हैव बीन प्रिवी टू टू सम इवेंट्स जो उसके लाइफ में हुए हैं, जो बिल्कुल इजी नहीं थे, किसी के लिए भी नहीं होते, और उनमें तो आप सोचते हैं कि आप सुबह उठें भी कैसे बेड से, एंड यू डोंट हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी। लेकिन डिस्पाइट ऑल ऑफ इट, नो मैटर व्हाट लाइफ हैज थ्रोन एट हर, एक चीज कंसिस्टेंट है कि वो उसके साथ जो हो रहा होता है उसको अलग रख के वो सबकी मदद करती है, जो उसको रीच आउट कर ले, किसी भी टाइम में रीच आउट कर ले। ना सिर्फ वो गुरुजी से जोड़ती है, लेकिन वो जितना हो सके अपने तरफ से भी हेल्प करती है, और दूसरों को भी इंगेज करती है कि कैसे उस इंसान को हेल्प की जा सके जो नीड में है। ये मैंने उसके टफेस्ट टाइम्स में भी देखा है, इजीएस्ट में तो चलो करने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर टफेस्ट टाइम्स में जब ये कोई करता है, दैट दैट शोज योर कैरेक्टर, आपकी इवॉल्वमेंट। हम इतना कुछ कहते हैं जी, पाठ करें, सब कुछ करें, गुरुजी हमेशा कहते थे बंदा बनो। मेरे बंदा बनने की डेफिनेशन यही है दैट वी मेक द वर्ल्ड अ हैप्पियर प्लेस। जितना हो सके फ्रिक्शन कम रखें, जितना हो सके लोगों की मदद कर सकें। सो शी पर्सोनिफाइज दैट फॉर मी। एंड दूसरी चीज जो वो सबके लिए करती होगी, मेरे लिए तो एक कनेक्शन यही है कि पता नहीं कैसे मुझे शायद 90% ऑफ द सेवा उसी के थ्रू मिलती है, या उसके थ्रू या उसकी वजह से। और आज भी देखिए कैसे आप लोग ने सोच लिया मुझे बुलाने के लिए। एंड तो मैं उसको ये तो बोलना ही चाहूँ, चोजन वन हम सब हैं, गुरुजी हम सबको स्पेशल फील कराते हैं और करते वो हैं, लेकिन मैं हमेशा सेवादार कहते हैं नहीं नहीं हमें नहीं थैंक कीजिए, गुरुजी ने कराया है। अरे गुरुजी ने बिल्कुल कराया है, लेकिन गुरुजी ने आपको एक मीडियम चूज किया है, और वो भी अपने में बहुत बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि वो हर एक को तो मीडियम नहीं बना सकते। तो मैं इसीलिए बोलना चाहूंगी कि आरती उनकी संगत तो है ही, पर एक वो मीडियम है, वो साधन है जिसके थ्रू उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स लोगों तक पहुंचती हैं और लोगों की सेवा भी हो पाती है। तो आई एम श्योर बहुत सारे इंस्टेंसेस, बहुत सारे सत्संग और उसकी अपनी खुद की स्पिरिचुअल जर्नी वो अब एक और सेशन से कवर करेगी अपने बुक से। नाउ ओवर टू आरती, and all the very best and lots of love. Jai Guruji.
Namaste to Guruji. Jai Guruji to everybody. Shukrana once again to multilingual platform. Suresh Uncle, your surprises. My God. Every week, Sarika, I could have never imagined. So thank you so much. I'm humbled, I'm touched, I am moved. I don't even know what to say. Like when you were speaking, it was like, ab tapka ansu ke ab tapka, because it was so touching. And I think you're very gracious. I don't deserve half of what you've said. In fact, more than half of what you've said, but I truly feel honored and I truly feel special. And I want to say thankful and grateful at the same time, because back to back कल भी पढ़ने का मौका मिल गया और आज भी गुरुजी ने सेवा ये बख्श दी. तो like we all know कि गुरुजी के रंग गुरुजी जाने, गुरुजी की टाइमिंग गुरुजी जाने, गुरुजी ही सब कुछ मुकर्रर करते हैं. And हम तो बस, I think शुक्राना is a very very small word, but there is nothing else that we can really offer to our guru. So वो शुक्राना करते हुए मैं शुरू करती हूँ आज की reading. So yesterday I read 2 chapters as well, and I had finished chapter 10. So what I do want to share with the Sangat here is that the first 10 chapters I had written in, I want to say between 2019 and 2020. And I consider that as part 1 of my life. And then a lot of things happened between 2020, 2021, which were life-changing for me. And finally, I want to say in 2022, I mustered the courage again to pick up the pen and start to document some of those satsangs, in hopes that it's going to give, I want to say, strength, positivity to, anyone who's listening to this, anyone who's reading this. And this is, something I say all the time, कि गुरुजी को हमारी marketing की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, ना हम कर सकते हैं. हमारा सिर्फ उतना intent होता है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को हम गुरुजी के बारे में बता सके, उनको जोड़ सके, ताकि जो जन्नत हमें मिली है संगत जी, वो हर एक को नसीब हो. So a little bit of recap on what we read yesterday. Like I had mentioned in my chapter, that there is no end to his satsangs. और कल का जो theme था, that the takeaway from the chapters that we read yesterday was भरोसा and भाव. क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है, and बहुत strongly मेरा ये मानना है, कि अगर आप जप करते रहो, आप मंत्र कर रहे हो, आप हवन कर रहे हो, आप कर्म कांड कर रहे हो, आप मन के फेर रहे हो, लेकिन अगर आपके मन में वो भाव नहीं है, वो भरोसा नहीं है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो आपको लगेगा बिल्कुल. So whatever we do, I think more than what we are doing, it's very important to self-qualify the why behind that. दुनिया ये देखती है आप क्या कर रहे हो, गुरु ये देखता है आप क्यों कर रहे हो. So उस क्यों पे फोकस करना संगत जी बहुत जरूरी है. So again, गुरुजी से आज्ञा लेते हुए मैं शुरू करती हूँ आज की reading. So I'll be reading chapters 11 and 12. Chapter 11 is Life After Pandemic. Satsangs go on. We are because he is. Absolutely, the essence of our existence lies in Guruji's presence. Some of us realize this profound truth, while others are yet to discover it. Guruji is the ultimate creator of the universe, and each individual has the freedom to worship him in various forms and ways, or choose not to, as per their beliefs and preferences. So, in this world, amongst billions of people, if your guru has handpicked your soul to be part of his sangat, that in itself is a huge blessing, Sangat ji. हम miracles ढूंढते हैं, हम ये देखने की कोशिश करते हैं कि मेरे साथ ऐसा बड़ा क्या हुआ, मेरे साथ ऐसी कौन सी घटना हुई जो मैं बोल सकूं कि ये impossible को possible कर दिया. मैं कहती हूँ कि इतने लोग रुल रहे हैं जिनको गुरुजी के बारे में कोई इल्म ही नहीं है. Do you think it's up to them? No, it's up to your guru to choose you, to handpick you. And the very fact that he's handpicked us is such a big blessing. And like Sarika said, कि किसको कैसे connect करना है, कब तक करना है, किस जरिए से करना है, that's all in his hands. And I am so grateful for, everyone who's touched my life and crossed my life, because I feel like everything happens for a reason. और उस रीजन की क्या लर्निंग है, या कितनी लर्निंग है, या कितनी लर्निंग हमने लेनी है, इज अप टू अस. बिकॉज हर सिचुएशन जिंदगी में आपको कुछ सिखा रही है. हम सीखने वाले बने तो सही. The pandemic has brought significant changes to the world. Many of us have experienced the painful loss of loved ones, leading to a shift in our work patterns and perspectives. Amidst all these changes, Guruji's presence, grace, and existence has remained constant in my life. Throughout the challenges of COVID, I went through life-altering events, and yet my faith in Guruji has only grown stronger with time. Faith can be delicate, susceptible to shattering with even the slightest disturbance. We as humans have a tendency to complain, but even amidst adversity, Guruji's divine presence has been my anchor. Now, this is again a very big miracle to me personally. जब आपके ऊपर संगत जी ट्राइंग टाइम्स आए और आपका विश्वास खत्म होने की जगह बढ़ जाए, तो मेरे हिसाब से वो आपके गुरु की बख्शीश है आप पर, वो आपके गुरु की रहमत है आप पर, कि आपका विश्वास उस टाइम में बढ़ा. अदरवाइज लोग नाराज हो जाते हैं. लोग जरा ऊपर नीचे हो, हम क्या करते हैं, हम भगवान को उलाम्बे देने शुरू कर देते हैं. हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि हमारा खुद का कर्म है जो हमारे आगे आ रहा है. लेकिन वो गुरमत, वो भी बख्शने वाले हमारे गुरु साहब के अलावा और कोई नहीं है. The year 2020 brought about significant transformations for me. I made the difficult decision to move out of my long-time marital home and went through a divorce. Additionally, my father was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and eventually he passed away. I still remember the day I first found out about my dad's condition. It was May 15th, 2020. The onset of the weekend, and I got the reports from, there's a Sangat by the name of Neelam Duggal, auntie in Gurgaon, and immediately sent it to our doctor friends. Yahan par hai wo Sangat ke, Tina and Puneet. They confirmed that it did not look good, and I was the first one to know about it, even before my parents knowing it. These life-altering events came together in a challenging package. 3 years ago, in 2020, leaving my marital home was one of the toughest decisions I have ever made. So I still remember, there's certain things that stay etched, that leave a mark. And that date, 15th May 2020, when I found out about, stage 4 cancer, for my dad, मैं उनको पापा बोलती थी कि पापा को स्टेज 4 कैंसर है, और ऐसा कैंसर कि जिसके हमने साइंस और सिम्टम्स देखे ही नहीं. और जब something hits you out of the blue, it's very hard to process that. It's very hard to accept that. And I was in denial that ye kaise ho gaya? Maybe the reports are wrong. Maybe something's going to change. And, all this is happening. And then on the personal front, I am dealing with my own challenges that I did not even want my parents to be privy to, because I felt like, kya buzurg mata pita ko kya burden karna hai? So all this came together, and like we say, when it rains, it pours. But who sees you through this is none other than Guru Sahib himself. And leaving a long-term relationship is a very difficult. It's a very difficult decision to make. And I, again, we are all Guruji's Sangat, and I'm going to be very open and vulnerable. I'm still struggling to move on and leave that. And I think there is even a little bit of guilt, because I feel like I was the initiator. And I was hopelessly looking for guidance and signs and Guruji's direction to tell me that, this is okay, this is the right thing. And before taking every step, trust me, Sangaji, I would look towards Guruji and and say ki Guruji acha ye tabhi karwana if it's good for me, if it's meant to be. Agar if it's not meant to be, so this should not work out. And it was an emotional roller coaster. But through these satsangs, I have mustered the courage to open up and bring out my raw emotions, not to hurt somebody, but just to, I think in the simplest way possible, to offer my immense gratitude to Guruji, because I feel like had I not had his protection, I would have perished a long time ago. I firmly believe that. There was no reason for things to work out the way it did. It seemed like, it took years of planning, and I have no logical way to explain कि कैसे, क्या, कब हुआ, how everything fell into place, and how or why I am where I am today. If I can owe this to one force, that is his kirpa. Home is where the heart is, and no one sets out to build a home with the intention of breaking it apart. Life unfolds, and sometimes two people may grow apart, leading to gaps and wedges that develop over time. This was no different in my case. Marriages are indeed special, but their longevity depends on respectful communication and understanding between partners. The key to sustaining a successful marriage lies in healthy, open, respectful communication, mutual understanding between two people. It is all about how the two people make each other feel, and both have an equal level of accountability. Joint prayers are thus sincere requests and focusing on growing in the same direction while deepening the spiritual connection helps. Material possessions cannot fill the emotional void that may exist within an individual. In one of my rare and precious dreams or telepathic communication with Guruji, I had a brief conversation with him. In the dream, I expressed my desire for immense understanding, friendship, and healthy communication with my husband, despite having a life that many others may dream of, with a home, fancy cars, and a live-in nanny. Guruji responded by saying, "Kisi nu bhi mukammal jahan nahi milda." No one can have it all. And he continued to explain that even if we find that perfect relationship, some health issues may arise. So Sangaji, I'm going to elaborate on this a little bit. In 2018, I want to say, I was laying down in bed, and in one of my conversations with Guruji, I went to sleep talking to him that, and I was, without delving into too many details, I was just talking to Guruji that, why doesn't he get it? Why am I feeling this way? All I want is, friendship and understanding, and I want to be understood, and I don't want to be dismissed, and I want to be seen. And ये ख्याल मैं मन में करते करते सो गई, और उस रात गुरुजी सवेरे के टाइम मेरे सपने में आए, एंड उन्होंने ये लाइन बोली कि किसी नु भी मुकम्मल जहां नहीं मिलता, और जिस दिन तेरे को लगेगा कि तेरे को ये परफेक्ट रिलेशनशिप मिल गया, तो तेरे को कुछ ना कोई और चैलेंज फेस करना पड़ेगा in terms of maybe a health issue. So that was like a quick, dream come darshan come statement from Guruji, and that was it. The message in that dream was profound. No one truly has it all, even if it appears so on the outside. In fact, संगत जी, अगर आप जो भगवान ने जो अवतार लिया है धरती पे, चाहे आप कृष्ण जी को देख लो, चाहे आप राम भगवान को देख लो, या जो भी आप ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं के बारे में पढ़ लो, अगर वो अवतार भी इस धरती पे आकर इतना स्ट्रगल करके गए हैं, तो मेरी और आपकी तो औकात ही क्या है? हम हमारी इतनी एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती हैं कि we are seeking perfection, but there's no such thing as perfection. Therefore, we must be cautious and thoughtful in what we ask for. Guruji's wisdom taught me to be mindful of my desires and to think carefully before seeking anything. We often tend to be complainers, but Guruji exhibits immense patience within us. While we may get angry, Guruji being nirvair matlab jiska koi dushman na ho, stands as an embodiment of divine traits. As I found myself drifting away from my husband, I grew close to a colleague at work, and that person's name is Victor. Feeling heard and understood effortlessly in his presence was comforting to me. So while I was struggling at home and I had this desire to be seen and to be understood, I met somebody at work, and the connection with that person just felt seamless, and it felt effortless, and there was something comforting about that presence. Victor appeared to be a simple and approachable man, making our friendships feel natural and just meant to be. I was grateful to have him as a friend and even invited him to my home to meet my family. One day at work, Victor noticed Guruji's picture on my desk and asked if Guruji was my father. I explained to him that Guruji is not just my father, but also the father of the entire universe. This was his first introduction to Guru Maharaj. Excitedly, I shared that we have a temple in New Jersey and regularly hold satsangs at home. Being a non-Indian, Victor had many questions about the concept of a satsang. I described it as a gathering where we all listen to Gurbani together and meditate collectively, yet silently. Both sound and silence have a unique impact on our beings, and they are different ways to connect with the divinity within us. So nothing happens by chance, right? Nothing is ever a coincidence in Guruji's world. So I still remember that, Victor asked me about एक गुरुजी का स्वरूप. मेरे ऑफिस में मेरे बच्चों का, मेरी फैमिली, मेरे माँ बाप, स्पाउस, किसी का नहीं था. सिर्फ गुरुजी की एक फोटो मेरे डेस्क पे थी. तो उसने क्यूरियोसिटी में पूछा कि ये आपके पिताजी की फोटो है. तो मैंने उनको जवाब दिया दैट ये सिर्फ मेरे ही पिताजी नहीं, ये पूरे ब्रह्मांड, पूरे यूनिवर्स के फादर है. और फिर मैंने उनको सत्संग के बारे में बताया. एंड आई वांटेड, बिकॉज I found a good person and a good friend in him. I invited him कि आप प्लीज घर पे आओ, सत्संग अटेंड करो, मेरे परिवार से मिलो, सबसे मिलो. एंड ऐसे हमारी जर्नी शुरू हुई. I encouraged Victor to come to Guruji's satsang with an open mind and heart, experiencing it for himself without any preconceptions. So because he was a non-Indian, he had a lot of questions around the concept of satsang. How do you meditate? Not understanding the language. So I just encouraged him that, come with an open mind and see how you feel about it. I didn't want to feed him too much information because, satsang, and when it comes to experiencing divinity, I think it has to be felt from within. It's not something that can be coached. It's not something that can be injected from one human into the other. You have to feel, and that feeling can only happen if he so wills. And in this case, he is Guruji. I didn't want to influence him in any way, but believed that if he approaches it with openness, he might feel Guruji's presence in his own way. Guruji handpicks his sangat and determines the timing and purpose for their inclusion. Perhaps in Victor's personal struggles, Guruji extended an invitation to him. Despite the language barrier and the practical American mindset, Victor's connection with Guruji was almost instant. He had his own interactions and experiences that he processed and understood in his unique way in his own time. Soon enough, he became a regular participant in Guruji's satsangs. His deep connection with my Guru made him even more closer to my heart as a confidant. As life events unfolded and I decided to move out, he stood by me unwaveringly. Whether it was right or wrong, I couldn't tell, but it was happening. And there he was, as steadfast as he could be in his support. Change is inevitable, and it can bring about anxiety and uncertainty for anyone, including myself. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. And during such times, we rely on the ever-present presence of Guruji to guide us through. facing multiple challenges in my life, both in relationships and on the job front. I found myself at crossroads pondering the question, kya karu? What should I do, Guruji? और ये सवाल हमेशा मैं पूछती थी, जैसे मैंने आपको थोड़ी देर पहले बताया. I prayed in my own way, hoping for an answer or any indication from Guruji. He has a way of responding not on our time, but on his own and in his own way. My only wish was to interpret his signs correctly. As the saying, Jo mange Thakur apne se, soi deve suggests, we ask and Guruji gives, but do we truly know how to ask? What to ask for? Speaking for myself, perhaps not. With relationships, facing challenges and seeing my father lose to a terminal disease alongside the desire to move away from my travel job and seek more stability, it felt like too much to handle all at once. Going purely by my feelings, I felt like I needed to hit a reset on all fronts. Today in hindsight, मैं पीछे जब देखती हूँ तो मुझे कभी-कभी वो एहसास लगता है कि and I till date I ask myself कि क्या मैंने कुछ गलती तो नहीं करी, क्या मैंने जल्दबाजी तो नहीं करी, और अगर करी तो मैं गुरुजी से माफी मांगती हूँ और I think आखिरी दम तक माफी मांगती रहूंगी. बट जो उस टाइम मेरे को साइंस समझ आए, जैसे समझ आए उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैंने एक्ट किया. And like I said, that there were more chances of me failing than succeeding. So if I did succeed, I look at it as my Guruji's blessing to go on that path. And here I have two beautiful pictures of Guruji. He's smiling in this one, and then he has apni khubsurat haathon ki mudra in this one. And with this, I am going to read chapter 12, which is, he's always around to help his devotees. As I was preparing myself to make the most difficult decision of losing a long-term relationship, it required immense courage and strength. During this phase, I became a hopeless seeker, desperately looking for signs from Guruji. This was unlike my usual self, but the situation left me feeling completely shattered. Now, I personally, Sangatji, I never look for validation. I don't look for signs. I don't try to get fragrance. I am not looking for an Om to appear on the roti to believe that Guruji is here. I know he's there. No questions, unflinchingly, without a doubt, Guruji is unsung. But I do want to admit that, and this is again, me almost 3.5 years ago, when I was actually going through that roller coaster within me and my emotions were all over the place, I started to look for messages and I started to look for signs because I wanted Guruji to come talk to me. Then unexpectedly, I received a WhatsApp message from an unknown number, and it contained a voice note from a woman introducing herself. She mentioned her name and explained that she knew of me, even though I didn't know her, and she had gone through several search sources to find my number. She shared that she had a dream, and in that dream, Guruji conveyed a message to her, instructing her to pass it on to me. She took some time to reach out to me, but she finally turned to Guruji again, saying, "It's your assignment given to me by you, to convey this to Aarti Aunty. So, Guruji, you will help me find her as well." And eventually, in May of 2020, she was able to obtain my contact information through another Sangat devotee. There's a young girl here in Guruji Sangat. Her name is Shriya Ratan. And through her, she got my number. And I have never spoken to that auntie before or after. And if I recall correctly, she had introduced herself by the name of, I want to say, Jyoti. And like I said, that I get this random voice note on WhatsApp. Reading the message she conveyed about her dream brought tears to my eyes. It was truly incredible. As believers in a direct connection with Guruji, We can often discern whether something is authentic or made up. In this case, it felt like a genuine message from the divine for me. The lady who shared this dream with me didn't know me and had no ulterior motive and had never contacted me before or after. Yet, Guruji's message came to me through her dream darshan precisely when I was deeply concerned about how my decision to move out would be perceived. Like I said, कि मैंने गुरुजी की जान खा के रखी थी कि गुरुजी कुछ तो अंदेशा दो, कुछ तो बताओ कि क्या करूं, क्या ना करूं. I need to hear from you. And while we all believe in direct connections, it's also easy to decipher that, what is something that's made up and what is genuine, what's not genuine. Because if someone reaches out to you and doesn't know anything about your situation and says something very precise, it forces you to think that, oh my God, is this message coming from the divine? I had been worried about my actions, about how my actions would affect my self-respect, character, and the image that was built over decades as a Sangat member. I feared that it might become a subject of mockery. And again, this is me being very open, very vulnerable, that these are all the thoughts that did cross my mind and still cross my mind till date. In her message, she said she saw a dream where I was a lecturer sitting in a classroom setting. That lady who got the dream was a student in my dream. In that scene, I picked up my phone and read something with a typical I don't care type of a smile on my face. So in her dream, the way she described अपने voice message में कि आंटी आप teacher हो और मैं आपकी class में student हूँ और आपके फोन में कुछ मैसेज आता है और आप उसको पढ़ते हो and you have this expression on your face like you're smiling that what is this? I then tell that lady, ये सपने का ही मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, the things that people say and fabricate. और हिंदी में मेरे को अभी तक याद है जो उसने वर्ड्स यूज किए थे वो ये थे कि आप फोन को देखकर बोलते हो कि लोग भी ना कैसी कैसी बातें करते हैं और कैसी बातें बनाते हैं और कैसी बातें बोलते हैं. और ये बोल के I just smile and I put my phone down. Then Guruji comes and says to that lady, उन्हों कह दे जो लोग की कह रहे हैं या सोचते पे हैं उसकी परवाह ना कर. Meaning that tell her that she should not worry about what people say, nor should she get consumed by their opinions and their perceptions. Then in her voice note, she said, Guruji loves you a lot, and I don't know why he made me say this line to you. I still remember those words. She said, आंटी मुझे नहीं पता कि आपकी जिंदगी में क्या चल रहा है, पर गुरुजी ने आपके लिए मैसेज दिया है कि आप जो भी कर रहे हो उससे करे चलो. And not to worry about anything. Like she had no idea about this change, this huge step that I was about to take. And hearing these words out of the blue just gave me more strength. Receiving this message at the right time out of the blue reassured me that Guruji's will, his way, and his timing were at play. It was a profound reminder not to be consumed by the opinions and perceptions of others, but rather to have faith in Guruji's guidance and love. I give this advice to everybody, including myself, including my young daughters, that so long as you know that you are true in your intention, you know your intent is in the right place, you are not malicious in the way you're approaching things, you don't have to explain yourself to anybody. Because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, will never be good enough for people who want to believe otherwise. Taking Guruji's message as a signal to move forward, I decided to proceed with the difficult and painful process of separation despite the fear, darkness, and the shame it brought. It was far from easy. but I held on to my trust in Guruji and watched his magic unfold, knowing that his love was guiding me. Amidst the separation process, the market conditions during COVID-19 pandemic became unpredictable. House showings were not happening in person, making it challenging to find a suitable home. I came across a listing online that caught my attention, and I liked what I saw in the pictures. However, a few days later, the listing was unexpectedly removed. The inventory of available houses was limited during COVID, and it seemed like the one option I had liked was gone. It was crucial for me not to move too far from our current location to avoid disrupting the children's school district, and I also wanted to keep them close to their father. Therefore, I focused on finding a home within the same district. Despite the uncertainty and anxiety surrounding the housing market during COVID-19, I came across the same home listed again, this time at a lower price. Many people were speculating that the housing market would crash during COVID, making it a challenging time to buy. However, seeing the house relisted at a lower price, we decided to make an offer. So once I made up my mind to move out, and it left me very, very shaky and very, very broken for obvious reasons. I had a lot of, I want to say a lot of weight on me because I had to think about my kids. I had to think about, the reputation, the character, and also how this act of, breaking a beautiful family would be perceived. And not to say that I had anything against the father of my kids. He is and shall always remain the father of my kids. But keeping that aside, I had a lot of other restrictions as well. One, I did not want to, disrupt their school district. I did not want to cause too much of a disruption. COVID-19 was at its peak. Koi inventory thi nahi. The housing market was very, very unpredictable. People did not know कि crash होनी शुरू होगी तो कितनी crash होगी. और कुछ था ही नहीं market पे. एक घर online देखा था जो थोड़ा ठीक ठाक लगा. Within a few weeks, that listing was taken down, and I was like, look, जो एक चीज पसंद आई थी, which was worth considering, वो भी listing remove हो गई, and now I have pretty much nothing left. And I did not want to move into a rental place because I was like, बड़े घर से निकल के rent पे एक apartment लूंगी. I don't know बच्चों पे उसका क्या impact होगा, और फिर 3-4-6 महीने बाद I have to move again. So why don't I look for something that I can buy and situate myself there? And I wanted to be close to their dad as well, so that he has access to his children. So while I was thinking through this, a couple of weeks later, again I see the same home relisted, but at a lower price, even lower price point. So I was very amazed that. Pehle it was listed for X and now it's X minus whatever. So, we decided to make the offer. The financial aspect of acquiring the new home was also a miracle in itself. Since I still had the previous big home under my name, obtaining another loan was uncertain. So, अब ये हो गया कि, घर तो पसंद आ गया, but जिस घर में मैं रह रही थी, वो भी मेरे नाम पे था, and यहाँ पर they look at your income to debt ratio. So I was like, there is no way they're going to approve another big mortgage under my name because I have the existing home under my name. Isme bhi, however, Victor came forward to co-sign the loan, and I kept praying to Guruji that if it wasn't meant to be, let it fall through. But miraculously, the deal went through seamlessly. While we awaited the possession date, I started to plan how to furnish the new home. One of my dreams was to create a dedicated prayer room for Guruji and a bedroom for Guru Maharaj. During COVID, delivery times had also become significantly longer, taking months instead of weeks. However, when I found a beautiful red bedroom set for Guruji, we decided to order it knowing it might take a few months to arrive. To my amazement, Guruji's bedroom set arrived even before the closing date and before we moved in. It was the first piece of furniture to be delivered at the new address. And I interpreted it as another sign of Guruji establishing himself at home even before the rest of the family moved in. So like I said, that when it was relisted और हमने offer डाली, तो जब offer भी डाली, तो मैं गुरुजी से यही pray करी थी. Usually between the offer and closing, there is a gap. मैं गुरुजी से यही pray करी थी कि closing should fall apart if it's not meant to be. And I had to take help from Victor to co-sign क्योंकि मेरे पास उस time enough finances नहीं थे और कोई और मदद नहीं करना चाह रहा था. तो मतलब whatever happened, it just kept falling into place, and the closing went through. उसके बाद मेरे को था कि इस घर में जब हम मूव करेंगे तो गुरुजी का एक नीचे दरबार होना चाहिए और एक कमरा should be dedicated to गुरुजी. तो कमरे के लिए मैंने एक लाल रंग का बेडरूम सेट देखा, एंड पेंडेमिक के टाइम संगत जी जो डिलीवरी टाइम थी ना, दैट वाज कि अगर नॉर्मली आपको फर्नीचर डिलीवर होने में 3 हफ्ते लगते हैं, तो उस टाइम 6 महीने, क्योंकि कोई इन्वेंटोरी थी नहीं. तो हमें लगा कि चलो ऑर्डर कर दिया है, जब आएगा तो आएगा. लेकिन क्लोजिंग से पहले जब इस घर से वो प्रीवियस ओनर निकली नहीं थी, क्लोजिंग होने से 1 या 2 दिन पहले वो फर्नीचर गुरुजी का बेडरूम सेट हमारे मूव होने से पहले घर पहुंच गया. तो मुझे लगा कि चलो दिस इज गुरुजी's वे ऑफ सेइंग दैट तुम्हारे आने से पहले मैंने इस घर में अपनी जगह बना ली है. The move out date is etched in my heart forever. It was a sad day for every member of the family in ways more than one. I do not want to think about that day when I actually picked up myself and I moved from the house that I made home. The movers came, took our stuff. I left the children behind with their dad so I could get a day or two to settle in the new place. Even though Victor was there to help, I felt like I had left my soul behind in that home. I had moved out of, and I truly felt like fish out of water. We had a job to do, which was to turn this house into a home now. That, along with my job, kept me distracted and kept my mind occupied. How everything was flowing and coming together was incredible. It felt like Guruji's hand was guiding me all along, or I could not have done anything. Another thing that was deeply weighing me down was the condition of my dad and my inability to travel to see him due to COVID and everything else that was fluid. It was a difficult time for me emotionally and mentally, but I held on to Guruji's presence and grace to navigate through it all. Dad's health was deteriorating, and during this time, we would talk every single day, multiple times a day, using FaceTime calls as the closest thing to an in-person contact. I was yearning to be with my family, and fortunately, in Q3 of 2020, I was able to go and spend time with them. When Guruji enabled me to travel to India, I took back home the Jutti Prasad that I had received from him almost 2 decades ago. Deep within, I felt that my dad needed it more than me. That week spent together felt like a precious family reunion with just my sister, my parents, and me. During that visit, my father and I had the opportunity to do a virtual satsang together as a father-daughter duo. It was a beautiful and cherished moment. So like I said, that there was a lot of things that were happening. I was tasked with settling into this new place. It says that it's a house when you buy, and it takes work to convert that into a home. And luckily I had my job, so I was distracted with that. The only thing that was really killing me was the travel restriction and the fact that travel had become very, very difficult. So the only thing that kept me going was, several times a day I would FaceTime my parents, and I still remember I would keep asking them, "आप इस घर में कब आओगे? आप कब आओगे? आप कब आओगे?" मैं घर का कोना कोना सजा रही हूँ ताकि आप इस घर को देख सको और आप इस घर में आके रहो। बट कोई उम्मीद थी नहीं, और मुझे ये लग रहा था the clock is ticking, cancer is spreading and ravaging, और घड़ी टिक 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 करके टाइम बढ़े जा रहा है और मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं पा रही। फाइनली गुरुजी की कृपा से Q3 of 2020 में मेरे को इंडिया जाने का मौका मिला, एंड आई लेफ्ट द किड्स विद विक्रम, और मैं अपने पेरेंट्स के पास इंडिया चले गई। और वो टाइम, आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट आफ्टर 2 decades, we got that time where my sister was there, I was there, and my parents, and it felt like just good old days. There were no kids, there were no spouses, there was nobody. And for the first time ever, मैंने अपने फादर के साथ कोविड के टाइम पे एक वर्चुअल सत्संग भी किया था, और मैं गुरुजी की जुत्ती प्रसाद पहली बार घर से वापस गुड़गांव लेकर गई, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि मेरे से ज्यादा जरूरत अब उस जुत्ती की मेरे पापा को है। So, those were some very relished and cherished moments that, by Guruji's grace, we got to spend together as a family. जो काफी, I want to say decades से वो मौका नहीं मिला, because first my sister got married, and then I got married, and then she was in Pune, and I was in the States, and we never really, as just a unit of 4, got to spend that time. It was really, really beautiful. Upon returning to the US, I left the juttis with my mom and dad so that my father could face his battle with this terminal disease with strength, grace, and dignity. The juttis from Guruji became the biggest symbol of hope and reassurance during those challenging times. So with this, I conclude my reading for today. The next couple chapters are pretty, I think, emotionally, I want to say disturbing for me, because there's just so much change that happened. Demise of a relationship, losing my dad, and all like back to back to back. And until date, I remember of the dream that I saw in 2018 where Guruji said, "Kisi ko mukammal jahan nahi milta." और जब तेको लगता है कि that ideal relationship that you're looking to manifest, if you get that, it's also going to come at a premium. And Guruji ki baat pathar ki lakeer. I think the beauty, the silver lining in this is the fact that I know Guruji's got my back. And I am, because he is. So utterly grateful. I always say this, not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of everyone. Guruji bakhsh do, Guruji sarbat ka bhala, Guruji rakhi charna de kol. Om Namah Shivaya, Shivji Sada Sahai. Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Sahai. Shukrana for this opportunity as always. And following Saturday, I think it's going to be the same time, 12:30 Eastern time. I will read the next 2 chapters. I think we're just left with 2 more sessions. So after that, we will be able to wrap this up. Thank you. Jai Guruji.
Jai Guruji, Aarti.
वंडरफुल। सबसे पहले गुरुजी को बहुत बहुत गुरुजी के चरणों में प्रणाम, गुरुजी को नमस्ते, और आई हुई सारी संगत को वेलकम करते हुए और आरती को वेलकम करते हुए आज। एंड such a beautiful book that you have written, and it's amazing. Actually, आज ही आंटी ने मुझे बताया, and I knew that you had written, and can you believe I was just flipping on my online, and I said, wow, wonderful. I've never read it all, but I am going to finish it all soon. But it is so amazing. I didn't know that you were such a prolific writer. Itna acha you write, you can put your thoughts on the paper, and the flow of language is different, but अंदर की फीलिंग्स जो होती है उसको उतारना is the hardest part for a guru, especially writing something what you feel about your guru is the hardest thing. And you have done a wonderful job in your book Tu Hi Tu, And what I like the most is Tu Hi Tu, God, to my God, and how you put Guruji on duty. And that is so true. It is so amazing. That's one thing which really caught my eye, and I feel that's how we all should think, that Guruji is always on duty for his Sangat all the time. So it's amazing, and I can go on and on, but I guess I should just let you do all the talking. And so nice to see you. And go ahead, my partner in reading Shiv Puran also. I'm so proud of you. And just start your reading. Aarti will be reading Tu Hi Tu, chapter 13 and 14 is amazing chapters. And it's almost the tail end of your book, almost looks like.
Anji.
So,
Anji.
okay, Aarti, it's all yours now. Jai Guruji.
Thank you so much, Auntie. What a pleasant surprise. I think I have to say that this platform has had an excellent line of openers and facilitators. Every week I get a surprise, and that's so heartwarming. So Anantam Shukrana. Shukrana to Guruji, Shukrana to the Sevadars of this platform for giving me this opportunity. Auntie is right. Jaise Auntie ne bataya, this is almost the tail end. This is the second last session. Next week, or whenever we decide to read, probably Monday, will be the final session. Today, I will be reading chapters 13 and 14, और थोड़ा सा recap कर लेते हैं कि कल के chapters में basically मैंने सत्संग के through ये emphasize किया है that Guruji is always around to help his devotees and to truly realize that help. एंड हेल्प का मतलब ये नहीं कि जो हम मांग रहे हैं वो हमें मिलता जा रहा है तो हेल्प है, अगर नहीं मिल रहा तो हेल्प नहीं है. हेल्प का मतलब गुरुजी की डेफिनेशन में अगर गुरुजी आपको कुछ दे रहे हैं या कुछ नहीं दे रहे, वो आपको हमेशा हेल्प कर रहे हैं. लेकिन आई थिंक आवर पर्सपेक्टिव चेंजेस विद faith, our perspective changes with bhakti, our perspective changes with bhav. And जैसे हम कहते हैं ना कि देखने में और दर्शन में फर्क होता है, और वो फर्क होता है प्रेम का, प्रेम भक्ति, प्रेम भाव. और मैं गुरबानी में सुन रही थी, and it was, it just stayed with me because the meaning was so beautiful. उन्होंने बताया बानी में that जो प्रेम अक्षर भी है, अगर आप उसको देखो तो वो बना है परे मैं, और इसका डीपर मीनिंग ये है कि जब मुझसे मैं परे हो जाता है तो मेरे अंदर तू बस जाता है, क्योंकि जब मैं है तो तू नहीं, और अब तू है तो वो मैं नहीं. शुरू करते हैं गुरुजी की आज्ञा से. तू ही तू, Chapter 13, which is Time and Tide Wait for No One. Here, 13 and 14, I think, are the longest chapters in the book, so it's going to be a long session today. As 2020 came to a close, I couldn't help but reflect on the challenging year it had been. The finalization of my divorce, settling into my new home, and dealing with my erratic emotions left me feeling like an emotional wreck. Throughout it all, Victor stood by me unconditionally, and I felt immensely grateful for his support. Amidst all the difficulties, the real miracle was that I managed to keep my faith in Guruji intact. In fact, these tribulations even strengthened it more. Guruji's presence and guidance were the pillars that held me up during those trying times. Without him, I knew I would have been utterly lost. My focus on Guruji became more profound than ever before, and his love and blessings kept me going. So, 2020 was a very difficult year, I think, globally for many, many people in ways more than one. And in the chapters yesterday, I covered, there was a lot of change coming my way, and I felt very emotionally drained, and that was the first time when I actually started to look for signs, and I was looking to get some sort of a validation, which I normally don't, because I just know he's there. But in those moments of hopelessness, when I was seeking him, how through, the most random channels, he reached out to me. I got a message, and, I hope till this date that I hope I interpreted that message correctly. And the beauty about all these trials and tribulations that came my way was the fact that my faith in Guruji multiplied many, many folds when I did not even think that it's possible. जैसे हम रोज गुरुजी के बारे में कुछ नया सुनते हैं और हम it's like कि जैसे आइसबर्ग होता है ना, हमें तो सिर्फ एक टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग पता है. It's like उनकी ग्रेस की गहराई को संगत जी हम फैथम नहीं कर पाते. एंड उन्होंने वो भरोसा दान दे रखा और उसी बल पे, like I always say that I am because he is. One of my most significant desires was to have my parents by my side, living with me in our new home, so we could face my father's battle with cancer together. Each passing week brought more uncertainty and the diminishing likelihood of my father being able to travel overseas. Yet we clung on to the flickering hope in our hearts, and that hope was nurtured and kindled by Guru Sahib himself. His divine presence kept us going, and we entrusted everything to him, knowing that he would take care of us. In Feb of 2021, my dad's health took a serious downturn, and he had to be admitted to Medanta Hospital in Gurgaon. As a cancer patient, he needed to see the doctor frequently, but each time he went, he carried Guruji's duties with him, despite being in and out of the hospital regularly. My dad miraculously never contracted COVID, even during the severe second wave in India. Now, those of you who remember that India, was down on its knees during 2021 when the second wave of COVID hit. Like, it was going to the hospital, in and out of the hospital every second day. और इंडिया के हॉस्पिटल्स ऐसे होते हैं जैसे रामलीला का कोई ग्राउंड हो. और आप इमेजिन करिए संगत जी that a stage 4 cancer patient जिसके अंदर कोई अच्छे जो हेल्दी लोग होते हैं, अगर वो कोविड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर लें तो इम्यूनिटी बिल्कुल खत्म हो जाती है. जिस बंदे की बिल्कुल इम्यूनिटी वैसे ही ना हो और उसको कोविड हो जाए तो we all know that it could have been fatal. And despite his frequent trips in and out of the hospital, surprisingly, Papa never contracted COVID. Or literally घर में every person you could think of, every person that you knew, सब ये बोल रहे थे कि somebody or the other in the household was down with COVID. And I just feel very strongly that वो जो ज्योति प्रसाद मैं वापस लेकर गई थी, because I strongly, felt that my parents needed that more than me at that point in time, was his protection. Around this time, my daughter Anya was turning 16, and I wanted to celebrate her milestone birthday at home, albeit on a small scale due to the circumstances. We were unsure if the celebration could take place because of my dad's hospitalization, but I assured Anya that Guruji would not let her down. If my dad got discharged, we would proceed with her birthday celebration as planned. Even during his hospitalization, we would sometimes hear my dad talking about Shiv Puran, and he requested the Mahagranth, the holy book, to be read during his stay. True to Guruji's grace, my dad was discharged from the hospital, and Anya's Sweet 16 celebration took place as she had wished. On March 1st, 2021, I decided to fly back to India again the very day itself, planning to stay for about 10 to 12 days. Before leaving, I wrote a private letter to Guruji expressing my heartfelt request for him to stay with me and enable me to bring my parents to the US soon. I left the letter under Guruji's charan in my home, Sarbar. So, like I said, that February of 2021, Papa's health plunged quite a bit. And he was hospitalized, और उनकी hospital के stay में भी
Dad would constantly keep asking for Shiv Quran, कि Shiv Quran यहाँ ले आओ. और उन्हीं दिनों में March 1st को मेरी बेटी आन्या का 16वां बर्थडे था, and sweet 16 is a big deal here. But we didn't want to, throw a big party given the circumstances that, I was going through at that point in time. So she had a very small guest list, and she said, कि Mama, इतने से लोगों की अगर party कर लेंगे, I'll be very happy if we can do something in the basement. And I said, sure, I don't mind hosting, but I will not feel right about hosting a party knowing that my father is in the hospital. But मैंने उसको ये कहा, ऐसे मेरे को पता है कि तेरी ये desire है, and Guruji is not going to let you down. I am sure that before your birthday, Nanu is going to come back home, and sure enough, he did. So we went ahead with the party. और मैंने सोचा that right after her party is done, I'm going to fly to India to spend about 10 to 12 days, क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा था कि उनकी condition काफी खराब हो रही है. तो जाने से पहले संगत जी मैंने किसी को नहीं बताया, मैंने कुछ लाइनें गुरुजी के लिए लिखी और सच्चे सुच्चे भाव से मैंने गुरुजी के चरणों के नीचे रख दिया. और उसमें सिर्फ यही था कि गुरुजी कृपा करना, साथ रहना. और मेरी ये जो डिजायर, जैसे मैंने कल भी बताया था कि जब मैंने नया घर लिया तो मेरे को बस यही था कि इस घर में मामा पापा कब आएंगे. लेकिन वो कोविड के टाइम ट्रैवल नहीं, उसी टाइम कैंसर, तो वो रे ऑफ होप डिमिनिश सी होती जा रही थी कि कभी पॉसिबल भी होगा कि नहीं. तो ये छोटा सा खत लिखकर मैं उसी रात निकल गई. When I reached India on March 3rd, 2021, I had to go with my dad to meet the head of oncology at Medanta. My mom and I decided that I would take my dad along with our domestic aide to see the doctor. Despite his frailty and significant decline in health since I saw him last in October 2020, he held Guruji's Jutti Prasad close to his chest with utmost care and caution during the visit. All of us went to the hospital, leaving Dad and our domestic aide sitting outside. I entered the head of oncology's cabin alone. It was the most painful and dreadful conversation to have. So I left the States, and States is a day ahead. मेरे को अभी तक याद है कि मार्च 3, 2021 पापा की अपॉइंटमेंट थी Medanta में with the head of oncology, and I remember his name. His name was or is, I don't know if he's still there or not, Dr. Ashok Vaid. तो उस अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए मैंने कहा कि पापा को मैं लेकर जाऊंगी. And we took our domestic aid. पापा ने गुरुजी की जूतियां अपने साथ रखी हुई थी. और जब हम हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे तो मैंने पापा को बोला कि पापा तो व्हील चेयर पे आ गए थे. He was so frail that he couldn't walk. So I said, I told Chotu, जिसको हम साथ में लेके गए थे, कि पापा के साथ तुम बैठो. And they were outside, and I went into the doctor's cabin alone to have that conversation. I did not know what he's going to say, what's the next course of action, but that was the conversation I wanted to have. The doctor sat me down and straightforwardly said, I am sorry to share with you that there is nothing else we can possibly do for your father. It's just a matter of days. Those words hit me like bullets, piercing through my heart and brain. Gathering myself together, I responded, so you are saying we just sit and watch him die as the days go by? We'll be left wondering whether it'll happen today or tomorrow. After a pause, I added, I would like to take my father back to the US with me. I'll finish reading this, and then I'm going to explain the actual conversation, because translating it in English just doesn't do justice, and I want to be able to share that verbatim with you all. He looked at me as if I had horns coming out of my head. With angst and disbelief in his eyes, he said, you want to take a stage 4 cancer patient who God only knows has hours or days left with no lungs on a long flight from Gurgaon to New Jersey? Even people with healthy lungs have a hard time breathing, flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet. How do you think he will manage?
He went on to say, I cannot approve of this. The airline will not take him without my clearance, and I will not give that to you. You will force the airline to make an emergency landing because the general will not make it. So I went into the doctor's cabin, and Dr. Saab ne mujhe बिठाया और उन्होंने बोला that unfortunately हम आपके father के लिए और कुछ नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हम जो कुछ कर सकते थे हमने करके देख लिया in terms of chemotherapy, immunotherapy, but the cancer is too aggressive, it's spread too much, and it is just a matter of days. Sangatji, when he looked me in the eye and he spoke these words, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि मेरे पैरों तले से किसी ने मेरे पैरों के नीचे से जमीन निकाल दी है. और मैंने उनको देखा तो आई सर, आपका कहने का मतलब कि हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, एंड लिटरली हम अब इस ये दिन का इंतजार करें कि किसी भी वक्त, किसी भी आवर, किसी भी डे पापा चले जाएंगे, एंड दैट्स ऑल, दैट देयर इज नथिंग एल्स वी कैन डू. और कोविड इतना उस टाइम पीक पे था कि ऐसा लग रहा था कि अगर कैंसर नहीं तो कोविड से ही बंदा खत्म हो जाएगा. और ये बोलकर मैंने उनको कहा that I want to take my father back to the States. And when I said that, he literally stood up. He stood up from the chair and he looked at me as if I am not mentally sane. And he repeated and he laid out the scenario for me. He said, अच्छे लोग breathe नहीं कर पाते जब प्लेन 40,000 फुट की ऑल्टीट्यूड पे फ्लाई करता है. आपको क्या लगता है कि जिसके पास लंग्स ही ना हो, स्टेज 4 का उनका कैंसर है, वो 16 घंटे की फ्लाइट फ्रॉम गुड़गांव टू न्यू जर्सी वो इंड्योर कर पाएंगे? He said, एयरलाइन उनको फ्लाई ही नहीं करेगी बगैर मेरी क्लियरेंस की. मैं वो क्लियरेंस आपको दूंगा नहीं, because you will force the airlines to make an emergency landing, because I can tell you that the general will not make it. And he said it with such conviction. And, I sat listening to this. Hearing those words, tears welled up in my eyes and my heart pounded so fast. I stood up from the chair, folded my hands to do namaskar, and said, thank you, doctor. Where your medical science ends, my guru's divinity begins. Sangatji, these were my exact words. I don't know what got into me. जब उन्होंने ये बोला, मैं भी अपनी कुर्सी से खड़ी हो गई. मैंने उनको हाथ जोड़ के नमस्ते किया और मैंने उनको यही बोला that thank you doctor. जहां आपकी मेडिकल साइंस खत्म होती है, वहां मेरे गुरुजी की ग्रेस और मेरे गुरु की डिविनिटी शुरू होती है. And I left, trying to mask my emotions, knowing I had to face my dad with a poker face. I saw my father looking towards me with eager eyes. He asked, so, what is the next course of action? With a gulp, I said, Papa, we will take a break from all the treatment here in India and explore some potential options in the US. The drive home was silent and my mind raced, trying to process and digest the worst news my ears had ever received. My father meant the world to me because in him I saw my guru, and in my guru I see my father. I had a very, very, parents are always special, and I have no qualms in admitting very openly that I was much, much, much closer and attached to my father. Even I want to say that I love my parents equally, but there was a different bond that I had with him, and I looked at him as my hero and my source of inspiration. And every time I did something in my life, whether it's getting a home, getting promoted at work, it always used to be like, oh, I'm going to make my father proud. And all this unfolding in front of my eyes and losing my father slowly but surely and feeling so helpless, I cannot tell you
what the emotions were at that point in time, what that dialogue with the doctor did to me. And then I had to keep a straight face, come out of his room, because right outside the room, my dad was waiting with obviously with a bated breath, ke kya bola doctor ne, ab aage kya karna hai? Because I do feel that at that point in time, he had not lost the will to live. He wanted to live, and he was a fighter, and he was a trooper, and he fought till his last breath. So बहुत जब उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि क्या कहा डॉक्टर ने, मैंने लिटरली जिसे कहते हैं अपने इमोशंस को गल्प करके बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट फेस के साथ उनका हाथ पकड़ के मैंने बोला, ऐसे पापा यहाँ मुझे नहीं लगता उससे कुछ होगा, तो हम अब अमेरिका में जाके एक्सप्लोर करेंगे. और उसके बाद हम वापस घर चले गए. एंड द ड्राइव was silent because my father was a very wise man. He was not a fool, so he understood the unspoken. I had to quickly act, wasting not even a millisecond. The clock was ticking, and with each tick, my father's breaths were on a countdown. I made a couple of phone calls to seek opinions. Second guessing myself, I wondered, am I doing something gravely wrong by wanting to take him back? I wanted to keep fighting. The doctors had given up, but I was not prepared to give up. Was I striving to achieve the impossible? There was only one superpower that could make the impossible possible. The flight had to be booked soon. COVID protocols had to be in place. This time, it was going to be a one-way flight for my father. Many questions plagued my mind. Will he need an oxygen cylinder? How many cylinders will he possibly need on such a long flight? Will the airline even take him? Will he make it? These thoughts and questions pierced through my mind. As a family, we decided to prepone my return, originally scheduled for March 14th to ASAP. And the entire family, my father, mother, sister, her daughter, and me would be flying back to the States. So उस time गुड़गांव में, like I said, that I had flown in with a return ticket कि मैं 10-12 दिन फैमिली के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करके 14 मार्च को वापस आ जाऊंगी. लेकिन जब जाते ही मुझे ये खबर मिली कि वहां कुछ नहीं हो सकता और कोई और होप नहीं बची, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे अब क्विकली एक्ट करना है, क्योंकि those of you who've experienced cancer will know that I have seen a person wither in a day's time. You have good days and you have bad days, and 1 week can make such a difference that unless you've been through it, it is not possible for you to even relate to and imagine what I'm talking about. But this is what cancer does to you. तो ये सुन के मैं आ गई और अब मेरे को लगा कि अब मेरे को अकेले तो नहीं जाना, मैं अपनी सारी फैमिली को लेकर जाऊंगी और 14 मार्च से जितनी जल्दी मैं इसको प्रीपोन कर सकूं मुझे वो करना है. लेकिन उससे पहले कई चीजें सोचनी है. आप कैसे किसी का पूरा लाइफ टाइम को सूटकेसेस में रैप करके, पैक करके 2, 4, 5 दिन में सब कुछ वाइंड अप करके अपने घर से निकलो, बिकॉज आपका दिल आपको ये बता रहा है कि ये पापा की लास्ट फ्लाइट टू यूएस है, 1 वे फ्लाइट टू यूएस है, पापा इज नॉट गोना मेक इट बैक. और कोविड के इतने स्ट्रिक्ट प्रोटोकॉल्स थे, ऑक्सीजन की इतनी शॉर्टेज थी कि मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि डॉक्टर साहब ने जो बोला कि 16 घंटे की वो फ्लाइट, ऑक्सीजन के बगैर वो गुजारा नहीं होगा, इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग करवानी पड़ जाएगी, ये सारे डाउट्स मुझे अंदर ही अंदर से खाए जा रहे थे. और मैं अपने आप को सेकंड गेस मैंने करना शुरू कर दिया था कि क्या मेरी फीलिंग ये सही है कि मैं अपने फादर को लेकर जाना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन मेरा दिल नहीं मान रहा था कि मैं यहाँ उनको छोड़ के चले जाऊं, knowing that he's not going to make it. So anyway, ये सारे सवाल मेरे जहन में उठने शुरू हो गए. My dad, who was tired of fighting this terminal disease with all his might, asked me, how will I endure this flight? I can barely even walk on my own. I held his hand and reassured him that we would fight this
like true army soldiers. We were on a battlefield with time and cancer as our enemies, but we would overcome this together. He smiled, reminiscing about Guru Maharaj. My father always had his Swarup by him. A date was decided, March 9, 2021. Now, how does one pack up their entire life, wrap up and be ready to leave in just 4 days? Booking tickets was the easiest part. But what about everything else that came with this decision? So when we decided, okay, yes, I'm going to bring my father back, I remember having this conversation. He held my hand and he said, "ये मैं कैसे करूँगा?" ये उनके words थे. He said, "मुझसे आरती, मुझसे तो अब खुद से चला भी नहीं जाता. मैं ये flight कैसे करूँगा?" And मैंने अपने father का हाथ पकड़ा उस time and I said, "पापा, आप तो आर्मी जनरल हो. आप ये सोचो कि आप मैदान जंग में खड़े हो और हमारी जंग है ये कैंसर के साथ और समय के साथ और हमें लड़ना है और इस टाइम पे हम अपनी होप नहीं खो सकते because we are going to take our chance." And a date was decided, and deciding the date and booking the tickets was the easiest thing, but everything else that came with that decision was like, you know, एक पहाड़ जैसा लग रहा था कि इस पहाड़ को कैसे चढ़ा जाए. The house that my parents had lived in for years had to be packed, and the walls that adorned beautiful memories had to be stripped. It was a lot to pack, but even that wasn't the real challenge. The real dilemma was finding an answer. Was this the right move, or was I in fact putting my dad's life in danger? I felt the same PTSD I felt when I was moving out of my marital home. On March 7, 2021, we decided to have an intimate satsang at home. It was the 4 of us as a family gathering together after almost 2 decades, and we invited a few other Sangat members to join us as well. So like I said कि जब मैं October 2020 में गई थी तो उस टाइम तो खैर मेरी niece भी वहाँ नहीं थी. When I went back in March, my niece was there, and we decided कि 9th March को वापस स्टेट्स जाएंगे और उससे पहले एक छोटा सा सत्संग कर लेते हैं, इंटीमेट सत्संग. और कुछ और संगत के लोगों को गुड़गांव में हमने बोला कि सत्संग हम घर में कर रहे हैं. पहले मेरा इनिशियल प्लान ये था, आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर कि 2021 में आई थिंक शिवरात्रि 11 मार्च की थी, तो मुझे था हम 11 मार्च को एक अच्छा बड़ा सत्संग करेंगे. लेकिन क्योंकि आई वाज सपोज्ड टू बी देयर टिल द 14th of March, बट क्योंकि अब वो टिकट्स प्रीपोन कर ली तो अब 11 की जगह हमने 7 को ही कहा कि 7 को एक छोटा सा सत्संग कर लेते हैं. और अंदर ही अंदर मेरे को ये सवाल उठ रहा था, because obviously I got a mixed reaction. Some people said, yes, this is good, बेटा, you're very brave. अगर आप पापा को ले जा सकते हो तो ले जाओ, क्योंकि यहाँ पर अब कुछ भी नहीं है. और and like I said कि अगर कैंसर नहीं तो कोविड तो पहुंच ही जाएगा घर तक. और कईयों ने मेरे को बोला that I was being selfish. I was a little selfish in my thinking that how can I think of uprooting somebody in this state and literally disrupting their life and uprooting their life during the final stages, and it's a bad decision because you'll end up killing him. तो मेरे ऊपर बहुत बहुत भारी बोझ था. और जैसे I felt कि मैं उन्हीं क्रॉस रोड्स में हूँ जैसे मैं 2019 2020 के टाइम फ्रेम में थी, when I was constantly asking Guruji that am I taking the right step? Should I leave my house? What should I do? You have to answer me. So everyone we invited came, and we all sat down to meditate. Tears flowed non-stop, not just from us, but from everyone in the room. By then, most people knew about our plans to take Dad away from Gurugram. During the meditation, an auntie named Anju Auntie was praying to Guruji, seeking a sign or permission to validate if taking Dad with us was the right decision. No one knew what was going on in her mind, but she was looking for some presence or validation to confirm her doubts.
So like I said, a handful of people were invited. All of them showed up, and that was a very emotional, a very heavy satsang. और हम सब बैठे तो थे ध्यान में, लेकिन रूम में किसी के भी आंसू रुक नहीं रहे थे, because my father was loved very, very fondly by everybody. And most people knew कि General Kapoor अब गुरुग्राम से जा रहे हैं, and most people also knew कि अब गुड़गांव में वो वापस नहीं आएंगे. तो एक आंटी अपने ही अंतर मन में गुरुजी से प्रे कर रही थी कि गुरुजी आप मुझे कोई अपनी प्रेजेंस दिखाओ, ये वैलिडेट करने के लिए कि जो उनकी छोटी बेटी ये डिसीजन ले रही है वो सही है कि नहीं है. After the satsang, another auntie named Neelam Duggal, जिनका मैंने कल भी या परसों जिक्र किया था. Wow, actually as a matter of fact, मैं पिछले 3 दिन से हैट्रिक हो गई, लगातार चैप्टर्स पढ़ने को मिल रहे हैं, तो ये भी गुरुजी की कोई कृपा होगी. नीलम आंटी was the one जिन्होंने सबसे पहले 2020 में पापा की मेडिकल रिपोर्ट्स भेजी थी. So the same auntie, she randomly, after the satsang was over, started to share how she felt Guruji's presence. That's when Anju auntie spoke up, revealing that she was seeking confirmation during the satsang, and she felt that this was an assurance from Guruji that taking Dad to the US had been blessed. Dad couldn't sit through the satsang, but he did join us for Aarti, ate a little prasad, and then went back to lay down. With only a couple of days left to the D-Day, there was scarcity of oxygen cylinders. However, we managed to get one that would last for 2 to 3 hours. We all were scared, knowing that if required, this would be insufficient, but we had no other choice. Over the weekend, something crossed my mind, and I asked my family to check their passports for visa validity and expiration dates. So I'll explain this previous paragraph a little bit, that satsang ke dauran ek auntie was looking for a sign, how another auntie, she randomly got up, she shared her satsang, and she says, look here, Guruji is making his presence felt, and then the other auntie spoke up that this is what I was looking to hear, and we took it as a confirmation that Guruji had blessed this, and Guruji is going to make it happen. But still be the practical side of us, nudges us, और मेरे को ये लग रहा था कि ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर अगर मेरे को चाहिए हो तो on a 16-hour flight I would typically need to take about 8 oxygen cylinders. हमें बड़ी मुश्किल से एक ही मिला था और हमें पता था कि वो 2 या 3 घंटे से ज्यादा नहीं चलेगा, और मन में फिर वही था कि अगर जरूरत पड़ गई तो ये ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर काफी नहीं होगा, पर और चॉइस ही नहीं थी हमारे पास. और आई थिंक 9 March 2021 was Tuesday, और आई थिंक फ्राइडे शाम की बात है कि मैंने डाइनिंग टेबल पे ऐसे ही कैजुअली अपनी फैमिली से पूछ लिया कि एक बार सारे अपने पासपोर्ट खोल के चेक कर लो कि सबका पासपोर्ट वैलिड तो है और उसमें वैलिड वीजा तो लगा हुआ है. तो everyone had valid passports and active US visas except my niece Tamanna, whose passport had expired. Imagine discovering this over the weekend when we were slated to fly out on Tuesday evening. All hell broke loose and my niece was panic-stricken. That evening we were supposed to go to Bade Mandir, and she prayed feverishly to Gurupa to make the impossible possible. She needed her passport renewed in a day with only Monday and Tuesday available, and the flight was Tuesday night. So imagine Friday को we stumble upon this discovery कि तमन्ना का तो passport ही expire हो चुका है, और जब ये देखा तो उसने रोना शुरू कर दिया, because she's like मैंने भी मम्मा और नानू के साथ जाना है, मुझे जाना है, और मुझे नहीं पता कि ट्यूसडे शाम की फ्लाइट है, वीकेंड पे एम्बेसी बंद है, तो खाली सिर्फ मंडे का दिन बचा. एंड माय जीजा जी इज इन पुणे, तो पूजा वाज इन दिल्ली, तमन्ना वाज इन दिल्ली, एंड किस माइनर का पासपोर्ट रिन्यू करने के लिए दोनों पेरेंट्स की जरूरत होती है. सो इट वाज लाइक टू मेनी लॉजिस्टिक्स हैड टू फॉल इनटू प्लेस विद इन अ डे. और उसी शाम को हमें बड़े मंदिर जाना था, और तमन्ना ने तो हर जगह बड़े मंदिर के हर कोने में गुरुजी को हाथ जोड़ रही है, गुरुजी प्लीज मुझे जाना है, आप कुछ भी करो.
Being a minor, she required both parents, and her dad, my brother-in-law, Tarun, was not in Gurgaon. He was in Pune. However, he agreed to take the first flight on Monday AM into Gurgaon from Pune. Both parents rushed into the embassy for emergency passport issuance. Someone from Gurgaon Sangat, unka ka naam Anil Malhotra hai, he helped pull a few strings, and by Tuesday afternoon, my niece had her passport ready. Again, this is nothing short of a miracle, how things fell into place. Monday morning को वो पुणे से गुड़गांव आते हैं, एम्बेसी में इमरजेंसी अपॉइंटमेंट मिलती है, और एक दिन में पासपोर्ट रिन्यू होकर आ जाता है. Until the 11th hour, we did not know if she would be able to accompany us or if she'd need to go back to Pune with her dad. She was ecstatic to learn that she could join us on travels back to the US. So because ये इतना last minute तक uncertainty थी, literally हमने बैग से तमन्ना का सामान निकाल दिया था कि जब तक पासपोर्ट हाथ में नहीं आता, जो ट्यूसडे आफ्टरनून तक नहीं आया था, हमें पता ही नहीं था कि whether we'll have to send her back to Pune or she'll be able to accompany us. Ultimately, Tuesday afternoon को जब हाथ में passport आया, and it was confirmed that she can, join us for travels back to US, she was on cloud 9. On Tuesday evening, March 9, 2021, we had a lot of Sangat who had come to see us off. Our close friends, Anand and Gurgaonke, they drove us to the airport. With heavy hearts, we embarked on our journey with 16 bags amongst the 5 of us. The support pouring in from all quarters was unforgettable. The Sangat, बड़े मंदिर से, मतलब जो support मिली, और कैसे, like I said, कि 4 दिन के अंदर संगत जी, I wrapped up as much as I could. Stripped down the home, removed beautiful pictures, Guruji के खूबसूरत स्वरूप, जो हम जितना पैक कर सकते थे, 16 bags हमने बनाए amongst the 5 of us, and we went to the airport. Given the number of passengers and the bags that needed to be transported to the airport, we had 2 large cars. In addition to the bags, we had 2 massive sarups, framed pictures of Guruji that had to be packed in wooden cartons and transported as well. जो पिक्चर आप पीछे भी देख रहे हैं संगत जी, ये पिंक स्वरूप वाली, ये फ्रेम में छोटी लग रही है, लेकिन असल में इट्स अ वेरी वेरी बिग स्वरूप. तो इसको, ये सूटकेस में तो पैक हो नहीं सकता, तो इसको अलग से ये और एक और येलो चोले वाला गुरुजी का स्वरूप अलग से 2 वुडन कार्टन में पैक कराया. The van with bags and the large swarups led the entourage, and all passengers followed that cargo van, which led us to the airport. So passengers के लिए 2 गाड़ियां थी और सामान के लिए एक बड़ी वैन थी, जिसमें गुरुजी की ये बड़े स्वरूप, 16 बैग, आगे it's leading the entourage, और हम पीछे एयरपोर्ट पहुंच गए. I was feeling nervous as only ticketed passengers were allowed to enter the airport in India. So our friends stood outside while the 5 of us and 3 porters went in to help with the check-in. I had a firm gaze on my dad and my heart was beating very fast. Would the airline refuse to take him, as the doctor said? I took everyone's passports and we did check-ins, 1 person at a time. Surprisingly, no issues were created and all the suitcases were tagged with no fuss about the weight or even the sheer number of bags. I don't know how to explain this, but koi fuss nahi, pure 16 ke 16 bags were checked in, and there was no question about not taking dad also. They didn't ask me for any letter, any special approval, kyunki agar wo mangte to mere paas to thi bhi nahi. The only problem arose with the 2 large wooden cartons containing the large picture frame of Guruji Maharaj. Those cartons were so large that they couldn't go through the X-ray belt at the airport. Despite trying to open the cartons, they were still too wide to pass through the X-ray machine. We had no choice but to send them back, hoping to bring them on a ship or find an alternative form of transportation. Maybe even airlift them. So bags तो सारे check in हो गए. The problem came with the wooden carton क्योंकि वो wooden carton was so wide कि वो किसी भी X-ray machine से के through pass नहीं हो रहा था. And जब तक वो X-ray machine के through pass नहीं होएगा तो it cannot be loaded on the plane. हमने कार्टन को खोलने की कोशिश करी एयरपोर्ट पे पर नथिंग वर्क और फाइनली ये डिसाइड किया कि इन स्वरूप को वापस भेजते हैं एंड वी विल ट्राई अनदर वे जिसके थ्रू ये डायरेक्टली न्यू जर्सी पहुंच जाएंगे. और मुझे ये लगता है कि ये स्वरूप आगे आगे लिटरली हमारा चेक इन कराने गए थे. It seemed as if those Swarups were with us, ensuring that the check-in process happened seamlessly, and indeed, the airline did not deny flying my father. They did not ask for any clearance, as the doctor had predicted. It was a relief since we had no medical clearance to begin with, and we would have been stuck right there if they would have asked for it. The timing was so perfect that we didn't even have to wait in a lounge. We went straight to the airplane. My dad, with his firm handshake, greeted the air hostess, and soon enough we were all seated and ready to go. So the timing of everything, by the time we completed the check-in, it was almost time to board. So ऐसा भी नहीं था कि पापा को, ज़्यादा लंबी wait करनी पड़ी. And सीधे हम we were escorted. I still remember my dad shook hands with the air hostess और मेरी बहन को ये छोटी छोटी चीजों की बड़ी फिक्र थी कि my dad was a tall man. He was 6 feet tall, well built. और मुझे ये लग रहा था कि if he's uncomfortable, if he needs to go to the restroom, we don't even have the physical stamina to give him that comfort. Little things were sort of plaguing my mind. The first worry was behind us, and now the job started to ensure that the next 15 hours would be uneventful. Would he need oxygen? How would he manage going to the restroom? Will he make it? Will he keep breathing? All those thoughts engulfed my mind once again, and without really speaking them aloud, I knew my sister and mother were in the same mental space. I connected my phone to the airline Wi-Fi and stayed in touch with the Sangat. Job was happening not only in Gurgaon but also in the US. Everyone was doing ardas prayers for a safe landing. Time seemed to pass so slowly. Dad was in his seat with his eyes closed for most of the journey. We took turns to check if he was still breathing. 14 hours later, the touchdown happened, and tears automatically streamed down my cheeks. He had made it without even needing to touch the one oxygen cylinder that we had. There was no emergency landing. We had arrived safely in New Jersey. I still remember, Sangaji, when the flight touched down, it felt unreal. It was unbelievable कि oxygen cylinder की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी. एक बार भी पापा restroom नहीं गए. He kept breathing on his own, and it is all, I think, the powers of ardas and prayers that were happening all around New Jersey, Gurgaon, all over the world. Literally throughout the night, there was job happening as we were flying. As we unbuckled ourselves, we got a strong whiff of Guruji's fragrance, which seemed to surround us even through our double mask. We all said together, Guruji's here. Back in the days, mask लगा के आपको travel करना पड़ता था और पापा की condition के कारण हमने एक नहीं दो mask लगाए हुए थे कि हम किसी से कुछ transit में contract ना कर दें और लेने के देने पड़ जाएं because पापा की हालत was rather delicate. So through those double masks, जैसे ही हम land करे इतनी strong गुरुजी की fragrance आई, हमने एक दूसरे को देखा और हमने सीधे ये बोला कि गुरुजी साथ है. Some fellow passengers had noticed the love and concern the entire family was exuding towards Dad. They told my mother that it was beautiful to silently witness the care we showed him throughout the journey. We deplaned and walked towards immigration. Dad looked feeble, but he was such a trooper. As we waited in line to see the immigration officer, he asked for fingerprints and a retina scan of all the passengers entering the US. We all took turns completing all formalities. When it was Dad's turn, it was as if the officer did not even see him. He skipped the retina scan and fingerprinting, and we went through the process smoothly without any hiccups. It was incredible and couldn't be explained, but it happened. Soon we collected our bags, and Dad sat with me in the front seat of the car. I drove him home from the airport. With shovels playing in the car, I couldn't believe this was happening, but it was. संगत जी मुझे यकीन नहीं आ रहा था इवन जब हम पहुंचे everybody went through those formalities लेकिन जब पापा की बारी आई तो कोई formalities नहीं जैसे officers के लिए dad invisible थे and we went he went out like it was a breeze हमने अपने bags collect किए and I was driving my father home. He was sitting next to me on the front seat. और मुझे यकीन ही नहीं हो रहा था कि ये जो जिद मैंने गुरुजी के आगे कर रखी थी कि गुरुजी एक बार मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरे नए घर में आ जाए एक बार मेरे फादर आ जाए घर को ब्लेस कर दें amidst everything else that was happening, his cancer, stage 4, health deteriorating, COVID spreading like wildfire, Guruji made it possible. And I don't know how because there is no logic that can explain. क्योंकि डॉक्टर्स ने तो पहले ही मना कर दिया था कि ये हो ही नहीं सकता ये नामुमकिन है A big van was rented to transport all the bags and the whole family sat with me. We all arrived home and Victor was there to help us get oriented and situated again. My father looked so drained and disoriented. It was March 10th in the US and March 11th was Shivratri. As soon as we reached home, Dad was made comfortable on the bed, despite the jet lag and the unpacking to do. There was a burning desire to have a small satsang at home on Mahashivratri. Coincidentally, at a time which did not clash with the temple celebrations in New Jersey. Now, like I said, that I wanted to do Shivratri ka satsang, but that I planned in Gurgaon. But because we preponed the dates, मन में वो desire तो था कि अब US में सब इकट्ठे हैं तो शिवरात्रि का छोटा सा सत्संग कर लेते हैं घर पे. There was much to do and most importantly an ailing patient as the clock had not stopped ticking. We had to get him medical help in a foreign land pronto. It was heartwarming to see the support that poured in as soon as news of Dad's arrival spread. Getting through the 10th was extremely tough, but on the 11th, the satsang happened. And it turned out even better than we could have planned for. The Shivratri satsang was truly magical, with every little detail catered to. We had bear, we had special damru cupcakes, mehndi cones, and the most magical part was when Dad received the Akhand Prasad from a sangat in New Jersey. That auntie's name is Neeta Auntie. The Amrit Varsha from the Shiv Murti at her home, using honey, reached Dad on the day of the Shivratri satsang itself. That was also the day when Dad was able to come down to the basement and pay obeisance at Guruji's lotus feet in his darbar. The videos from that night have been added to the treasure chest, cherishing those precious moments. Shivratri satsang was over and soon it was day 2, March 12th. The focus now shifted to finding medical treatment for our father. We knew we had to take every single chance to fight and combat this disease. So like I said, हम पहुंच गए और मन में वो डिजायर थी कि सत्संग होए, लेकिन आप इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल के बाद थके आते हो, less than 24 hours में शिवरात्रि है, सत्संग होना है, पर कैसे जो गुरुजी, I do believe कि सत्संग कराने वाले तो गुरुजी ही हैं. हमें ये लगता है कि हम कर रहे हैं लेकिन हम कुछ नहीं, हम तो बहुत तुच्छ हैं. हम सोचते कुछ और है, होता कुछ और है. एंड इतनी ब्यूटिफुली शिवरात्रि का सत्संग हुआ with everything that I had imagined कि बेर होना चाहिए, गुरुजी को एगलेस डमरू के शेप के कपकेक्स खिलाएंगे, मेहंदी होनी चाहिए, और वो सब जो जो सोचा था वो हुआ। एंड सत्संग के बाद फिर ऑब्वियसली ये लगने लगा कि अब our immediate priority and focus should be getting medical attention for my father. Now, people who live in America will understand the importance of having health insurance, क्योंकि यहाँ health insurance के बगैर कुछ भी नहीं है संगत जी, and getting health insurance with a pre-existing disease is not possible. So I'm going to read chapter 14, which is blessings galore, and before that I want to show you this picture, which is my absolute favorite. It's Guruji and Papa, and this is from my sister's reception. जब गुरुजी आए थे. Blessings galore. That day began with an early morning phone call from a Sangat member in Australia. Her name is Saki. I think she's on the call right now. Her enthusiastic voice on the line urged me to listen to the satsang happening on Zoom at that moment. In her excitement, she asked for the exact date of our departure from India. I responded it was March 9th, and she proceeded to share what was said during the satsang. In the satsang, a lady related to Colonel Joshi was sharing her experience. She said that on March 9th, she had a dream where Guruji told her that he had to leave India and go to America for some urgent work. In her dream, she questioned Guruji, saying, "Okay, if you are leaving, Guruji, why don't you also visit my son?" Guruji replied, "Your son is in Canada, but I have to go to America for a very specific cause." Upon hearing this, the Sangat member from Australia called me with excitement, confirming that it was Guruji himself who flew with Dad. So I remember 12 March ko, swere, I get a message from Saki, who I think should be on the line right now, and she said, दीदी आप इंडिया से कौन सी तारीख को निकले? तो मैंने उसको डेट बताई. She said, आपको पता है कि जनरल कपूर के साथ गुरुजी आए हैं, गुरुजी उनको लेकर आए हैं, क्योंकि मैं अभी ये सत्संग सुन रही थी जो जूम प्लेटफॉर्म में हो रहा था. कर्नल जोशी की वो रिलेटिव, मुझे एग्जैक्ट रिलेशनशिप नहीं पता, उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे उनको सपना आया कि उसी डेट जब हम निकल रहे थे, गुरुजी को अचानक इंडिया छोड़ के अमेरिका जाना पड़ रहा है, और गुरुजी ने ये कॉन्फर्मेशन दे दी ना. कोविड का एक और हाईलाइट ये था संगत जी, which kept us all going, and like I said that it kept me sane, was कि बहुत सत्संग शुरू हो गए थे जूम वगैरह पे. तो ओल्ड संगत के साथ कनेक्ट करना, वही पुरानी बातें याद करना, made it easier to tide through those challenging times. एंड ये सारी कम्युनिटी जो बनी है, ये कोविड की ही देन है, क्योंकि गुरुजी की चोला छोड़ने के बाद वी हैड लॉस्ट टच विद अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल. कभी इतने सत्संग सुनने को नहीं मिलते थे, क्योंकि जो सत्संग का इनिशियल कॉन्सेप्ट वाज ऑलवेज इन पर्सन. तो जब 2020 में ये जूम वगैरह शुरू हुआ, तो शुरू में हमें बड़ा ऑड लगता था कि हम फोन को देखकर सत्संग सुनाएंगे, ऐसे तो पहले कभी भी नहीं हुआ. Lekin there was a reason why this was all unfolding. So when she shared this with me, the light bulb in my head turned on. Of course it had to be Guruji, holding him throughout the long, arduous journey. Every time I went for darshan and requested Guruji to come to America, he would always say, Avanga, America, General Kapur naal avanga. मुझे याद है कि जब भी मैं अमेरिका से वापस गुरुजी के पास जाती थी, मैं गुरुजी को कहती थी, गुरुजी आप अमेरिका आना, और उनका यही जवाब होता. और उन्होंने हमेशा बोलना कि हाँ आवागा जनरल कपूर नाल आवागा. लेकिन जब गुरुजी ने ये चोला अपना छोड़ा 2007 में, तो वो बात निकल गई मन से. लेकिन जब साक्षी ने मेरे को ये दोबारा सत्संग सुनाया, आप ये सोचो, व्हाट्स द लाइकलीहुड. साकी बैठी है ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, मैं हूँ अमेरिका में, सत्संग हो रहा है पता नहीं किस कोने में, जूम में. एंड द फैक्ट दैट शी हियर्स इट, शी टेल्स मी, आई एम एबल टू रिलेट टू इट, इट्स नॉट अ कोइंसिडेंस. And Guruji would always say, Avanga, Avanga, Jal Kapur na lavanga. This statement had been forgotten after Guruji left his physical form. In fact, he had told my parents to go to America even when I was not settled there yet. मुझे याद है कि क्योंकि शादी के बाद मैं इनिशियली अफ्रीका गई थी और जब मेरी प्रेगनेंसी की न्यूज मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ शेयर करी तो गुरुजी ने मेरे पेरेंट्स को बोला कि अब अमेरिका जाना है, अमेरिका घुमाओ. दिस इज इट्स अ वेरी क्यूट सत्संग कि एक बार मेरी मम्मी गुरुजी को मत्था टेक रही थी एंड रैंडमली ही टेल्स माय मॉम कि आंटी तू ना अमेरिका घुमा. एंड मम्मा को समझ नहीं आया कि क्या गुरुजी बोल रहे हैं. तो माय डैड सेड कि जब बाहर निकल रहे थे माय डैड सेड कि गुरुजी ने ही यूज्ड टू कॉल माय मदर प्यारी. ही सेड प्यारी गुरुजी ने तेरी सैर करने की जगह तो बड़ी फर्स्ट क्लास चुनी है बट अमेरिका में तो कोई भी नहीं है. एंड प्यारी तेरा तो पासपोर्ट और वीजा भी नहीं है क्योंकि जब व्हाइल यू आर इन सर्विस तो मेरे डैड के पास डिप्लोमेटिक पासपोर्ट था और रिटायर होने के बाद यू सरेंडर दैट टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. तो उन्होंने उसके बाद दोबारा पासपोर्ट भी नहीं बनाया था. तो ऐसे ही बातचीत करते हुए चले गए. द नेक्स्ट डे माय फादर फॉलोड अप विद गुरुजी कि गुरुजी आपने कल शील को बोला कि अमेरिका घुमाओ एंड ही वांटेड टू करेक्ट गुरुजी कि गुरुजी को कोई गलत फहमी शायद हुई है. ही सेड गुरुजी वो मेरी जो छोटी बेटी है ना आरती वो है घाना में अफ्रीका फुल पंजाबी लहजे में कि वो अफ्रीका घाना में है. एंड गुरुजी ने बड़े प्यार से रिपीट किया. इसे अच्छा ਤੁਹਾਡੀ छोटी लड़की आरती घाना च है अफ्रीका तो कोई गल नहीं जनरल साहब तुसी भी अमेरिका घुमाओ. एंड you know he predicted this even before we had moved. So what I'm trying to say is कि गुरुजी की मुख मंडल से निकली हुई कोई भी बात खाली नहीं जाती. And then he said चलो जनरल साहब चलो अमेरिका उत्थों ही आगे चलना है. So these words उस टाइम पे कितने प्रोफाउंड एक वर्ड उत्थों ही आगे चलना है किसको पता था आज से 20 साल पहले या 15 साल पहले या जब की भी ये बात है. I want to say 2005. हाँ 2005 की ये बात है कि गुरुजी ने ये कहना कि चलो जनरल साहब चलो अमेरिका उत्थों ही आगे चलना है. When my parents heard this, they tried to tell Guruji that I was in Africa, not America. They also told Guruji that they don't even have current passports. Guruji insisted that they get their passports reissued. My dad had not renewed his passport since he had surrendered his diplomatic passport back to the government of India after his retirement. This interaction was not a coincidence, but a reinforcement from Guruji. In moments of despair, tuning into him and his teachings provides a unique way to find answers. His guidance and presence continue to be a guiding force in our lives, even beyond the physical realm. During the time my dad was here, Guruji connected us very closely to our neighbor, who was also a member of the Sangat, though we didn't have a close relationship before. It was during my dad's stay that Guruji brought her into our lives more than ever. It was no coincidence. She was Dr. Kusum Punjabi, who was heading up the emergency room at Robert Wood Johnson Hospital, which was conveniently close to our home. It was evident that Maharaj was paving the path for Dad, ensuring he had the medical attention he needed. Dr. Kusum was God-sent and took care of my father like a daughter would. Additionally, Victor stepped in like a son, tirelessly taking care of my father without having to be asked. With a smile on his face, he devotedly attended to my father, who had become like an infant. Imagine bringing somebody in that condition to a foreign country where you have no insurance for that person. Things start to happen. My neighbor, connected with me. मैं एक बार walk पे थी and I ran into her and we started talking. She's like, oh my God, I had no idea you moved in here. I live here. I'm right across the street. And I think Guruji was sort of creating those bonds because he knew that I'm going to really need, these people in my life to take care of my dad. And so when she found out that dad is here, she would come home, check in on him, and it was unreal. Somebody just taking care of my father as a daughter would. The support from the Sangat poured in here as well, just as it did in Gurgaon. Everyone wanted to visit him, but due to his delicate health and presence of COVID, not everyone could. So a lot of people wanted to, जैसे उनको पता चला कि पापा यहाँ पर है, they wanted to come, but COVID था, तो उस टाइम इतना रिवाज नहीं था that people would come home as freely as they're doing again today, and especially cancer के time तो और भी restriction हो जाती है. Vikram and other close friends came to visit, and auntie from Sangat, Seema auntie, helped us get the right type of bed for dad to ensure his comfort. All the resources were coming in, and we had a dedicated aide for his care thanks to the guidance we received. It was truly remarkable to witness all this support and assistance, especially without an official green card, which is usually unheard of. The timing of how everything came together so quickly was nothing short of fascinating. Within days, my dad got a special bed because, a regular bed was no good. बिल्कुल infant की तरह हो गए थे पापा, उनको, bed में support, bed को ऊपर करना, नीचे करना, getting a dedicated aid, through Robert Wood Johnson, कुसुम ने हमें guidance दी कि ऐसे possible है. Without, his green card was in progress. The only step remaining was that interview, which could never happen or up to impossible ho gaya tha because of his condition in COVID. So officially green card bhi nahi tha, and all these resources, I don't know how Sangatji started getting approved, and we started getting all this at home. जिससे ऐसे लगा था कि पापा की केयर के लिए गुरुजी ने सब कुछ ऊपर नीचे कर दिया. On one particular day, Kusum decided to take dad in to ensure his vitals were fine and, if necessary, administer the required fluids. She had arranged for a wheelchair and staff to be waiting for dad at the curbside of the hospital. Despite the lobby being filled with patients, she reserved a private room for him. It was a challenging time given the ongoing pandemic. During this visit, I saw my dad talking normally, and he even looked a bit cheerful. He expressed his love to me and said, Guruji ka kaam aur Guruji ka naam badhate rehna. Continue to spread Guruji's name, glory, love, and light. Even in the midst of his sickness, all he could think of was his Guru and praising Guruji's glory. So, एक बार, Kusum had come for a routine checkup at home, and she said, Uncle काफी dehydrated से लग रहे हैं, तो कल मैं उनको hospital मंगवा लेती हूँ, and I will check his vitals, और उनको अगर थोड़ा fluids वगैरह भी देने की जरूरत पड़ी, तो वो हम कर देंगे, so that he regains some strength. And she did that, and I cannot forget कि जब हम हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे पापा को लेकर, तो लिटरली कर्ब साइड पे व्हील चेयर स्टाफ नर्सेस वेट कर रहे थे कि पापा आएंगे और उनको हम व्हील इन करके अंदर लेकर जाएंगे. और संगत जी, उस टाइम यूएस में लॉबीज हॉस्पिटल की भरी होती थी विद कोविड पेशेंट्स, एंड शी हैड केप्ट अ प्राइवेट रूम फॉर डैड, जहां पर she injected some fluids through IV कि जिससे थोड़ा energy level, थोड़े vital stats थोड़े better हो. And जैसे ही वो हुआ, I remember कि उस दिन पापा hospital में he was very chatty. He started telling people and the nurses and the staff here about Guruji. और मुझे भी वो देखकर उन्होंने एक ही बात बोली कि बेटा गुरुजी का नाम और काम तू बढ़ाते रहना. और मैं यही सोच रही थी, ऐसे देखो क्या प्रेम है गुरु और शिष्य के बीच में, कि गुरु अपने शिष्य के लिए ही इज मेकिंग द इम्पॉसिबल पॉसिबल, एंड शिष्य लिटरली अपनी लास्ट लेग में भी ऑल ही कुड थिंक ऑफ वाज of Guruji, and यहाँ पर गोरे लोगों को वो Guruji के बारे में बता रहे हैं. Dad was quickly put in contact with the local oncologist at the Cancer Institute of New Jersey, CINJ, and securing an appointment so swiftly was undoubtedly Guruji's grace. Despite the extensive progression of cancer, the doctor decided to take on Dad's case. The overnight copying of CDs with his reports so that we could share them on time felt like a true miracle. And there were countless other instances of Guruji's grace that I possibly cannot begin to recount and list here. The doctor decided to order blood work for Dad at home to explore the possibility of finding a gene marker match that could help identify the next course of treatment, if any. So, like I said, hospital se support milne lag gayi, appointment mil gayi at Cancer Institute of New Jersey. The doctor decided to take Dad's case, and she asked for reports, prior medical reports, or kaise overnight wo CD pe copy karke we sent it via email. Like everything was happening at a breakneck speed. और डॉक्टर ने कहा कि चलो अगर मेरे को ये केस लेना है तो मैं दोबारा ब्लड वर्क ऑर्डर करूंगी और मैं टेक्नीशियन को घर भेजती हूँ to draw the blood. The next day, a technician came home to draw blood. Upon entering Dad's room, she heard the mantra jap playing and immediately found it soothing, despite not understanding its meaning. She made her first attempt to prick Dad's vein, but due to his thin and shriveled veins, they collapsed and she couldn't get any blood. Nervously, she said she couldn't continue as it might cause discomfort and was against the law. The test required 2 full test tubes of blood, and after failing twice, we were disheartened knowing how desperate we were to conduct this test to hopefully find a match, which hadn't happened in India. Seeing our dejected faces and understanding our hope for the test, she decided to give it one more try. On the third attempt at her own risk, she pricked Dad's vein, and miraculously, blood began to ooze out. She filled the first test tube and managed to get the second test tube half full. There was a jubilant smile on our faces as she wrapped up, and she said she had collected just enough to run the test. The results would be known in the next 2 days, she informed us before leaving. So tech घर पे आई तो सबसे पहले she made a comment about the mantra jap. गोरी थी, उसको mantra jap obviously समझ नहीं आ रहा था, but she said this is very soothing. Then she started to prick Dad's veins because 2 test tube blood की चाहिए थी to find कि कोई gene marker match मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि इंडिया में वो gene marker match मिला नहीं था, otherwise the treatment would have been easier. So because पापा की veins काफी shrivel हो चुकी थी, तो बार-बार prick करना was not an option. Plus बहुत पापा weak थे, blood निकल नहीं रहा था. And she said legally by law मैं 2 बार से ज्यादा prick नहीं कर सकती. तो दोनों बार जब उसने prick किया और blood नहीं निकला because veins बिल्कुल सूख चुकी थी, तो हमारे फेस पे बहुत disappointment थी कि अब ये टेस्ट हो ही नहीं सकता, तो फिर ये हो भी चलेगी. She looked at our faces and without asking, she tried the third time. And third time में उसको जितना blood चाहिए था उसकी test tubes भर गई. And she said, I'm going to run the test और 2 दिन में आपको reports मिल जानी चाहिए. Being a caregiver to a cancer patient is an emotional roller coaster, and only those who have experienced it can truly understand the volatility of the swings. Some days are good while others are not so good, and the situation could vary by the day or even fluctuate by the hour. A couple of days later, we received a phone call from the doctor, and to our disbelief, a match for a new medication was found. Although it was late in the treatment process, the doctor believed that it was still worth a try. This medication was relatively new, still under clinical trial, but we were determined to give it a shot. Filled with immense gratitude, we contacted the manufacturer. They agreed to courier the medication to us overnight. The next day, we had it in our hands, the pills that could potentially grant my dad more time. So Sandhya, imagine karo, our joy knew no bounds. Not only कि वो test हुआ, टेस्ट के थ्रू जीन मार्कर का मैच मिला. शी सेड एक नई दवाई है, वो दवाई अभी तक क्लिनिकल ट्रायल में है, बट यू नो वी कैन गिव इट अ शॉट. आप मैन्युफैक्चरर को फोन करो और यू नो इन पिल्स को ओवरनाइट आप कुरियर कराओ. एंड वी डिड दैट. और अगले दिन हमारे हाथ में वो दवाई थी जिस पे हमारी उम्मीद टिकी थी कि शायद ये दवाई पापा को थोड़ा और टाइम दे दे. और आप ये सोचो कि जिस डॉक्टर ने कहा था कि कुछ घंटे और कुछ दिनों की बात है, तो ये हफ्ते तो निकले जा रहे थे, हमें नहीं पता कैसे. However, there was one catch. These pills had to be swallowed directly. They couldn't be crushed or mixed in food. They had to be consumed immediately. Leaving them in the mouth could result in losing their potency. As Dad had lost his appetite and was finding it difficult to swallow easily, getting him to take the medication in the required manner was a challenge. In addition to the new medication, we were also administering some Ayurvedic medicine that had been couriered from Mumbai, India. So, वो कहावत होती है ना कि जब बादाम थे तो दांत नहीं थे, और अब दांत है तो बादाम नहीं है. अब मेडिकेशन हाथ में आई तो मतलब इतनी लेट हो चुका था कि पापा से यू नो बेसिक फंक्शंस लाइक स्वॉलोइंग भी बहुत मुश्किल से होता था. और वो पिल काफी बड़ी पिल थी, और उस पिल को ना आप क्रश करके दे सकते थे, ना किसी में डिसॉल्व करके दे सकते थे. उस पिल को डायरेक्टली ही स्वॉलो करना है. इनफैक्ट मुंह में भी अगर रखो और वो यू नो अंदर मुंह में डिसॉल्व हो जाए तो दैट मेडिकेशन वुड लूज इट्स पोटेंसी. सो नाउ अगेन वी आर फेस्ड विद अनदर चैलेंज कि अब यू नो पेशेंट है, क्योर मिल गया, दवाई हाथ में है, लेकिन पेशेंट अब स्वॉलो नहीं कर सकता. So we are open to trying anything that was recommended in hopes of providing some relief and support for Dad. On the day the cancer medication arrived, Dad was extremely weak and restless. We had to call 911 for emergency assistance to get him to the hospital. Once there, he was admitted, and during the COVID pandemic, only patients were typically allowed inside. However, an exception was made, and my sister was allowed to stay with Dad as his caregiver. Back in the days, लॉकडाउन के टाइम बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसी थी कि सिर्फ पेशेंट हॉस्पिटल में रह सकता है, पेशेंट के साथ कोई और अलाउड नहीं था. बट दे मेड एन एक्सेप्शन, वो भी कैंसर वार्ड में, यू नो जहाँ इम्यूनिटी कैंसर वार्ड को बिल्कुल ही वो लॉकडाउन करके रखते थे बिकॉज ऑफ द नेचर ऑफ द वार्ड. But they made an exception, and you know my sister was allowed to stay. We sent the medication to the hospital, hoping that the medical staff would be able to get Dad to swallow the pill as required. Despite their efforts to stabilize him under medical care, they faced the same challenge. Dad was simply unable to swallow the pill and kept it in the corner of his mouth. The pill was dissolving in his saliva, which was not recommended, so they had to manually extract it from his mouth. The hospital staff, despite being experts, were unable to help him swallow the medication. Nurses and doctors tried their best, but all their attempts were in vain. Dad's condition did not improve, and we were feeling dejected witnessing the struggle. First, there was no medication that matched, and then finally, we find a pill in a foreign land that did match, but now the patient couldn't consume it. During his moments of delusion, Dad said something that reminded my sister and me of great significance. It so happened that one day I was covering for my sister Pooja at the hospital, and she was home. We were on the phone discussing Dad's situation, and she mentioned seeing a vision from Guruji which involved the color yellow. We were trying to decipher what it meant, thinking of a yellow-colored food. It could be halwa, besan roti, but then Dad uttered something in the background that sounded like the word Rakh. Rakh is a protective arbor. It clicked in my mind. It was the Rakh that Guruji had given Dad over 2 decades ago. Guruji had instructed him to keep it away from everyone, and it was wrapped in a yellow cloth. When we were moving Dad to the US, I saw the package, but its content remained a mystery. Now we realized that the Rakh was what Dad needed. आप imagine करो संगत जी that I did not know कि गुरुजी ने मेरे father को रख दी थी because he said इसको अंदर रखना, किसी को इसके बारे में मत बताना. मुझे पहली बार उसका exposure तब हुआ when we were actually moving him from Gurgaon to US. तो वो रख हम साथ लेकर आए and तब मैंने देखा कि वो येलो कपड़े में लिपटी पड़ी थी, लेकिन उस रख के अंदर क्या था, गुरुजी ने क्या ब्लेस करके दिया था, वो मुझे नहीं पता था. तो जब पूजा से मैं बात कर रही थी, मैं हॉस्पिटल में थी और मैं पापा की कंडीशन देख रही थी कि हाउ एक्सपर्ट्स आर आल्सो नॉट एबल टू गेट हिम टू स्वॉलो द पिल. बड़ी डिजेक्शन हो रही थी एंड पूजा कहते हैं कि गुरुजी मुझे कुछ पीला दिखा रहे हैं, मेरे विजन में कुछ पीला पीला आ रहा है, तो क्या मैं उनको किसी पीली चीज का भोग चढ़ाऊं, मैं हलवा बनाऊं, मैं क्या करूं, गुरुजी कुछ तो कहना चाह रहे हैं, समथिंग दैट्स येलो. And dad in his delusional state, he said something जिससे मेरे को relate हुआ, मेरे मन में वो वर्ड आ गया और मैंने पूजा को उसी टाइम फोन पे बोला कि रख येलो है, शायद गुरुजी रख का बोल रहे हैं कि इस रख को हॉस्पिटल लेकर आओ. So we quickly brought the ruk, that protective armor, to the hospital and placed it under Dad's pillow. The next morning, a miracle happened. Dad swallowed the cancer pill. The hospital staff was astounded and couldn't scientifically explain the sudden change. But as his family, we knew what had happened. Over the next 10 days or so, Dad remained in the hospital and we could see significant improvement in his condition. He became more coherent, chatty, and we started to believe that this could be his turning point. During his hospital stay, Dad formed a close bond with the nurses named Hope and Faith, and one was a transgender Jew. He cherished their care and considered them a part of our family. Dad would often talk to them about Guruji and Shiv Puran, and they listened with genuine interest. Finally, on April 28th, 2021, the hospital decided to discharge him and send him home in an ambulance. So now Dad has started swallowing the pills. We saw progress. He has formed a very close bond with his caregivers, his nurses, और उनका नाम भी देखो क्या था, Hope and Faith. Nothing was a coincidence. मुझे तो अभी तक लगता है कि everything was set up by Guruji so that his last days could be filled with comfort. और मेरी वो जो जिद थी अपने गुरुजी से कि मेरे को पापा के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करना है, जो पॉसिबल ही नहीं होता. मैं इंडिया चले भी जाती, मैं गई थी 10-12 दिन के लिए गई थी, और मैं अगर मेरे बच्चे यहाँ थे, मेरी नौकरी यहाँ थी, मैं ज्यादा टाइम के लिए रुक ही नहीं सकती थी, और मैं अगर उनको छोड़ कर आ जाती तो शायद हफ्ते या 2 हफ्ते और की बात होती, और पापा गुजर जाते. और कोविड के टाइम ऐसे फ्यूनरल्स होते थे संजय जी, फेस टाइम के ऊपर लोगों ने अपने नियर एंड डियर वंस के लास्ट राइट्स किए बिकॉज दे कुडंट बी अराउंड देम. इतने डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स थे. So 28 अप्रैल को बिकॉज पापा की हालत में काफी इम्प्रूवमेंट थी, उन्होंने पापा को घर भेज दिया. And we were overjoyed to welcome Papa back home. Additionally, the big swarups that we had left behind in Gurugram, because they couldn't fit through an X-ray machine, had also arrived at our doorstep a couple of days prior. तो ये स्वरूप जो हम छोड़कर आए थे, उनका भी कोई ना कोई जरिया बन गया था. वो एयरलिफ्ट होकर कुछ ही दिन पहले, I think 22nd या 23rd अप्रैल को, वो भी घर पहुंच गए थे. तो मुझे लगता था कि वो स्वरूप फिर ahead of time पापा को वापस वेलकम करने के लिए those स्वरूप्स made it home. At 10:58 a.m. Eastern Time in the morning, my dad arrived. We eagerly played the welcome band, ready to receive him back home. Even our landscaper, who was in front of the house, saw my dad for the first time and complimented his smile, saying, "Your dad looks so happy." Dad was brought out by paramedics wearing a smile and his hands folded in a namaste position. We welcomed him warmly, and then the family guided the staff to the bedroom on the ground level where Dad was staying. They made him comfortable on the bed and left. I still vividly remember that I had a work-related conference call starting at 11 a.m., so I went to my office to join that. The rest of the family stayed with Dad. During that time, my dad asked my mom for some milk and a cookie. He was talking. We felt like this was the best we had seen him in a while. He even spoke on the phone to my sister's husband, reassuring him, "I will be fine soon." However, within just a few minutes, about 15 minutes to be precise, I heard my sister yelling urgently, "Aarti, hang up and come right now. Something happened to Papa." I immediately dropped the call, ran to my dad's room. To our utter shock and disbelief, Dad had stopped breathing. No one knew what had happened. It was so sudden and shocking. How could he be talking 1 minute and then the next minute not breathing with his heart stopped? So, Dad was discharged on 28th April. And again, I think I was very persistent that I wanted my dad to come back home. He did come back home. He came back home coherent. My landscaper saw my father and he said, "Your dad looks very happy." वो जब 10:58 पे पहुंचे, we were all outside ready to receive him. हमने वेलकम बैंड प्ले किया उनको रिसीव करने के लिए. पापा को अंदर लेकर आए, उनको लिटाया बिस्तरे पे. And he spoke to my brother-in-law. He asked my mother कि मेरे को थोड़ा सा दूध दे दे और एक बिस्किट दे दे. और ये जैसी डैड सिचुएट हो गए, मैंने कहा चलो मॉम एंड पूजा वहां पर है तो मैं अपनी कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल अटेंड कर लेती हूँ. और 15 मिनट में मेरे को अपनी बहन की जोर की आवाज आती है कि फोन नीचे रखो, पापा को कुछ हो गया है. मैं दौड़े दौड़ी कमरे में गई और पापा ऐसे करके बेहोश पड़े थे और मुझे यकीन नहीं आया कि 15 मिनट पहले we were so filled with hope. How did this happen? In a state of panic, we made another 911 SOS call, and within 5 to 7 minutes, the paramedics showed up again. They asked us all to vacate the room as they needed to perform CPR on Dad. We went downstairs crying and anxious to Guruji's darbar at home. My sister Pooja was inconsolable, hysterical, and in her heightened emotional state, she saw Dad's face appear in Guruji's swaroop at home. She noticed a clear image on Guruji's forehead, which was hard for her to control. Meanwhile, the medical team tried to revive Dad's heartbeat with 2 rounds of CPR, but unfortunately they were not successful. As we looked at each other, it became evident that Dad had left us. In desperation, we prayed feverishly and frantically, hoping for a miracle to bring him back. The pain of losing a loved one is indescribable, and one can never be fully ready for such a loss. So we called when Dad stopped breathing, his heart stopped beating. We called 911. Within a couple of minutes, they were back again, and they were like, "Everybody get out of the room. We have to put him on the floor. We have to do a CPR." 2 बार उन्होंने CPR करने की कोशिश करी और वो हार्ट बीट को रिवाइव नहीं कर पा रहे थे. और हम इसी कमरे में, बेसमेंट में, we are all praying, and my sister was in a different state. Like उसको पता नहीं क्या हो गया था और उसको क्या दिख रहा था और वो दहाड़े मार मार के रो रही थी और उसको कंट्रोल होना मुश्किल हो गया था. एंड शी सेड, वो देखो गुरुजी के मत्थे में मुझे पापा का पूरा फेस नजर आ रहा है. और हमारी ये प्रेयर्स थी कि गुरुजी कुछ भी करो, ऐसे नहीं पापा जा सकते. Prayers were answered when minutes later they said they revived him and would rush him back to the hospital to put him on life support. और गुरुजी का वो स्वरूप जहाँ गुरुजी ने वो लाइट ग्रीन कलर का चोला पहना है, उस स्वरूप की मैं बात कर रही हूँ जिसमें पूरा पापा का फेस उनके फोरहेड पे बन गया. So minutes later, they were able to get the heartbeat back by Guruji's grace, and they said, "We are rushing him back to the hospital and we have to put him on life support." I believe he came home only because we were praying daily for Dad's return, and Guruji made that happen against all odds. Every single morning, I would wake up and look at Guruji, and all I would say was, "Guruji, Papa." Guruji का एक स्वरूप मेरे कमरे में लगा हुआ है. और जब भी मैं बिस्तरे से निकलती थी, मेरे मुंह से एक ही वर्ड वो रट निकलती थी, "गुरुजी, पापा." और आई थिंक उसी जिद का मान रखने के लिए गुरुजी did bring Dad back, because I do believe that he wanted my father on a different plane, doing something else, being his ADC, as Guruji had said, and it was my mo that was keeping him here. That day was unnerving, with too many swings in just one day. We did not want to see Papa intubated. I still remember there was a satsang on May 1st in Pennsylvania. Divya auntie ke ghar pe satsang tha, mujhe abhi tak yaad hai. And that day his tubes were removed. We were all so thrilled to see Papa breathe on his own again off the ventilator. So 28 को life support पे डाला, and then after 2 days his tubes were removed and he was breathing on his own. He opened his eyes and we all surrounded him with the hospital staff, and as the hospital staff removed the tubes, they did it like a ceremony where we were all invited to watch the tubes come off. His vitals were fine, he was stable, but alas, that lasted only 26 hours. Yes, those tubes did come out, but after 26 hours, he had to be put back on life support again. We got a call the next day that he had to be put on ventilator again, and he couldn't breathe on his own. And since then, every single day, we were asked about when we wanted to finally remove the tubes. Every day after that was spent in the hospital in hopes of a miracle, but the cancer was ravaging through his body. It was not the other organs or his vitals that were the problem. Even if they supported his breathing artificially and kept his vitals stable, the cancer was eating him up. Seeing Papa in this condition was nerve-wracking. We would all take turns to be with him and talk to him. It was evident that he could hear us, but he couldn't respond back to us. We had the mantra jap playing 24/7 in the ICU ward. In fact, the staff said that they wanted that for the other 29 rooms they had on that floor. Those were the days of simply having a monologue with Papa. We missed hearing his vibrant and ever so commanding voice. Papa was put back on the ventilator. We could see his eye movement. We would spend days talking to him, and it was a one-way conversation because Papa वापस बात नहीं कर पा रहे थे. And we really missed hearing his, voice ring in our ears. During those days, we would spend time reflecting on things that my father always said. He would say, spread forward Guruji ka naam and kaam, his name and mission, spread his love, his light, connect more and more Sangat to him and his path. He repeated this to us personally, and this was the same message that he shared in his satsangs generally as well. Time was crawling, and each day the medical staff would ask us, when should we pull the plug? Guruji had given us enough time to mentally prepare ourselves, as this was now the writing on the wall. Anyone who comes must go, and death is the biggest reality. In the meantime, another auntie from India, Gauri, had reached out saying that she does shringars on Guruji's swarups, and if I wanted one, I should order one quickly. In my mind, I had started prepping for my dad to leave us, and for that, I had ordered a new swarup that will be used for the prayer services in hopes that it'll arrive overseas on time. So एक गौरी आंटी है, वो गुरुजी का एक वर्ल्ड वाइड ग्रुप है, उसकी एडमिन भी है. She reached out to me that मैं गुरुजी के स्वरूप पे श्रृंगार करती हूँ. अगर आपको मंगवाना है तो मेरे मन में एक चाव थी कि गुरुजी का एक खूबसूरत सा स्वरूप जिस पे उनके चोले पे शी इज गोना पुट Swarovski वो फ्रेम करके लगवाएंगे. बिकॉज मैंने अपने माइंड में प्लान कर लिया था कि पापा का मेमोरियल होगा इन द नेक्स्ट फ्यू वीक्स, and if the swarup comes on time, so we will use the swarup. Guruji had not taken Dad because we were still holding on to him very strongly. I started to get random messages again from Sangat from different parts of the world. General Kapur will be okay. He has work to do on the other planes, but his daughter is not letting him go. Guruji is saying, stop worrying. Despite hearing this, it was so hard, and he had to bestow the strength on us to muster the courage to let him go. संगत जी, मुझे रैंडम मैसेजेस आने शुरू हो गए. एक पूजा आंटी है, आई थिंक वो कुवैत में है, रैंडम एरिया कोड जिसको मैं पहचानती भी नहीं थी. व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस आते थे कि गुरुजी कह रहे हैं टू नॉट वरी अबाउट जनरल कपूर, और we should just release that जिसे कहते हैं वो मोह का क्लच, जिसमें स्पेशली मैंने अपने फादर को बहुत ज्यादा टाइटली पकड़ के रखा था. On the morning of May 17th, 2021, we decided to remove all the tubes and release Papa. The doctor told us that it is just a matter of a few minutes probably, and he will pass. All day, he was breathing peacefully on his own, and all of us had gathered around Papa. The day went by, and at night, only one person could stay back, so I did. That night was a tough one. I sat on a chair watching Dad, knowing that he can stop breathing any second. It was a Monday evening, and I told my dad aloud, Papa, do you remember 20-some years ago when you and I went to Guruji and it was just us and no one else? Today it's the same thing. It's just us here. So please don't quit tonight and keep breathing. We don't want to make that phone call at night in the middle of the night. This is the actual conversation I'm having with my father. I was sitting on the chair, holding his hand, और मैंने हिंदी में उनको ये बोला, ऐसे पापा को याद है कि आज भी मंडे रात है, आज से 20 साल पहले गुरुजी ने सिर्फ हम दोनों को बुलाया था और आज भी सिर्फ हम हैं. तो आप अपनी सांस लेनी मत बंद करना, क्योंकि ट्यूब्स उन्होंने 17 सुबह ही हटा दी थी और उन्होंने कहा कि कुछ एनी मिनट ही कैन गो. पर पूरा दिन वो पीसफुली ब्रीथ करते रहे. और वो रात जब मैं अकेली थी, मेरे को रात को डर लग रहा था कि व्हाट इफ ओवरनाइट ही गिव्स अप एंड ही स्टॉप्स ब्रीदिंग. और मैं पापा को ये बोलूंगा तो पापा रात को नहीं आपको जाना, मैं रात को मम्मी को फोन करके नहीं जगाना चाहती. और इतना संगत जी मेरे पास आई कैनॉट, मतलब मैंने ये लिख तो दिया है पर मैं जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकती और मैं बयान नहीं कर सकती कि क्या गुजर रही थी मेरे ऊपर. I did not leave him alone for a second until the night staff change happened and they came to the room. I was relieved to take a quick bio break. मतलब मैं बाथरूम जाने से भी डर रही थी कि क्या अगर मैं बाथरूम गई और पीछे से उन्होंने सांस लेनी छोड़ दी. In fact, that night, some sangat, उनका भी नाम आरती है, she came down outside the hospital to give me langar because they were not allowed to come up, and I refused to go down, thinking that what if his heart stopped beating when I went down to get the langar prasad. So I stayed by him the entire night. That was gruesome for me, and I wasn't alone at all. My family, my ex-husband Vikram, friends, everyone lent an ear to provide an emotional support. The morning of May 18th, Tuesday, the entire family arrived to be with Dad. That fateful morning, I whispered in my dad's ears, holding his hands, that it was okay for him to go. I said, Papa, I know you have a bigger and better work to do with Guruji, and we will be okay. I promise you are free to go. 18 तारीख सुबह संगत जी मैंने अपने पापा का हाथ पकड़ा और मैंने उनके कानों में ये बात दोहराई कि मुझे पता है पापा, गुरुजी आपका वेट कर रहे हैं और यहाँ पर सब ठीक रहेंगे, मैं सबका ख्याल रखूंगी, आप किसी चीज की फिक्र मत करना, आप बस फ्री होकर आप जाओ. And seconds after those words were spoken, it was approximately 11:11 a.m. Eastern Time. We saw a straight line on the monitor and he breathed his last. Pooja and I saw a silver spark come out of his head, rise and leave the room. Sangaji, I cannot tell you what it was to see a little silver, इतनी सी चीज, जैसे मैथस्टिक का बुरा का जो पोर्शन होता है, ब्लैक पोर्शन, वो ऐसे पापा के हेड से निकलकर, मुझे लगता है वो उनकी रूह थी, सीलिंग तक गई और उसके बाद वो कमरे से चले गई. And we saw it with our eyes. We saw this with our bare eyes, and that was his soul leaving his body through his head. Within seconds, it left our sight. We stood there, howling inconsolably. He was gone. He left us behind in this worldly ocean, but he was in a better place now, at his lotus feet, released from all the worldly sufferings. He played his part to the hilt while he was here, as a husband, as a father, as a soldier, and as a Guru Sangat. So, with this, I finished my reading. So this was all about May 18th, 2021, when I
I saw our father leave us. And I am so grateful to Guruji for all the extension that he gave, the moments we could spend together, hoping against hopes when no one saw this coming in, no one expected this. In fact, जब पहली बार भी पापा का कैंसर डायग्नोज हुआ था, स्टेज 4 पे ही हुआ था और कोई साइन, कोई सिम्टम कुछ नहीं था पहले कि पकड़ में पहले आ जाता. From that time, people have started to say कि ये तो इतना aggressive stage पे है ये already कि 6 महीने से ज़्यादा मिल ही नहीं सकता. And गुरुजी ने सांसें बख्शी और गुरुजी तब तक बख्शते रहे जब तक मैंने अपने फादर को खुद नहीं बोला कि आप जा सकते हो. And these are some of other pictures जो इस किताब में है. ये गुरुजी का बड़ा मंदिर, यहाँ आगे मम्मा इस पिक्चर में, and this is गुरुजी's bedroom in my house. So, शुक्राना गुरुजी.
Namaste Guruji, Jai Guruji to all Sangat ji. Today, dear Aarti, we have a surprise invitee here who's going to welcome you. So hold your breath. Please take over. You are on mute. Sorry. You are still on mute. Can you, let me, okay, I got it. Just give me a second here. I think, just a minute. Yeah. Yes. Sorry about
sorry. It's all right. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone for coming on here and consistently tuning into my mom. It really does mean a lot to me. And I also wanted to say thank you to my mom. I'm so proud of you for giving back to the community in the way you do. You're just so devoted to your craft, and it's very inspirational for me to look up to you and see such a great role model. And I hope one day that I could be as devoted as you are to something. So yeah, thank you so much for constantly making me proud day after day.
What a surprise. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Anya. It means a lot to me that sitting in your college dorm, you actually took the time to join this. You put a smile on my face. So thank you. I am so, so appreciative. I am so thankful to Guruji, and you know how obsessed your mother is. So it's I want to share something funny. So I was visiting Anya just it was yesterday. Yesterday we were together and we were talking about tattoos, and she's like, what tattoo are you gonna put on your arm, or if you get a tattoo, what is that tattoo gonna be? And I said it's gonna be Jai Guruji, and she's like, oh my god, I should have guessed that. Thank you. What a heartwarming surprise. I could have thought of many other names, but you, Anya. So this is truly a surprise. All right, Auntie, can I start my reading?
Auntie ji, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. Once again, Shukrana to Guruji, Shukrana to the Sevadars of the multilingual platform, Shukrana to Saki, Seema Auntie, everyone who's listening. Today is the last session. So it's been quite the journey, reading this book with you all. And I think it was special because just having to read this again rekindled and reignited some of the moments that I had spent with Guru Sahib many years. I think I want to say a couple of decades ago. So Shukrana for this opportunity. So last when I read, and you can see I'm sitting in the same room. Last when I read, those chapters talked about bringing Dad, how that was a satsang in itself. Getting him the medical aid, the attention that he required in a foreign land, and just generally the sequence of events leading up to 18th May 2021. And the fact that my dad finally reunited with Guruji. So a lot was covered in the last two chapters. So today with his Agya, I am going to read in continuation. The next chapter is chapter 15. It is the second last chapter in the book. It is called To Thy Sweet Will, We Surrender. The news spread like wildfire, and the local Sangat at New Jersey poured in from all quarters to offer support. Such is the unconditional love of Guru Parivar. Papa was also very much loved and well respected by the Sangat all around the world. He was loved a lot by Guru Sahib too, while Guruji was in his physical form, experiencing that love firsthand, which Guruji gave to his hand-picked Sangat, is the biggest blessing. So I say this very often, Sangatji, that वो moments याद करने ही हमें blissful लगते हैं, and that's why जितनी मर्जी बार कोई सत्संग करने को कह दे, even though we know, I know especially that there's a lot of repetition because it's the time you spend, right? वही चीज आप बार-बार share करोगे, लेकिन वो उस repetition में इतना delight और इतनी joy महसूस होती है that that is a big blessing for me personally. Papa was given a royal send-off amidst the COVID-19 pandemic when people were saying goodbye to their loved ones over FaceTime. The world saw a time where performing last rites became challenging due to the unprecedented situation we were facing. Nevertheless, the support from the entire family here was simply unforgettable, and the funeral organized was befitting of one for an army general. So, like I said, कि वो times ऐसे थे, वो unprecedented times थे. We had not seen that before. We had not experienced, and hence we did not know how to navigate through those times. But Papa के case में, literally right from bringing him here to keeping him comfortable, getting him the right level of medical attention, the aid which people even with green cards do not get. Just the sequence of events was surreal, and clearly it pointed to the fact that there is a divine phenomenon behind this. And it was no different for his send-off and the funeral that he was given. Like a true army general, the only thing is that, my father had never served in the United States. He had always served in India. So in a foreign land, aisa royal send-off milna was simply unforgettable. And there's a lot of people I have to thank for that. Seema Auntie, Vikram, Victor, lot of people, जिनके नाम, कुछ लोगों के नाम मैंने book में mention किए. And, I obviously cannot list every single name, but any omission obviously is not intentional. A lot of people ran around to ensure he received the proper army honors that a soldier deserves, even in a foreign land. He was draped in the Tiranga, our tricolor, flag, friends, family, ex-servicemen, current army personnel, and Sangat from all over the world, along with the Bada Mandir management, tuned in to pay their final tribute. It was so overwhelming, Sangatji. I cannot tell you, though much of time, hosh bhi nahi hai that who was reaching out and how they were reaching out. But I just know that people from his Paltan, the battalion he'd raised, friends, family, ex-army men, serving army personnel, like Sangat world over, not just from India, wanted to pay their final tribute. We were in immense gratitude for how this was all orchestrated in unison. All the granddaughters, Anya, Tamanna, Amira, offered heartfelt eulogies for their Nanu. They say the soul never dies, the body perishes, but the soul, which is the size of the black head or the black portion on a matchstick, lives on and is indestructible. For many days after, we felt Dad's presence around us. We witnessed our large screen television move on its own, and it is so heavy that even if we try to move it, it takes a lot of force to do so. One morning, while reminiscing about Dad, we saw the breakfast plate move on the kitchen counter. There were many other small occurrences that made us believe he was still around, making his presence known in those initial days. Now, I'm sure there's some truth to the fact where we say that, kuch din tak soul aas-paas rehti hai. And I have personally felt, that happen. इसी घर की बात है कि नीचे, there's this big, very heavy television. We saw that move. Then, one time we were standing kitchen area mein, or literally on the counter, we saw the plate move. These are very, very little things, जो मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, but this happened. His Tervi, the 13th day after death, fell on May 30th, 2021. The custom-made Swaroop had arrived on time. Since Dad's passing, my morning connect with Guruji had simply become about Shukrana, expressing gratitude, and there was nothing else to ask for. The one word I would say, Papa, was with him now. Like I had shared in previous chapters, that सुबह उठते ही जब मैं गुरुजी का स्वरूप देखती थी, मेरे मुंह से एक ही लफ्ज निकलता था, पापा. और जब पापा ही गुरुजी के पास चले गए, तो मुझे लगा कि अब, there is nothing else to ask for. So my morning ritual was just to say, thank you, Guruji. We were all grateful for the extension he had given to Papa so many times and on so many occasions. Guruji had told Dad in person, General Kapur, new life, go. This conversation had taken place many years ago at Empire State, and it is also documented in the Light of Divinity. And Light of Divinity, by the way, Sangatji, is the only book that was put together under Guruji's hukum. Direct command and direction. That book was the only book jo Guruji ke physical form mein that was pulled together. और ये सत्संग जनरल कपूर न्यू लाइफ जो गुरुजी ने ग्रांट की थी, वो उस लाइट ऑफ डिविनिटी में भी डॉक्यूमेंटेड है. सो आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गो इनटू दैट, बट ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज दैट समझ आ गया था कि जितनी भी एक्सटेंशन मिली थी वो गुरुजी की कृपा से मिली थी, एंड all we could offer was Shukrana, because Dad maybe would have left a long time ago had it not been for Guruji's mercy and grace. Give me a second, I'm going to turn on the light. 1 second. Sorry about that. My apologies, and I am right back. There was only one thing I had on my mind, and this was strictly between Guruji and me. I really wanted Papa to stand up and share satsang one last time. I specifically expressed this wish, hoping that Guruji would grant it, as it had not happened since the end of October 2020, when Dad and I shared satsang together for the first time. This was the only unfulfilled item on my wish list. So, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, Sangaji, that I think every step of the way, I got way more than I deserved, way more than I could have ever planned for. And I do believe that Guruji kept my dad till the time I was ready to release him and just let him go. और एक जो मेरे उसमें विश रहती थी, छोटी छोटी बातें कि जैसे इंडिया से वो स्वरूप आ जाए, पापा एक बार घर आ जाए, जो जो मैं बोलती गई वो गुरुजी करते गए। और एक ही चीज मेरे दिमाग में थी कि मेरी एक मनोकामना पूरी नहीं हुई कि I understand that जो आया है उसने जाना है, and by Guruji's grace my dad lived a full holistic life. And nobody lives forever, right? जिसने आया है उसने जाना है, and we all will perish one day. But वो एक जिद के एक बार पापा खड़े होकर सत्संग करते थे, वो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं ये बात रह गई थी कि वो मेरी ये बात पूरी नहीं हुई। आगे बढ़ते हैं। But I know that Guruji always gives us way more and better than what we can imagine or deserve. He is Jani Jan, which means he knows it all and he listens to everything and he validates our thoughts and desires in the most unexpected ways. On 29th May, which was the 30th morning in India, I received a text from a Sangat in Gurgaon, और उन आंटी का नाम भी मैं बताऊंगी। उन आंटी का नाम है मुरोमी आंटी, वो दिल्ली में होती हैं, in Sadpari. So she asked me to call her as she wanted to share something with me. When we spoke, she described her dream and it was truly remarkable. She said, I saw General Kapur dressed in all white, standing and sharing satsang at Bade Mandir. The Bade Mandir was full of sangat, everyone wearing white, and uncle was sharing beautifully. So the word I want to emphasize is that what she saw in her dream was Dad was standing and sharing satsang at Bade Mandir. As soon as she mentioned that he was standing and sharing satsang, tears rolled down my cheeks. Guruji had listened to my heartfelt wish and had already granted it in a different world. It was as if he reassured me that everything was taken care of and he sees beyond our limited perspective. तो कहाँ मुझे ये लग रहा था कि ओ पापा का ये ये रह गया, अधूरा रह गया कि पापा ने यहाँ खड़े होकर सत्संग नहीं किया। कैसे थ्रू अ रैंडम सोर्स उन्होंने वैलिडेट कराया that he is already in a different plane, he is already standing and sharing his satsang. His Tervi happened beautifully amidst a torrential downpour, and the seva done by the Sangat Parivar to execute that satsang was truly memorable. We are infinitely grateful for all the support and love we received during that time. There was also a Shabad dedication specifically for that day from a Sangat in London. So it was a Shabad that was sung, especially it was one of Dad's favorite Shabads. So Tani Auntie, Arpan Uncle recorded that, and it was a beautiful rendition and tribute to Guru Pa. So one more satsang that I don't think I've documented here was that when Dad was here, तो उनका जो नीचे वाला कमरा था, his bed was positioned in a way that he was facing the window, which was the side yard. And one day, randomly, my dad started saying कि जल्दी तैयारी करो, देखो वहां संगत आ गई, देखो कितनी संगत इकट्ठी हो गई. And he kept pointing towards that place, कितनी संगत इकट्ठी हो गई. And I still remember that look of confusion that was on my face, and I'm looking at Mama कि पापा क्या कह रहे हैं, और Mama पूजा हम एक दूसरे की शक्ल देख रहे हैं, that maybe the medication के कारण he's having these hallucinations. But believe you me, पापा की 13वीं का टेंट जिस जगह पे लगा, पापा उसी एग्जैक्ट जगह को पॉइंट करके बोल रहे थे कि देखो तैयारी कर लो, संगत आ गई. And believe you me, इतनी संगत आई उस दिन, तो मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है कि ऐसी बारिश हो रही थी कि ऐसा लग रहा था कि टेंट भी खड़ा नहीं हो पाएगा. इतनी संगत आई और टेंट और संगत उसी जगह पे एग्जैक्टली आए, घर में दूसरी तरफ पे भी लग सकता था, फ्रंट यार्ड, बैक यार्ड, बट एग्जैक्टली उसी साइड यार्ड पे सेटअप हुआ, एंड दिस इज नो कोइंसिडेंस. 2021 brought about too many life changes for me. The emotional upheaval that came with my remarriage and the profound loss of my father all happened in 1 year. It was a time of turbulent emotions and immense mental pressure, but amidst it all, I held on to one assurance, that Guruji's plans must be better than ours. Without a guru, there is only darkness. Gur bin ghor andhar, and we can only navigate in this world as he enables us. He is the foundation of our existence, and in my mind, there is no bigger truth than this. Often we find ourselves sulking, complaining, and questioning the impediments that come our way. But Guruji always lifts us up and keeps us going. We all have an expiration date, and what lingers on in this world through our souls till posterity are the seeds we sow. Through countless births and rebirths, we return to settle our karma. Nothing and no one crosses our paths by chance. It's all preordained and predestined. The only bond and relationship that we will carry beyond this physical plane is the one we cement with Guruji. May he grant us the gift of solidifying that bond to its fullest potential. So we hear it in the Shabad Bani all the time, and yet we conveniently forget, because it's difficult to remember this truth, because हम इतने यहाँ पर मोह माया में, attachments में उलझे हुए हैं कि हम भूल जाते हैं कि हमारी ऑनवर्ड जर्नी में तो हमारे काम सिर्फ ये स्पिरिचुअल कनेक्शन हमारे काम आएगा, और इसी कनेक्शन को हम आगे लेकर जाएंगे, क्योंकि बाकी सब तो संगत जी यहीं छूट जाएगा. And I'm going to share two stories that come to mind, and ये गुरबानी में जो कथा है, I am just speaking based off my memory. तो अगर कोई भूल चूक हो जाए तो गुरुजी से भी और संगत जी से भी माफी है. There are two perspectives, right? हम सुनते हैं मंगो नहीं मनो, और जब हम खड़े होकर मंगो नहीं बनो बोलते हैं, तो फिर कुछ लोग ये भी बोलते हैं कि अगर गुरुजी से ना मांगे तो किससे मांगे. तो अब दोनों पहलुओं को I'll try to explain as best as I can understand myself. So बानी में है एक कथा कि एक गुरसिख होते थे, और उनके घर में औलाद नहीं हो रही थी, पर उनकी बीवी बहुत बहुत काली पड़ रही थी, और उनको बहुत जल्दी थी, एंड she got very annoyed and she started saying कि क्या फायदा तुम्हारी सेवा का, तुम रोज गुरु घर में जाते हो, सेवा करते हो, हमारे घर में कोई औलाद तो हुई नहीं है, तो तुम गुरु से मांगते क्यों नहीं. तो he said नहीं, मैं नहीं मांगूंगा. But she kept pestering him कि नहीं, आप गुरुजी से मांगो. And finally, when he did not ask, she went herself, and गुरुजी के आगे बहुत जैसे कहते हैं बच्चा जैसे जिद करता है, जिद कर करके she finally got this boon granted कि औलाद हो जाए. सो गुरुजी ने वो दे दिया, क्योंकि वो जिद करके मांग रही थी. और यही हम करते हैं, कई बार हम किसी चीज के काली पड़ जाती है हमें, और हम जिद करने लगते हैं, तो गुरुजी वो दे देते हैं. वी डोंट हैव दैट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि ये हमारे लिए अच्छा भी है लॉन्ग टर्म में, व्हाट द इफेक्ट्स आर, क्योंकि हम तो सिर्फ अपनी सोच के हिसाब से देखते हैं ना संगत जी. तो उनके घर में औलाद हुई. So then that Gursikh said कि अब ये औलाद हुई है, तो हम इसको गुरुजी के दरबार में लेकर जाते हैं मत्था टिकाने. तो जैसे ही वो गुरुजी के दरबार में उसको मत्था टिकाते हैं, उस बच्चे की डेथ हो जाती है. तो the wife is very upset and she's very angry, and she goes back home and she's like, ये कैसे हो गया, ये कैसा दरबार है, सो एनीवे कुछ टाइम बाद फिर से वो अरदास करती है कि मेरे को औलाद मिल जाए, और उनके घर में एक और औलाद का जन्म होता है. सो द हस्बैंड सेज अगेन कि मैं इसको गुरुजी के दरबार पे मत्था टिका देता हूँ. एंड शी पुट्स अ फुट डाउन कि नहीं, हम इसको गुरुजी के दरबार में नहीं लेकर जाएंगे. And they have a little tiff, but the husband is resolute and he says नहीं, इसको हमने गुरुजी के दरबार में जरूर लेकर जाना है. और वो फिर से उसको बच्चे को ले जाते हैं. एंड द सेम थिंग हैपेंस, वो मत्था टिकाते हैं एंड औलाद की उसी टाइम डेथ हो जाती है. सो दिस टाइम द वाइफ इज लाइक एनरेज्ड, और उसका विश्वास खत्म हो जाता है. एंड शी सेज ये गुरुजी कुछ नहीं कर सकते, और नथिंग मैटर्स. सो शी इज वेरी डिसअपॉइंटेड एंड एनरेज्ड. सो कई साल निकल जाते हैं इस बात को. देन फाइनली अपने आप से उनके घर में एक औलाद फिर से जन्म लेती है. और द हस्बैंड सेज कि चलो इसको मत्था टिका कर आते हैं. एंड द वाइफ इज लाइक नो वे, दिस किड इज नॉट गोइंग टू गुरुजी's दरबार. बट हस्बैंड अगेन वो जबरदस्ती बच्चे को उठा लेता है और गुरसिक गुरुजी के पास ले आता है. एंड पीछे पीछे द वाइफ फॉलोज. सो इस टाइम जब मत्था टिकाते हैं तो गुरुजी उस बच्चे के सर पे हाथ रखते हैं. एंड ही सेज तुम्हारी लंबी आयु हो. सो द वाइफ लुक्स एट गुरुजी एंड शी सेज ये आशीर्वाद आप पहले भी तो दे सकते थे ना, आपने पहले क्यों नहीं किया? एंड देन दैट गुरु फाइनली एक्सप्लेन्स टू हर कि तेरी किस्मत में उस टाइम कोई औलाद नहीं थी, और तूने जिद करके वो औलाद मुझसे मांगी, लेकिन वो दोनों रूहें जो तेरे घर में आने वाली थी या आ रही थी या आ चुकी थी, वो तुझसे बदला लेने के लिए आई थी. तो पहली औलाद अगर वो जिंदा रह जाती, वो 20 साल की उम्र में मर जाती, और उस टाइम तुम दोनों ये बैठ के कहते कि इससे अच्छा तो हम बेऔलाद होते, क्योंकि 20 साल की उम्र में किसी के घर से उसका बच्चा चले जाए तो उसका सदमा बहुत ज्यादा होता है. जो दूसरी रूह ने जन्म लिया था वो तुम्हारा किसी पिछले जन्म का कोई डेट था, और वो रूह तुमसे बदला लेने के लिए आई थी, इसलिए उसी टाइम उसको वहां खत्म कर दिया. ये जो तीसरा बच्चा मैं तुम्हारी किस्मत में दे रहा हूं, वो अपनी मर्जी से दे रहा हूं और तुम्हारी बेहतरी के लिए दे रहा हूं. सो मंगो नहीं मनो, हैविंग फेथ इन द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स इज व्हाट वी नीड टू वर्क टुवर्ड्स. नाउ इसका जो दूसरा पहलू, मांगे तो किससे मांगे? सो एक और बानी का there's another ऐतिहासिक घटना है कि एक बीबी जी, सेम कॉन्सेप्ट, उसकी किस्मत में औलाद नहीं थी. तो वो एक पीर के पास गई एंड शी सेड मेरे को औलाद की बख्शीश चाहिए. एंड ही सेड देख, मैं तो कुछ नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ एक गुरुजी हैं, अगर उनके दरबार से तेरे को मिल गया तो ठीक, अदरवाइज किसी और दरबार से नहीं मिलेगा. We say the same thing about Guruji's darbar, that what we get here, if we don't get it in this darbar, there is no other darbar in the world you will get it from, and probably that's what is the best, right? So she went to that guru, and that guru said कि बीबी तेरी किस्मत में औलाद नहीं है. तो वो बड़ी मायूस होकर वापस आ गई. तो कुछ टाइम बाद वो पीर जी के पास फिर गई. तो पीर सेड कि नहीं, अगर कोई तुझे ये दे सकता है तो वो गुरु ही दे सकता है. सो वो फिर चले गई गुरु जी के पास. तो वो गुरु जी घोड़े पे बैठकर कहीं जाने वाले थे, तो वो उनके आगे आके खड़ी हो गई. एंड गुरुजी लुक्स एट हर एंड ही सेज, बीबी तू फिर आ गई है? तो शी सेड हाँ जी गुरुजी. ही सेड मैंने तेनू दसिया सी कि तेरी किस्मत में तो औलाद का सुख ही नहीं है. तो शी सेड गुरुजी, मेरी किस्मत में औलाद का सुख नहीं है, लेकिन मेरी किस्मत लिखने वाले भी तो आप ही हो. तो आप ही मेरी किस्मत लिख दो दोबारा, रीराइट माई डेस्टिनी. तो वो कलम शाही, और उस टाइम दवात और कलम का जमाना था, तो वो कागज लिखती है कि आप दोबारा लिख दो मेरी किस्मत. तो वो उनको कलम पकड़ाने लगती है, तो इतने में वो घोड़े को देखती है और वो घोड़े को अरदास करती है कि तुम इतने बड़े गुरु को इतने सालों से अपने ऊपर सवारी करा रहे हो, तो तुम में भी तो कोई ताकत होगी, तो तुम भी मेरे लिए अरदास करो कि गुरुदेव मेरी किस्मत में औलाद लिख दे। मतलब मैं आपको भाव बता रही हूँ कि अरदास करने का भाव। तो वो घोड़ा भी जब गुरुजी उसकी कागज पे लिखने लगते हैं, when she hands over that paper, कि आप मेरी किस्मत दोबारा लिखो, तो he said चल ठीक है, मैं तेरी किस्मत में एक औलाद लिख देता हूँ। तो जब वो एक लिखने लगे, तो वो घोड़ा जो है ना, जिससे बीबी जी ने अरदास करी, वो अपने 2 पांव पे खड़ा हो जाता है, तो एक की जगह कलम हटकर 7 लिख देते हैं। तो कहाँ गुरुजी ने एक की बख्शीश करनी थी, लेकिन गुरुजी से 7 लिखा गया। सो कहने का भाव ये संगत जी कि अगर हमें लगता है कि हमारे मांगने पे हमें कुछ नहीं मिल रहा, तो मांगने का ढंग बदल लो, क्योंकि गुरुजी तो सब सुनते हैं। शायद हमारे मांगने के ढंग में कोई कमी होगी अगर हमें कुछ नहीं मिलता। सो आई जस्ट वांटेड टू शेयर बोथ दीज स्टोरीज. In this material world of Kali Yuga, we find ourselves consumed by pain, anger, greed, agony, lust, and a tendency to blame others. We seek revenge and easily forget that true surrender lies in letting Guruji handle it for all of us. He sits amongst us, ever ready to sort out our troubles and guides us towards the path of love and devotion. So I'm no different. I go through the same emotions from time to time, but trust me, this realization that Guruji is going to sort it out, it just helps me calm down so quickly. Like 1 minute I could be angry and fuming and ready to blame, and then just having this realization, it's like nothing ever happened, and it's all good because Guruji's got this. I often find myself wondering what my father's soul must be doing far away in the divine presence of Guruji. My heart tells me that merging with the divine light is the best place for him to be. We live in hopes of reuniting at Guruji's lotus feet someday. Until then, we patiently wait and strive to expiate our karmas with our best intentions. So another thing that comes to mind, कि डेथ के एग्जैक्टली 1 महीने बाद 18 जून को, मतलब मन बहुत उदास था पापा के बारे में सोच के कि पापा कहाँ होंगे, कैसे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे, क्यों पापा को कैंसर हुआ, क्यों लास्ट डेज में इतनी सफरिंग हो गई। एंड मेरे ऑफिस के डेस्क पे मैंने वो बुक रखी हुई है, सरचार्ज विद डिवाइन लव, एंड मैंने रैंडमली वो चैप्टर खोला और उस पेज पे ये लिखा था कि इट वाज अ कन्वर्सेशन, आई थिंक, बिटवीन Sukhmani auntie and Guruji, and they're talking about her Nana ji. And Guruji says कि तेरे नाने को कोई सफरिंग नहीं होनी थी, ये सफरिंग मैंने तेरे नाने को इसलिए दी है ताकि तू और तेरी माँ उसकी सेवा करके अपना उद्धार कर सके. And I was like, oh my God, how in real time I got my answer that suffering was not really for dad. It was an opportunity for me to expiate my karmas, because हर एक को वो मौका भी शायद नहीं मिलता सेवा करने का. और वो सफरिंग कराकर पता नहीं गुरुजी ने कौन से कष्ट और कौन से कर्म, I don't know for this janam, last janam, or the janam beyond, वो कटवाए. So we don't know, and that's why I wrote this last line, that until then we patiently wait and strive to expiate our karmas with our best intentions, because the ultimate goal for all of us is to reunite with Guruji, right? Our Guru left us with profound yet practical lessons to follow. As human beings, our main purpose is not to amass wealth, but to seek and remember God through our words, thoughts, and actions. God resides in godliness, and He lies within each of us. There is goodness in every soul, and we need to unlock and nurture that goodness by helping and uplifting one another. We all make mistakes, but we seek realization and forgiveness. As Guruji Sangat, we all are his children, bound together by the garlands of his love, despite our many differences. There is no greater miracle than realizing that we all belong to his divine fold. Life, death, ups and downs are all part of his grand design, and the purpose of writing this is to sow the seeds of faith that will continue to germinate, grow, and spread manifold. Indeed, the Guru is eternal. While we are mere mortals, he is immortal, guiding and illuminating our paths. It is our duty to spread the gift of faith and strength, especially during times of despair, and we all face battles, known and unknown. Guruji is like that self-consuming candle, providing light to the entire world, and his light continues to attract more and more of the Sangha. Often we search for signs and symbols following various individuals, but we forget that the true Guru resides within our very core. His divine presence is always there to guide and support us on our journey. We need to turn inward and connect with the Guru within us and let his love and light shine through us, empowering us to face the challenges of life with courage and grace. गुरुजी ये बोलते भी थे कि हम we run helter skelter, आले दुआले सिफारिशें लगाना, लोगों के पीछे जाना, और हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि जिसको हमें प्लीज करना है वो तो हमारे अंदर ही बैठा है, उसी ने सब कुछ करना, उसी ने सब कुछ कराना है. And that's why Guruji tu hi tu. And this is a picture from Jalandhar Mandir. Moving on to the final chapter, which is chapter 16, and the title is There is no beginning and there is no end. Tera ant kise nahi paya. Satsangs are a never-ending journey of sharing Guruji's love, light, and name with the world. Our goal is solely to spread his divine presence far and wide, knowing that once we have done our part, it is between Guruji and the soul to take the journey forward. The profound truth is that God came amongst us to give, to shower his blessings upon us. Are we truly able to recognize this divine presence in our lives? Are we capable of receiving and retaining his blessings without losing them to negative traits like arrogance, ego, anger, and greed? Every trial and tribulation we face in life is an opportunity for growth and learning. Are we truly absorbing these lessons and evolving as spiritual beings? Or are we consumed with complaints and forget the immense burden Guruji is carrying by taking 90% of our karmas upon himself? The most precious gift Guruji bestows upon us is unshakable faith. The gift of Bharosa Dan, along with the ability to chant his name from the depths of our hearts. This unwavering faith and devotion lead to Nam Dan, the offering of our sincere praises and prayers to Guruji. With this gift of faith and devotion, we can navigate life's challenges and sorrows, knowing that Guruji's divine grace is ever present, guiding and protecting us on our journey back to him. Let us cherish this gift and make the most of the opportunities to grow spiritually and spread his love and light to all. So nothing is permanent in life and nothing lasts forever. Everything is transient. People will come and go, relationships will come and go, challenges will come and go, ups and downs will come and go, problems will come and go, happy times will come and go. The only constant is Guru ka naam, Guru ka simran. I will summarize some of the guiding principles to live by, although I recognize that we are all a work in progress. And this is just my recommendation. I by no means I'm saying that I'm perfect or anywhere close to even being perfect, but gentle reminders from time to time just help us with our spiritual evolution and progression. So with that in mind, I do want to share, always remember Guruji in happiness or sadness, knowing that he understands and he knows everything. So अपने भाव में प्यार, अपनी भक्ति में प्रेम, जब भी याद करो प्रेम से याद करो, सुख में याद करो, दुख में याद करो. Never think you are superior to anyone else, irrespective of education or economic status. We are all equal. Consider your intent behind every action, as it holds supreme importance. Qualify and self-check your intentions. देखो गलतियां हम सबसे होती हैं, पहले भी हुई हैं, आज भी हो रही हैं, आगे भी होती रहेंगी. लेकिन so long as you don't do anything maliciously, unintentionally, आपसे कुछ हो जाए, आपका गुरु बख्शनहार है, आपका गुरु हमेशा माफ करने के लिए बैठा है. लेकिन हमें खुद पता होना चाहिए कि जो अगर हम कोई एक्शन ले रहे हैं तो उसके पीछे हमारी इंटेंट क्या है. Like I said this previously, दुनिया देखती है आप क्या कर रहे हो, गुरु देखता है आप क्यों कर रहे हो. Avoid getting involved in endless arguments and repeating your point excessively. It doesn't make us better than others. As Guruji used to say, Murab ke hum das. No need to follow mindless rituals or promote unnecessary superstitions. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So no need to follow mindless rituals or promote unnecessary superstitions. हम लोग tarot card readers, पंडित, पता नहीं किस किसके पास भागते हैं, क्यों? जब हमें पता है कि हमारी किस्मत को बदलने वाला सिर्फ एक फिनोमिनन है, वो हमारी गुरु साहब की ग्रेस. तो if but किंतु परंतु doubt, let's try कि क्या जरूरत है. Help everyone, regardless of personal feelings, and do so unconditionally if possible. Respect all religions, embracing diversity and unity. Cultivate an attitude of gratitude, appreciating life's blessings. Focus on nurturing a pure heart, free from malice and negativity. Our Guru is nirvair, free from grudges. निर्भव बहुत लोग हो सकते हैं, fearless. निर्वैर होना बहुत मुश्किल है संगत जी. Make time for daily prayers and नाम जाप, chanting God's name, और उससे भी ऊंची अवस्था होती है सिमरन की. Like I said, जाप करना पड़ता है, सिमरन वो है जो automatically हो जाता है. Understand that prayer is not just asking for things, but connecting with the higher being to offer gratitude and love. In conclusion, I would like to share the words, Tu mera rakha sabni thai, ta bha keha kara jio, which means you are my protector at every place. So why should I fear? As noted earlier in the book, I reiterate this as my tribute, which is eternal, transcending beyond this lifetime. My heartfelt thanks to Guruji for all his blessings and guidance. The Guru Gita reminds us of the significance of having a Guru in our quest to realize our true self. A Guru clears all obstacles on this journey of self-realization and devotion. Obtaining knowledge of the self should be the ultimate purpose of our life, and the Guru takes on the enormous responsibility of guiding us on this path. Let's adopt a new ABC moving forward. Guruji कहते थे, no abuse, no blame, no criticism. इसका दूसरा ABC का मतलब हम निकाल सकते हैं. A for acceptance. Embrace unconditional surrender, even though it might be challenging. B for being a believer. Believe. Have unwavering faith in Guruji's timing, his ways, his plans. C is for continuous shukrana. Never cease to express gratitude regardless of circumstances. I do believe it is the attitude of gratitude that will help you attract blessings. You don't want to chase, you want to attract. Thank you, Guruji, for choosing us forever and truly yours. Shukrana, Guruji. And I have some pictures, some beautiful pictures. इतने सुंदर हमारे गुरुजी, उनका स्वरूप हम देखते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि बस एक टक हम देखते रहें. Just look at the sheer unconditional love. And then there's this back cover, which I also want to read. In the tender embrace of my Guru's wisdom, my spiritual journey unfurls like a blossoming flower, radiant and pure. This humble ode, penned with heartfelt devotion, seeks to ignite a spark of faith, surrender, and acceptance in the hearts of its readers, drawing them closer to the divine presence of Guru Sahib. Gratitude forms the very essence of this humble tribute, for it is through a heart brimming with thankfulness that we attract our Guru's boundless grace. Each step on this sacred journey is a testament to our Guru's infinite love, guiding us towards a deeper understanding of ourselves and the universe. May these simple words resonate with your soul, kindling the flame of devotion within you. Let them be a guiding light on your path of self-discovery, leading you towards Guruji's lotus feet, where love, peace, and enlightenment abound. Accept the spiritual journey with an open heart and unwavering trust. Surrender to the divine wisdom that flows through these pages, and you shall find yourself enveloped in Guruji's grace, forever blessed and cherished in his loving embrace. So with this, I conclude my reading of this book, Tu Hi Tu. There might have been known, unknown mistakes, typos, grammatical errors. I seek forgiveness from all of the listeners and most importantly from Guru Sahib. आपकी उस्तत करने के हम काबिल ही नहीं हैं, लेकिन ये एक छोटी सी कोशिश. So with that, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivji Sada Sahai, Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Hi Sahai. Jai Guruji, Shukrana Guruji.
Jai Guruji. So I just wanted to start out by saying thank you to the multilingual team for letting me be here and speak today. I have to say, it's very hard to keep a secret from Aarti. So I hope you're surprised.
I am.
Yes? All right. First, I just want to start out by telling you how proud I am of you. Not just because of the book or because you're reading, but just because of your growth, personally, professionally, spiritually. Over the past few weeks, I've heard people hop on and talk about how selfless you are and how despite no matter what you're dealing with, no matter how difficult things have been, you always jump in to help people in need. I am saying that here today as a firsthand witness to all the folks that I've seen you help, and I see you help day in and day out. In the book, my name was mentioned a few times, and you mentioned the support that I gave you and your family during probably the most challenging times of your life. But I think what the book doesn't highlight is the amount of support that you've given me before, during, and even after you wrote this book. You've been there for me like a rock during the most difficult times of my life. And with you, came what I think is the greatest gift of all, which was Guruji. You're not only the person that connected me, but you've been my guide and my mentor. You've helped me power through tough times. You taught me to value things like faith, and do things that that would make me a better human being. So, I feel like all of this is what I've said, what other people have said. This is just who you are. Duhitu is more than a series of events that happened in your life. I see it as as a book on faith and spirituality. Your satsangs have helped so many people, not just me, not just the folks that have spoken, but countless others, create and, build their connection, strengthen their connection with Guruji. And so, I know that your reading and your seva has helped countless sangat. And again, I've seen it firsthand. And so with that, I say congratulations to you on this incredible milestone. May Guruji continue to use you as his vessel to spread love, joy, and faith. And before I conclude, I want to hand it over to one more surprise speaker.
Jai Guruji.
Oh my God. Even the little one is on. Hi, Amira.
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Jai Guruji. So I just wanted to start by saying I'm proud of you, Mom. You've done 2 books now without having any experience with writing, and great job. You are a really kind person, selfless, supportive, and thank you for always being there. This is gonna be short, but yeah. Jai Guruji.
Jai Guruji.
My baby. What did it take to get her to speak? This must have taken a lot.
No. She was happy to jump on.
No, thank you guys. Thank you. I just want to be worthy of his love. And please, Guruji, continue to guide us all, bless us all, forgive us all from time to time. There are mistakes I've made. I've hurt, I've caused pain, and I want to apologize. I want to apologize to, anyone I did that to, intentionally, unintentionally. Today, there's only one driving force in my life, which kind of gives me a frame of reference when I fall, when I deviate from time to time. And that is like, Aarti, do things that your guru will be proud of. Try and be worthy of his love and blessings. And that's what drives me, and that's what guides me. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being on this journey with me. I am falling short of words.